O Grupo Bosch é um fornecedor global de tecnologia e serviços. Nós temos atualmente cerca de 395 mil colaboradores em todo o mundo, sendo que são cerca de 73 mil em investigação e desenvolvimento. Nós fomos fundados há mais de 130 anos e, atualmente, aquilo que nós oferecemos aos nossos colaboradores é a oportunidade de moldar o futuro com inovações que vão tanto melhorar a qualidade de vida das pessoas como proteger o ambiente. E onde é que nós trabalhamos? Basicamente, são 4 áreas de negócio: soluções de mobilidade, tecnologia industrial, bens de consumo e tecnologias de edifícios. E de referir também que em 2020 nós fomos a primeira empresa industrial em todo o mundo a atingir a neutralidade climática, o que para nós foi um grande achievement. Foi um ano atípico para todos, e para a Bosch, assim como para outras empresas também. E cá em Portugal, nós acabamos por ter um resultado que foi melhor do que o esperado na altura da pandemia. Nós tivemos uma faturação de 1,6 mil milhões de euros, 10% abaixo do ano anterior, mas ainda assim melhor do que nós achávamos que ia correr. Como nós estamos cá muito dependentes do mercado automóvel, e o mercado automóvel está a sofrer com a escassez de chips, comprometeu um bocadinho, mas só para saber, só para ter uma noção, nós tivemos recorde de vendas numa das nossas unidades cá em Portugal, mesmo em ano de pandemia, por isso correu bastante bem, considerando o contexto. A maior novidade foi uma integração de 2 conceitos, que é o conceito da internet das coisas com a inteligência artificial. Nós queremos combinar os dois para melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos e serviços, e chamamos isso do AIoT. Como diz o nosso CEO, é conectar as coisas que vai conduzir ao conhecimento sobre como as coisas são utilizadas. E isso, de alguma forma, vai nos permitir melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos. Nós, por exemplo, o ano passado tivemos um grande aumento das vendas na área dos bens de consumo, dos produtos para o lar, seja nas ferramentas elétricas, seja nos eletrodomésticos, e porque eles estão a ser habilitados para conectividade, ou seja, temos essa ligação com o AIoT, nós prevemos que vai haver uma duplicação das vendas esse ano ainda. E mesmo no campo da videovigilância, que é uma área que nós trabalhamos cá em Portugal, a análise de vídeo, por exemplo, com base em redes neurais, traz novas possibilidades para a Bosch. Esse aqui é só um exemplo do que nós estamos a fazer, mas a Bosch está a integrar em detectores de incêndio, por exemplo, novas câmaras e essas câmaras podem ser conectadas com dispositivos de inteligência artificial. Outro exemplo é um detector de tráfego, que inicialmente seria capaz de detectar e localizar só os veículos, mas que neste momento faz com precisão essa detecção em situações de tráfego intenso, mesmo em condições de iluminação mais complicada, por exemplo, durante a noite. Por isso, a utilização da inteligência artificial combinada com a internet das coisas é que é a nossa grande novidade, é a nossa grande aposta para os próximos anos. Nós pretendemos que 2022 seja um ano de regresso àquilo que era a nossa normalidade em termos de faturação, mas vai ser um ano de continuidade em termos de recrutamento em Portugal. Nós temos apostado muito fortemente na área da investigação e desenvolvimento, seja com parcerias de inovação, que nós estamos a reforçar com as principais universidades, alguma das principais universidades de Portugal, Aveiro, Minho e Porto. Estamos a reforçar, temos novos projetos com eles no âmbito das cidades e casas de inteligências e também no âmbito da mobilidade. E se hoje nós já chegamos aos 1.000 colaboradores dentro da área de investigação e desenvolvimento, nós, até o final do ano de 2021, pretendemos chegar aos 1.100 e para o próximo ano continuar a recrutar nessa área, tanto para as localizações de Aveiro, como Braga, como também para Ovar. Ou seja, seria um ano de continuidade em termos do trabalho que já está a ser feito cá em Portugal, de consolidação através da investigação e desenvolvimento, de reforço das parcerias de inovação e de regresso à normalidade dentro da nossa expectativa de faturação. Por isso, eu diria que 2022 vai ser um ano positivo para a Bosch em Portugal. Que nos se apaixone pelo nosso propósito, porque a Bosch é uma empresa peculiar, porque é detida por uma fundação beneficente. Então, tudo aquilo que nós fazemos é realmente com o propósito de ajudar a melhorar a vida das pessoas e de trazer uma proteção adicional para o meio ambiente. Quem se apaixona por esse propósito, se apaixona pelas tecnologias que estamos a desenvolver, por exemplo, essas de monitorização, como eu disse, ou então da condução autônoma, ou tantas outras nas áreas nas quais nós estamos a trabalhar, certamente é uma pessoa que vai se enquadrar bem nas nossas vagas e nas nossas equipas. A Bosch, apesar de ter quase 6.000 pessoas em Portugal, é uma família, é uma grande família. E nós nos preocupamos com os colaboradores, queremos que eles se apaixonem pelos projetos, queremos que eles estejam bem e tenham esse equilíbrio do pessoal com o profissional. Se é isso que as pessoas estão à procura, de certeza que vão estar bem conosco. E podem visitar a nossa página de carreiras, o bosch.pt, e procurar as nossas vagas e serão muito bem-vindos na nossa empresa.
You can write the best code in the world. You can run the most complex systems. But things get really complicated when you have dozens of different technologies and hundreds of processes. Fortunately, it's JFrog to the rescue. Firstly, you need universal tools that can integrate seamlessly with all the build technologies in your CI/CD stack and all major cloud platforms, so you can start speeding up software releases without delay. Second, you need to automate every part of your DevOps pipeline, end to end. This will eliminate repetitive, manual steps while letting you enjoy much faster feedback loops so you can get higher quality releases to customers faster. Next, you need a proven way of catching potential vulnerabilities and license compliance issues, wherever they may be hiding in the DevOps cycle, so you can stay out of the latest security disaster headlines. And of course, you need the flexibility of a cloud on-prem hybrid solution that offers high availability, disaster recovery, and is easily scalable and enterprise grade, from code right through to production. The good news is that you don't have to look very far to find this. JFrog offers you an end-to-end DevOps platform for creating, managing, and distributing trusted software releases fast to anywhere in the world. It's why 5 million developers already count on our universal DevOps tools to do their job better, faster, and more securely. So wherever you are in your DevOps journey, let JFrog smooth the ride, automating your software delivery process. Learn more or get started right away by visiting us at jfrog.com.
Okay, and hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again for the 4th edition of Jnation 2021. We're very happy to start this session or this conference for you today. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that physically again this year. Hopefully, we're able to do it again next year. Anyway, let's try to move forward. So I don't have much time left because we have a lot of ground to cover. So if you don't mind, let me just like share a couple of slides with you, and then we'll just go and dive straight into our heavy session day that we hope that all of you will enjoy. So let me share my screen really quick. Okay, so can you see my screen? Okay, so welcome. So one of the things that I want to tell you is, so we have a Slack channel. You can join us if you go to jnation.pt/Slack. And on Slack, you're going to be able to network and talk with either speakers, other conference attendees, the organization. So it's like the perfect place for you to be able to network, because I mean, of course, we're not in like a physical conference. So please join us over there, and then you can also send your questions to the speakers that will be happily relaying back during the session. So please join us on Slack. This conference we will not be able to do this conference without, of course, all of our sponsors. And we're really grateful and happy that all of these were able to attend and help us this year. So we have a lot of sponsors that are with us since the first year. So a couple of them like Bosch, Mercedes, Red Hat, present, Wix, Focus, Mindera. So they are with us since our very first edition. But we have, and Louder Roots as well. But we have a few more like JFrog, Deconium, TBLX, XGeeks, Tamana, Talkdesk, Liva, and Volkswagen. So some of them are new, some of them are returning from last year. So thank you so much for all the support. Thank you so much for making these a reality, because without your support, we will not be able to do this as a free event for everyone to watch and see.
Roberto, não estás a fazer screen share, man?
Não?
Não.
Opa, então...
Não fizeste screen share.
Eu pensava que isto estava feito. Ok, sorry.
Não fizeste. Espera, dá-me um segundo, dá-me um segundo que é para a gente recuperar aqui, espera. Ok, vai estar live em... Já está? Não mudaste tudo.
Okay. Yeah, so apparently like these technical difficulties, so this is not starting very well. Anyway, so I was saying that you can join us on Slack. So this is the slide, jnationpeaks.slack. So these are sponsors for today. I hope that you can appreciate what they're doing for us today. And one of the most important thing is Jnation is actually organized by a nonprofit organization. So we took the decision this year to try to help some other organizations that are having a lot of difficulties due to the pandemic and due to COVID, as you know. So we are going to do a donation based on the amount that we got from our sponsors to one association here in Coimbra. That's where Jnation usually happens. It's called the Niño Missão Sorriso. And they want to, or their main purpose is actually to help small children that for some reason they are unprotected, they don't have families, or they need some kind of help. So we are going to help them with some of the donations based on the amount we got from our sponsors. So for us, it's also very important because we want to help the community moving forward. And this is like a way not only to help our local communities, but also to allow other children and to allow like these small kids to have better lives. So thank you again, all of our sponsors. You also made this possible, and hopefully we're going to be able to do this to a few more organizations and institutions with over the years. And I mean that was it. Please enjoy the conference. So we're gonna go like, this was like super quick introduction. We're gonna go for a quick break. And then we're gonna have here our first speaker in a couple of seconds. So thank you so much for joining us, and hope to enjoy the day. Bye-bye.
C'est qui Manon? Oh Manon, t'es belle! Oh, je t'aime! Arrête!
Tu multiplies en plus et après t'additionnes.
Allez, bouge là!
On va faire tes devoirs dans ta chambre.
Non, il a pas de bureau.
Manon, t'es belle!
La nuit est passée comme ça.
Ah là.
Maman,
On a
j'ai
marché,
accepté.
la terre a tourné.
Vas-y, va dans ta chambre.
Moi, j'aime trop ta chambre.
Maman, on va pas bouger ma chambre là.
Comme on voulait,
Ça, il va adorer.
parce qu'il y a la liberté.
Raph, tu vas rater ton train là.
Il y a des histoires vraies.
On est à la bourre là.
Quand la vie prend la place. Une fois la nuit tombée, que le ciel se casse. Il y a des histoires vraies. Elles parlent toutes de liberté.
Do início um crescimento, vai ter uma paragem grande durante o susto inicial, que demorou 6 a 8 semanas. Pronto, e depois chegamos ao período de maio a junho, com bom tempo, só que as pessoas não podiam sair e, portanto, quiseram na mesma aproveitar dos espaços que tinham, que acabava por ser o espaço em casa, e, portanto, aí sentimos um crescimento forte a nível de mobiliário, que depois se prolongou com crescimento a nível de tudo o que é roupa, porque chegou a volta à escola e os filhos crescem, não é? E, portanto, aí não há hipótese, as pessoas têm de comprar roupa. Portanto, e aí nós já tínhamos a visão da plataforma bem estabelecida, a plataforma para as famílias, mas esse posicionamento fez todo o sentido, porque nós ajudamos na parte do mobiliário que de vestir a família nesses períodos mais complicados. E, portanto, aí sentimos um crescimento tanto de clientes existentes que de recrutamentos de novos clientes que não estavam, se calhar, habituados a comprar digital. Portanto, algo que fizemos logo do início foi de reforçar a parte de contato cliente para dar suporte, porque tivemos, de facto, um momento de contato direto dos clientes. Portanto, aí foi para poder estar presente e a responder. E depois algo que fizemos rapidamente e que também acabou por ser um standard dos players foi de alargar o prazo de devolução entre 30 a 60 dias. Okay. Acho que isso é algo que ajudou bastante e traz um conforto para os clientes, para não ter o stress de comprar, ficar com eles, ter o atraso na entrega e etc. E depois todas as medidas de proteção foram tomadas na parte da logística, por exemplo, e nunca tivemos de parar o armazém por causa de contaminação Covid, etc. Sim, porque nós estamos a ver também que tudo que é o tráfego pago e esse tipo de mecanismos de SEM, etc., está a ter menos e menos impacto, basicamente porque também as pessoas utilizam menos esse tipo de vias para chegar às plataformas e também tem menos poder de influência para as pessoas. E, portanto, sim, nós temos um plano que acelerou nos últimos anos de utilização e de colaboração com influência a nível de marca. Então, sempre numa vertente de win-win, portanto, nunca forçamos o influencer, etc. E quando nós achamos que esse influencer tem também valor, é um equilíbrio, sempre com a visão que nós temos da marca, da empresa, e também o que queremos oferecer aos clientes. Portanto, Até muitas vezes concretiza-se depois com colaborações de produtos e desse tipo de coisas fazemos, mas sim, nós estamos a ver que isso tem impacto forte e crescente e também está a ser acelerado com todas as plataformas sociais, tipo TikTok ou Clubhouse, e portanto estamos a ver esse poder dos influenciadores individuais mais que de nomes de marca, e portanto isso é algo que claramente está a continuar a crescer. Ouais, portanto, o nosso foco globalmente é de melhorar a experiência do cliente em omnichannel. Portanto, e aí temos muito trabalho pela frente. Portanto, temos já de poder fornecer mecanismos de interação com a marca em qualquer sítio, eu tal anywhere, anytime, etc. Portanto, tento fornecer serviços em lojas. Portanto, por exemplo, com os nossos vendedores têm tablet e tudo isso para responder à necessidade do cliente e apoiar. Também já damos a possibilidade, por exemplo, de um cliente que quer encomendar um sofá, etc., ter um personal shopper, um personal assistant que o ajuda à distância a escolher, mostrar o produto, etc., e pode evitar a pessoas deslocar, por exemplo, numa loja mais central. E depois temos, vamos dizer, tudo o core já dos mecanismos que são existentes, portanto, o site, a app, que queremos realmente tornar como um assistente personalizado. Portanto, e a personalização, eu acho que é claramente a aposta principal que nós estamos a fazer para ser sempre mais pertinente a nível da oferta de serviço para os clientes, porque nós queremos optimizar o tempo deles e, idealmente, quase estar proativo na proposta de produto e de serviço. Por exemplo, alguém que tem fil a crescer, não quer perder 2 horas a ver todos os produtos, etc. Até deveríamos quase propor, em função da cor, da idade da criança ou do histórico de compra, qual é o tipo de produto que, a partir da pessoa, iria mais gostar e preferir. Portanto, é todo esse trabalho que estamos a fazer envolve por trás investimento em plataformas cloud, data science, data engineering, e estamos muito, basicamente, do captar valor e criar valor a partir dos dados iniciais que coletamos, sempre respeitando toda a parte de privacidade e de gestão de cookies dos dados, que é algo crescente e que nos está a facilitar o trabalho a nível do IT e da tech.
Okay, and welcome everyone. Now we are going to be ready to start our first session. And I'm very happy to have with me our good friend Antonio, which is actually Portuguese.
Yes, I'm Portuguese. I'm speaking from Paris in English.
Yes, in English. Bom, se quiseres podemos falar aqui umas palavras em português, apesar de provavelmente temos alguns vieiros estrangeiros, mas depois fazemos a apresentação em inglês.
Olá, pessoal.
Okay. So Antonio, how's everything going?
Well, good. You know, I'm here in front of my webcam with a few lights, and I've increased the font of the ID and everything. So I hope it's going to be clear. This talk will be clear. It's about Quarkus microprofile and microservices. It's always a challenge to have a remote talk in front of people that you don't see. So I hope you're gonna enjoy.
Well, hopefully, I'm pretty sure that it will. So I'll be monitoring our web chat, so no worries. I'll try to pass any feedback to you. So yes, like Antonio said, Antonio is going to talk us a little bit about Quarkus. So I'm really excited about that because I actually work on Quarkus, as you know. But anyway, so Antonio, thank you so much for joining us. So the stage is yours. So feel free to start.
Well, thank you for having me, in this funny period of time. It's always good
Yes.
to keep on talking to people. So shall I share my screen then?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Here we go. So I'll have a few slides, but as you will see, only a few. So this talk is called When Quarkus Meets Microprofile. So I'm Antonio Goncalves. I'm a Java champion, but basically I'm a developer. I've been working with Java for a long time, microservices, but it used to be called distributed services at the time. I've also wrote a few books on Java EE, but 2 books on Quarkus that I will show you at the end. I talk at conferences physically and lately virtually. Hope I will go back to physical conferences one day. And I also organize conferences. I'm the DevOps France organizer. You can follow me on Twitter and you can check my website with my blogs, books, and everything. Okay, so this talk, I will quickly introduce Quarkus. And when I say quickly, it's just a couple of minutes. I'll quickly introduce Microprofile, again, only a few minutes. And then I will code and code and code. And then it will be the end. So there are a few slides, but it's mostly a coding session. So let's start with the beginning. What is Quarkus? The way I like to define it is to go back to their website, quarkus.io, and read the sentence at the top. And the sentence says Quarkus is supersonic. So it gives you the sensation of speed. Subatomic gives you a sensation of small. And Java. So this is quite important. It's quite catchy. I like it. Supersonic, because when you come from traditional Java EE, the development cycle is slow, the bootstrapping is slow, the deployment is slow, and with Quarkus, all that is speed up. As you will see, I'll be mostly coding with Quarkus live, and you will see that my code will recompile and everything. So the sensation of speed, then subatomic, sensation of small. Again, if you compare with old Java EE framework, those frameworks usually work at runtime. You have some Java code, you put that into a WAR file, and once you deploy at runtime, the container starts doing things, creating proxies and configuring the application, but at runtime. Quarkus goes the other way around. Most of the work is at build time, meaning that your jar has everything compiled in it. If you need to compile proxies, they will be compiled at build time, not at runtime. So that gives you also less memory, less resource consumption. And at the very end of the demo, I will also use GraalVM, and we will have a look at the size of the packages. And Java first, even if Quarkus supports Kotlin and other languages, it's really made to run on Java hotspot, on GraalVM, and Java as the first language, even if there are other languages supported. And then you stay on the same website, and there's this other catchy paragraph at the bottom that I also like. Quarkus is a Kubernetes native Java stack tailored for open JDK and GraalVM, and that's important. You can use Quarkus anywhere. You can even write CLIs in Quarkus. You can write web apps with Quarkus. You can, you can deploy on premise. But it's true that it has Kubernetes in mind, Docker in mind, the cloud in mind. So it really, if you don't need it, it will still work. But if you need any Docker support, as I will use Kubernetes or something like that, it will really help you to make it easy. OpenJDK, very important. A lot of people think that Quarkus only runs on GraalVM. That's not true. It's mostly, everything that you know in Java, all the frameworks will all run on Quarkus with Hotspot. Then the support of GraalVM is really easy again, but you will enter this new world of GraalVM where maybe some of external frameworks will not be able to compile in native binaries. So again, I will show you at the end of the demo. And the last sentence is crafted from the best of breed Java libraries and standards. And that's important too, because Quarkus is quite new, 2.5 years, but you already know Quarkus. If you've been using JAX-RS, REST-EZ, and Hibernate, CDI, it will work on Quarkus. So even if the runtime is new, it's a new kid in the block. Most of the APIs that you know run on Quarkus. So that is for Quarkus. Then MicroProfile. MicroProfile is Java for microservices. Basically, it's a specification that standardizes a few microservices design patterns, and it's standardized at the Eclipse Foundation. It's open source, very important, and there's several players behind this specification. So if you don't know MicroProfile, again, quite new, 4 years old, I think. Have a look. It's really, there's a few implementation on microservices design pattern that run with Java. So this specification cover open tracing, open API, REST client, which is a specification to invoke remote microservices, config, how to configure an application and a microservice, fault tolerance, metrics, JWT propagation, health with health checks and so on. And then comes specifications that are older because they come from the Java EE world, CDI, JSON-P, JAX-RS, and JSON-B. So that's today the MicroProfile 4.0. This specification belong to MicroProfile 4.0. I won't be using them all, but quite a few. So I'll be using OpenAPI, REST client, fault tolerance, CDI, JSON-P, JSON-B, and JAX-RS, and also reactive messaging. The MicroProfile specification has a set of specifications that are standardized, and some are being developed, like reactive messaging, and it might enter the MicroProfile specification. So today it's called a standalone specification, and it might get into the MicroProfile. So these are the APIs and standards that I will be using in this demo. What will I build during this demo? Well, microservices. I will run one microservice with a REST endpoint that creates a book. Basically, we pass the title of a book and it responds with an HTTP post. It will send back a JSON representation of this book. And a book needs an ISBN number. So I will create a second microservice with Quarkus that will just send back ISBN number. I will make them talk to each other. And as you will see, it's quite easy. And sometimes this connection breaks. So how do you handle fault tolerance? And I will show you how to do that in a very easy way. And once the network is broken, what can we do? Well, why not develop another microservice that will receive messages from Kafka. So let's do that. I will package that into jar files, but I will also turn that into binaries thanks to GraalVM, and I will show you the speed that you get compare with a Java jar. And I will use Docker to containerize that. So you can get the code of this presentation. I even commit a few lines of code an hour ago. So feel free to go to my GitHub account and check the code and give it a try. There's even the README that you can follow. So I'm going to write 3 microservices with Quarkus, Hotspot, and GraalVM, Docker, and all that in 30 minutes. Fingers crossed. So I'll now jump to my IDE. I hope it's clear enough for you. I have 4 terminals behind because 3 will be running microservices and 1 I'll be using curl commands. Here it's completely empty. I have no Java code yet. The only thing that I have is Docker Compose file with Kafka, because I will be starting Kafka from this Docker Compose file. And that's it. I have no Java code whatsoever. The only thing that I have is a few scripts that I'll be running. So you have 3 scripts that do the same thing. They use the Maven plugin, the Quarkus Maven plugin, to create a microservice. So I'll have one that will create the book microservice, another one that will create the number microservice, and another one for the fallback listening on a Kafka topic. Okay, so let's start completely from scratch. So I'm going to execute this bootstrap book. It's going to create a Maven project, a Maven structure with an artifact called book. And I'm even creating a book resource class. So as you will see, there's a bit of code in it. I'll give you a path. So this microservice will listen on /API/books. And remember that it sends back a JSON representation of a book. So I'm using a Quarkus extension called REST Easy JSON-B. Okay, so let's do that. I'm at the root of the project, and I'm just doing bootstrap book.sh. That's all. The Maven plugin will create a book directory here, and let's have a look at it. It's a Maven structure. So there's the POM XML with Quarkus 1.13.7, a few extensions because I've added JSON-B and REST Easy, and it also comes with test extensions. So basically, there's a bit of Java code. So here I have a book resource that goes hello REST Easy, and if I split the screen, I will show you what the test class looks like. So here I have a simple REST endpoint that returns hello REST Easy, and a test class that checks that it returns hello REST Easy. Because I have several microservices, you know what I'm going to do? There's this application properties file, and it's where I configure the application and Quarkus itself. Because I will have several microservices, I'm going to change the listening port. So here I'm going quarkus.http.port 8702. Okay, so I'll have one microservice listening on 8702 and the other one on 8701. What can I do with that? Well, let's start Quarkus. So I go into book and I go Maven Quarkus Dev. So I'm using the Quarkus Maven plugin in development mode, and you'll see why it's important to run Quarkus in development mode. You will see auto reload happening, and it's quite nice. So starters, Quarkus started in 1.1 second. And what does it do? Well, not much at the beginning. So if I run a curl command here at the bottom, I curl localhost 8702, that's the listening port, /API/books. So if I do that, hello rest easy, fantastic. I can even go, let's go here to book and run the test. The nice thing with Quarkus is Quarkus runs by default on 8080. I changed it to 8702. And it executes the test in 8081. That's why I could do a Maven test without having to stop Quarkus, which is nice. And the test pass, of course, because it returns rest easy and checks that it's rest easy. Okay, but that's not what I want. So first of all, the method create hello, I'm going to rename it to create a Quarkus book. Okay, this method will consume text. Why? Because here I'm going to put the title of the book. Sorry, consume, consumes, and it will produce JSON. It won't be an HTTP GET. I want to create a book, so it will be a post, and it will return a book. Let's create this book class. I'm gonna create a book class here. Book. So a book class has a title. When we create a book, it has a title. A topic. It will be hard coded because I'm only creating books on Quarkus. An ISBN number. So that's the interesting property, because this property will be set invoking an external microservice. And then because I'm gonna show you logs, and it needs to move a little bit. So when I create a book, I put a timestamp, said it has been created now. And I'm generating a toString, so it's easier on the logs. A book. So this REST endpoint creates a book. How does it do that? Well, it's book, new book, and let's set the properties. So book.title, and that will be the parameter title of the method. So that's what we're going to pass to the curl command. Then there's the topic, and as I said, we only create Quarkus books. So that's the topic. The ISBN, that's the interesting part. So we need to invoke a remote microservice. And let's put some logs, logger. So you know what you can do is just inject a logger. So again, you see CDI in action, and here is a logger, and I will log info book created, and I'll pass it the book, and the method returns the book. To invoke that, let's pass a curl command doing a post. It passes text plain. The -d is the data, so it's the title. So as a title here, and it's Understanding Quarkus, which is the name, the title of my famous book. And I do a post on API/books. So if I do that, you see that there's a timestamp, the title of the book, the topic is Quarkus, and you can see the logs moving here. You remember what I said about supersonic? I didn't have to start Quarkus. Quarkus, the Maven Quarkus plugin checks that I've changed my code. It recompiles my code, and when I do a request, when I do a curl command, it recompiles everything. So very easy. I didn't have to stop Quarkus, and I'm going to show you that I can go even further. I would like to have the Swagger API, the open API, the Swagger representation of this REST endpoint. And Quarkus exposes the Swagger UI at this URL. So 8702/q/q, it's for all the Quarkus tooling, /Swagger UI. And as you can see, there's nothing. Why? Because to have Swagger UI, you need to add an extension. So here I go, I'm on books. I go Maven Quarkus add extension, and I give it a name of this extension. And the extension that brings OpenAPI and Swagger UI is called SmallRye OpenAPI. So when I do that, it changes the POM XML. It has a dependency. And as you can see, the POM XML has changed. Quarkus notices that the POM has changed thanks to the dev mode, thanks to the Quarkus plugin, and restart itself. So now I go back here. Here we are. I have this HTTP post, and I can even try it out and put a title, practicing Quarkus, and execute, and you'll see the logs behind moving. So, and again, without stopping and starting Quarkus. So that's nice. Let's add that to Git. So if I have a problem, I can come back to it. We have one microservice up and running, but what about the tests? They do not work anymore. So if I go Maven tests, the tests will fail. So let's fix that, and you'll see it's important for later in the talk. So this test should create a Quarkus book. So given a body, so the body is the title of the book. So let's go title of the book. I don't do a get, but a post on API books. And I'm going to check that the body is JSON. So this JSON has a title, and the title should be title of the book. Then I have the topic. The topic is always Quarkus. Then I generate, well, here I have a ESBN. So I'm not going to check a value, but that the ISBN key exists in the JSON, and the created at also. So now, sorry, if I run the test, it should be okay. Good. And you'll see that it's important that the test pass for the rest of the talk test. Brilliant. So we have one microservice running, tested. I haven't stopped Quarkus. Let's move on. Second microservice, the number. let's, again, I will run another batch script with the Maven plugin. It creates the number microservice, and this time it only sends text, not JSON, so I don't have the JSON-B extension. I go to the root, I execute the bootstrap number, and the Maven plugin does its job. It creates a number microservice, exactly the same thing. So here I have the number resource that returns hello rest easy, same thing. And I'm going to change the listening port, application properties, and it will listen on 8701. So now I go to number, Maven Quarkus dev. I'm starting this number microservice. And if I curl, so this time I will curl the 8701/API/numbers, it returns hello rest easy. So let's change that and said that's not a method hello, it's actually generate an ISBN number. I'm gonna add some logs, otherwise we won't see anything. Logger, and here let's an ISBN number. It's a 13 digits, so I have a number which is a string that starts with 13 dash and then a random number. It's not a, it's not a big deal. Let's log it, info, and ISBN number, and let's return it. So return number. Let's curl. Okay, you see that again, I haven't stopped Quarkus, and I generate ISBN numbers. Good. 2 microservices up and running. Git add, git commit, number. Let's make them talk to each other. For that, I'm going to use the micro profile. So if I create a book, the same curl command, it does an HTTP post on the first microservice. And now it's ISBN. We need to invoke a remote microservice. So for that, I will go into the book microservice and add a microprofile extension, the REST client extension. Maven add extension, the extension name REST client. So I'm adding an extension on book. You will see Quarkus restarting. So if you look at the book, what has changed? Just this extension, REST client. And now I have the REST client API. Okay, so let's cheat a little bit. When we do microservices, the best design patterns is copy paste. So I'm going to take the number resource, and I'm going to paste it on the book microservice, and I'm going to rename it. It's not a resource, it's a proxy to the resource. So I'm going to call it number proxy. And number proxy is not a class, it's an interface. Because it's an interface, I don't have code in it, but I have the method signature and the annotations. So it's a proxy to API that will be somewhere in the network on /API/numbers. I will do an HTTP GET. It will return text plain. There's a bit of magic from the REST client API. It's this annotation called register REST client. Okay, so that's it. I only do that. So that's a proxy. I'm on the book microservice and I need a proxy to go and invoke the number microservice. Let's use it. Here, I'm going to inject this proxy, but it won't be with @inject. It will be with a new annotation from REST client, which is called REST client. So this proxy is a REST client. Good. Now this proxy, I will use it here. So the ISBN number, we actually invoke this this remote microservice. Will it work? Well, let's curl. So the HTTP post, boop, no, it's not running. Why? Well, because it tells me that where is the number microservice? Which IP address? Somewhere on the network. So I need to set this property on the book, on the application property, and I need to say, look, the proxy, so it's the full package name, org, agoncal, talk, Quarkus, blah, blah, blah. So that's the full package name of the number proxy. And now I just need to tell it, well, where is this proxy? It's on localhost 8701. Of course, in the real world, you will let someone else to set this IP address, but here I make it simple. Localhost 8701. Will it work? Whoops, the logs. Yes, it's working. So now I don't have the ISBN you should invoke. It's actually, you know, I'm invoking both microservice. That's fantastic. Yes, but now I have a problem. If I run the tests on book, the test will work. Why? Because number is up and running. So because now both microservices are linked to one another. If I shut down the number microservice and run the tests, well, it's terrible. You know, the test will fail because both microservices are linked to one another. What can we do? Mock the invocation. And for that, Quarkus helps us a lot. So let's create mock number proxy. This class is under src test. Okay, so it's in the test package. This mock will implement the number proxy interface. Therefore, it needs to implement the generate ISBN, and I go by dummy ISBN. And yes, I need a bit of Quarkus magic. Quarkus come with a mock annotation, and remember that I need to register this REST client. And that's it. So now if I execute the test again, by default, Quarkus will go, oh, I need to inject the proxy, but it's mocked. It's not ready. Why? It's lying to me. Register REST client. Sorry, I did. No, it's REST client. You know that I inject here REST client. So it's a REST client that I need to add. And now it should be okay. Fantastic. Both microservices are up and running, fully tested. That's brilliant. But if I do my curl post command, it doesn't work. The number microservice is down, and therefore, when I want to create a book, the book resource invokes the proxy. The proxy is not there. The network is down. It fails. Well, the micro profile to our rescue again. So I'm on the book. I will add another extension. It's called fault tolerance. So let's do that. Oh, funny. Sometimes Quarkus does that. I just had to restart Quarkus. I don't know why. I think there's a. Okay, so what fault tolerance does is if something goes wrong, instead of throwing an exception, please do something a bit more clever. The way it works is I'm gonna copy paste the method create book and call this one fall back on creating a book, Quarkus book. So this method will take a title. It needs the same method signature. So it takes a title, creates a book, but the problem is here. So here we will write needs to be set later as the network is down. And here it's a bit of a problem. So let's do a warning, go fall back, book not created. And there's a bit of magic needed. We need to add the fallback annotation. And this fallback annotation takes a fallback method. And that's the name of the method underneath. Okay, so if I do my curl command again, you will see the warning log, and the ISBN needs to be set later. And as soon as I start the number, it will pick up the network here. You see, I generate ISBN numbers and I can create books with ISBN numbers. And as soon as I stop, then it goes back to warning and falling back on the falling back method. So as I said, that's how easy it is to invoke a remote microservice and to fall back gracefully. I'm running a bit out of time. So let's commit that fallback. And let's jump straight into Kafka. So I have another script. I'm going to execute it here. Fallback. So that creates a microservice. So I'll go to fallback. Yes. So that generates another project, and this time it's not a REST endpoint, so I can get rid of all that. And it's actually, sorry, I'm doing a bit of copy paste here because I'm running out of time. And this method will listen logger. So this inject. Oh, I think I have a problem. I wonder if my ID has refreshed or not. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, so what I do here, I use this incoming annotation that comes from the microprofile specification reactive messaging, and I go listen to a Kafka topic called fell book. Okay, so I need to configure this Kafka topic file book. So here I'm going, there's this topic called file book. It's Kafka and it receives a string. Good. So let's start this microservice. On the other hand, I need to on the other hand, I need to go back to my book microservice, add the reactive messaging extension. This way, I have all the needed APIs to go back to my book resource, inject what we call a channel. So here I'm going inject a channel called what? Well, called file books. Remember, I have an emitter to send what? A string. I'm going to send the string representation of the book. So this way, on the fallback method, when it falls back, I will just go send the toString representation of the book. So when the number microservice is down, I will gracefully fall back and send the book into a Kafka topic. And I need a bit of configuration, of course. So on the book, I said, look, this is the outgoing. The topic is called file books. And it's a Kafka topic, and I'm sending a string. What I need to do is Docker compose start Kafka. And now when I do a curl command, you can see, oh, sorry, the logs. You can see the logs moving on the left and on the right. So that means I'm falling back due to the warning, and I'm sending a string on a Kafka topic, and one microservice is listening on the other hand. And if I start the number microservice, I'll do the same, but this time, because I can generate an ISBN number, my book can be created. My Kafka is not receiving any message, and I go back to breaking the network, and here we go. That's how easy it is. Oh, sorry. That's how easy it is to implement microservices with Quarkus. I'm running a bit out of time, and I'm just going to do one thing while I finish my slides. So I'm stopping everything. Oh, doesn't want to stop. Yes. I'm stopping the book. And I'm just going to go to number. And number, as we've seen, Quarkus dev, in development mode, the number starts in 1.1 second. If I do Maven clean package, and let's keep the test, skip test, Quarkus will generate a jar file, an executable jar file, and the test. Maven test skip equals true. Sorry about that. So Quarkus generates an executable jar, and this way I can go Java jar. Everything is there. It starts in 0.6 seconds, and you know it works. And I was mentioning the support of GraalVM. So what I'm going to do is, while I finish my slides, I'm running this method, Maven clean package, skip true, and the magic happens here. Quarkus package type native. And by doing that, it will compile natively in a native binary our application with GraalVM. And that takes 5 minutes. So during these 5 minutes, I'm going to go back to the slides, and then we will finish with what I've just showed you. So to finish the slides, it's really, if you liked this presentation, where to go next. And you should definitely start with quarkus.io. There's a lot of information. My favorite is the guides, the Quarkus guides, where you see a lot of articles, some getting started, a lot of articles on different Quarkus topics. There's, of course, the GitHub. Quarkus is open source, is all happening in the open. Go to the GitHub quarkus.io. There's samples, there's tests, there's the code. It's really nice to understand what's going on. If you are stuck, of course, there's Stack Overflow, there's all these things, but you can also ping the team on Zulip. And I have to say, these guys are really fantastic. They're always answering on Zulip. So go there if you need some help. There's also the mailing list to stay in touch with the releases of Quarkus, what's happening with Quarkus. So there's this Google group. And I've used the Maven plugin to start projects because I found it easier to write some code and bash scripts. But you can do exactly the same on .quarkus.io. And then a bit of advertising here. You can go to my blog. I've mostly blogged about Quarkus lately. And from there, you can see my wonderful books and also online courses on Quarkus. And, you know, you can follow me on GitHub and Twitter and so on. So as I promised you, I only have 3 minutes left. Quarkus has helped me in compiling the binary with GraalVM because it's quite complex today to compile something with GraalVM. There's a lot of intricacy. What happened behind the scene? Well, under target, I have a 28 megabyte binary. Inside, there's our code. Inside, there's the dependencies, REST easy, CDI, but also the needed JVM and GraalVM. So it's a binary, you know, a standalone binary, and you execute it like, you know, any binary. So beam in 0.01 second. And yes, it works. We can get our book numbers. I have 2 minutes left. I don't know if there's any questions. I don't know if I have time to answer. So I hope you liked this talk. As I said, you know, everything is online. Go to my GitHub account. There's all the code and also the README, so you can follow along. You can do exactly the same talk that I gave. Do it to your colleagues. So I hope you liked it and enjoy the rest of the show.
Hey, Antonio. Hey, thank you so much for this great presentation. So I'm trying to see if there is any questions from the audience. I mean, so far, people are saying that they enjoyed your presentation. They are asking for the GitHub link. I'm not sure if you...
It was on the slide, but
yeah, probably people didn't. So you can just either show it for a little longer or just give me a copy and I'll just paste it around.
Okay. Yes, here it is. So I have, sorry, I need to share the screen again. Is it okay? Can you see it?
Yeah, I mean, just you can, if you can paste it here on the Zoom chat, and I'll just paste it back to the social media.
Yeah,
so it's probably easier.
Let's do that. Let's do that. It will be easier. Chat. So yeah, don't hesitate to go to the repository and you have all the code and all the details.
Wonderful. Yes, Antonio, I think we're pretty much out of time. So yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much for keeping
Thanks
it
for having me.
on time. And hopefully we can see each other again next year here in Portugal live.
Of course, I will be there. I'll be there.
Okay.
Thank you, and
Yeah.
have a nice day. Nice conferences.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, so we're gonna
So Portugal for us represents being close to people with great talent, coming from top universities and with very good expertise. It also represents having a good quality of life, right? So having sun, waves, great food, and at the end of the day, it's the merging of these two components, great talent and great quality of life that can be achieved in Portugal. Is a tech company from Daimler Trucks and Buses. We are developing e-mobility and connectivity services for our vehicles. We own our services from product definition, product ownership, all the way to the development and operations of the services. The services that we are building improve the vehicle efficiency and operation costs for our customers, which are the vehicle owners around the world. Vehicle owners can be fleet managers, drivers, logistic operations, and so on. We work on a very international setting. Within our company alone, there are 11 different nationalities, and our business partners are in 3 different regions of the world, in the USA, Europe, and Japan. And being in Lisbon puts us in the center of these 3 regions, helping us to be always in permanent contact with our business partners. One of the main factors driving change into this world right now is sustainability. And in 2022, we do expect to be further developing and operating services that will bring more efficiency, safety, and predictability to our customers' business. thus contributing to a more sustainable world. So efficiency on optimizing, for instance, the amount of energy that is spent by consumed by our vehicles. Safety on supporting the drivers and fleet managers with data about the vehicle status and the surrounding environment. And predictability for fleet managers with services like charge management or calculating routes, everything connected into a single ecosystem that can be reliably used by our customers. All this with an amazing tech stack in the cloud, using open source, always challenging the status quo to a more sustainable world. Our tech stack is pretty much based on the cloud and open source in general. So we are based on the Azure cloud system. We build our backend systems on top of the JVM using different languages depending on what we need. We use a lot of Java and Kotlin, but also Scala for big data processing. On the front end, of course, JavaScript, React, and these kind of technologies. And then we use NoSQL databases for big data storage as well. And we use Terraform and infrastructure as code in general to describe our infrastructure and make our deployments.
Mindera, it's first and foremost a tech company, but I would say it's not a very traditional company.
We don't have this pyramid of job descriptions versus one manager that manages another guy and yet so and so and so. To make a quote from the movie Fury, Mindera is to me the best job I ever had.
Okay, and we're back and live to the second session of the day, and I'm happy to have here with me Victor. Hi, Victor. How's it going?
Hi, perfect. Looking forward.
Yeah, you look very excited, and we're also excited to have you here. So I know that you're going to talk us a little bit about refactoring, right? I'm really excited about that topic because I think it's like a general topic, and I think it's really useful for a lot of developers.
Yep. It's something that we must do every day.
Yeah, and even I also always joke with my wife that I'm gonna be refactoring like the kitchen or like the bedroom.
The food is very good.
Okay, so Victor, I know that you have a very awesome session for us. So I don't want you to steal you any time. So please, the stage is yours, and I'll try to relay back any questions that we have back. So feel free to go.
Yeah, so again, folks, if you're watching, please feel free to ask at any moment. I'll do my best to answer as soon as I see the questions. So let me share the screen. I think you should be seeing them. Let me open the chat to be in sync, and I'm done. Good. Yep. So refactoring, brokers and codes. Let's do this. This is my favorite topic. Talking about refactoring is clearly my favorite topic. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Victor Enta. I'm a Java champion. I founded a community which is called Bucharest Software Craftsmanship Community that I invite you all to join. I'm doing free stuff every month in there. It's one of the largest communities in Romania today of developer communities. I have a website on which I have a series of my best talks recorded from previous conferences, a little blog, and some video courses available over there. Because what I'm doing for a living today is training. After 14 years of development and 7 project led, I am currently just doing workshops in different companies, super intense workshops. Not as intense as this talk, but super intense. So string, hibernate, functional programming, Java performance, reactive programming. All of these things are in my agenda. Design patterns, pragmatic domain-driven design. Look how good this one reads. Clean code, refactoring, unit testing, test-driven development, and yeah. If you're interested in any of these, you can find more details on my website. I also have some workshops recorded available on the Teachable platform if you're interested. You can find me on the social media also. Twitter is the best, of course. So this is how you can reach me later. Perfect. I will post the slides of this presentation afterwards. There are links inside, so you might want to navigate through them. So this is code. Yes, this is code. This is our kitchen. This is code. And we need to refactor. We need to refactor that code because otherwise we are dead. Otherwise we will die. Otherwise we won't be able to deliver stuff. Otherwise, yeah, our life will be miserable. So we need to refactor to clean continuously the code base. But what the heck is refactoring? To start with the definition, refactoring means to simplify the existing code. And when I say simplify, I mean simplify as for the eyes of another developer. Clean code is all about caring for the others in the team. So simplify, make it more readable, more maintainable, but without changing the current behavior, the current observed behavior. In other words, do not break production. Thank you. I will play this again. Do not break production when you refactor, because otherwise you will lose the trust of your managers, of your tech leads, and they will actually stop you from refactoring. So they will stop you from taking out the garbage from your kitchen. You don't want that. Right, so fear, this is the first stopper. You can already feel it, okay? We are afraid to break things. And then a typical discussion in a project, I'm afraid to refactor because we don't have tests. Oh my God. So what your lead will tell you, what your colleague will tell you, well, then write tests, right? But then you will come back and say, I can't really write tests because that method has 200 lines. How can I unit test a 200 lines method, right? And this is a famous vicious circle of legacy code. Of course, you can't ask you can't ask an artificial intelligence tool to generate you tests for the existing code reliably. So actually, the only reasonable way to break this vicious circle is by doing safe refactorings, by making sure you don't break stuff, even if you are not having enough tests. So I'm talking about terrible legacy over here, okay? If you do have tests, so you're very fortunate, you are in those 10% most fortunate developers on the planet, but most of us, we don't have tests on the horrible legacy code that we have. So pair programming is one way to reduce bugs, okay? Proven. Coding katas, practicing, to make sure that to practice the moves and to learn them and to master them as to not to introduce bugs when you do it. Practicing TDD, folks, I'm not saying here that you should TDD on 100%. I'm saying that practicing TDD on whatever problem, ideally from production, anywhere in production, practicing TDD will skyrocket your skill level. You will know where you do bugs. You will know where the problems are. When you will know how to decouple stuff. So practicing TDD in itself will grow you enormously as an engineer. And I've seen it. I'm working with people basically all my time. So I've seen the difference after people started practicing test-driven development. Right, now, there are some tips from me also how not to break production when you refactor. First of all, do not ever break compilation, okay? Unless you are deliberately exploring stuff. So I know very good developer that breaks production tentatively to see where it breaks. I mean, just for fun, just to see where the impact is. And then revert and start over, right? But that's exploring. So don't break compilation, because if you break compilation, your IDE will not be able to refactor safely anymore. The refactorings that are otherwise safe, like extract method, like rename a variable or rename a field, they will break if the compilation is not successful, right? The abstract syntax tree will not be constructed correctly, and basically your editor will fail to find references to your tokens. Then also having broken compilation increases your stress level, and you don't think clearly if you know that you have 73 more compilation problems to fix. So do not break compilation, okay? How can you not break compilation? Is typically by decomposing larger changes into a sequence of super tiny safe steps, okay? And you have to learn those safe steps first. These are the refactoring, the automatic refactoring is available in your IntelliJ or your Eclipse probably. And then you will have to work out ways to chain those simple steps into larger, to achieve larger changes, all without breaking compilation, or at least breaking it for the least amount of time possible, like several minutes, right? Use quick fix, Alt-Enter driven development, I call it, right? I also have a poem for that. I wrote a poem when it's red, yellow, blue, or gray, Alt-Enter will save your day, right? And these are, to be politically correct, these are the alternatives. But the idea is to use quick fix as much as possible, because that will allow you to keep your focus on the design and take off your mind the nasty thing of writing and making things work correctly. I mean, code stuff like editing code. Now, of course, this was fear, okay? The next thing, actually, the first thing most teams tell me when you want to ask them what stops you from refactoring, most teams tell me time. I don't have time. I don't have time. But you know, we will talk about two things. First of all, the allocated amount of time to do stuff, and then your speed. And well, let's focus first on speed. I don't have time. I'm too busy. That could be a trap. That could be a misconception. You could be biased. You might think you don't have time. Actually, to be perfectly honest, whenever you think that, that's actually a form of laziness. Being busy is a form of laziness. Well, what do you mean? I mean, being busy, the state of being busy, it means you don't take time to stop and reflect what the heck you're doing. So being busy is a form of laziness of using higher level thinking, of critical thinking, and see what am I doing? Am I doing the right thing? Does that really matter? Right? And I would really invite you to watch this video on YouTube. Then improve your focus. Okay, that's super important, because you know most developers, after several hours of coding, maybe at the end of the day, they have this face like, huh? What did you do? Huh? I programmed for 6 hours, so your brain dies at some point, right? So super important for our profession is to maintain your focus. Super important. And here are some tricks, right? First of all, disable notifications in your mobile or desktop. Don't have things buzzing in your pocket or on your table, right? You want to keep focus, keep there, right, in the problem, right? Automate stuff, right? That's why we love unit tests, because we can start them in the background. They will run, actually automated tests in general. Start them in the background, and after you just fire them, you just come back to the problem and keep your focus on that. To remain in the zone. Keep your attention to the problem, right? Pomodoro, it might work for you, 25 minutes to do stuff, 5 minutes, relax, look at the window, answer emails, relax, yeah, walk away a bit. Fragmenting your time frame to be able to better focus in those 25 minutes. Avoid checking your inbox in the morning. What? Why? Because the morning is the moment in time in which your brain is at its best. All right. In the morning, your brain is fresh, is full of energy, it wants to do stuff. And what you do? You're checking inbox. You are giving away the best of your time to someone who wants something to be solved. Don't dedicate your inboxes. Dedicate your mornings to solving the most critical task at hand. Okay? Shorter meetings. No one focuses after 30 minutes. So after 30 minutes, just silently leave. No, just silently do the dishes. Oh no, silently propose to end the meeting with a meeting minutes, maybe. Right? Digital detox. This works for me. As you can imagine, doing workshops every day, it can be exhausting and prone to burnout. So what I'm doing basically from Saturday, to be honest, from Saturday to Sunday, I avoid touching my phone. What? I do not touch my phone. I avoid touching my phone unless emergency. It's super important to relax and to get bored. again, I will point you to this wonderful talk. It's a TED talk, how you can improve the focus of your brain. Master your ID, of course. If you are concerned of putting a semicolon at the end of the row and doing backspace, 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 then you're lost it. Then you can't really focus on the real problem. You are in the writing mode. What are you doing? You are a typist or what? You are those guys in courts that they write whatever gets spoken, right? In lawsuits, for example. Yeah? That those guys, are you that guy? No, you want to think, you have to see the big image, right? And here's a link to one of my talks with some lead developers from JetBrains themselves, who were with me in a talk this spring at JPoint, talking about intelligent productivity tips, showing how the hell do I write code like I do, because yeah, I am pretty fast. Good. So that's about speed. Now, time frame. What does that mean? It means basically how much time are you allocated, or can you invest in that refactoring? And this clearly relates to estimates. How do you estimate? Now, I don't want to convert this discussion into a talk about estimates and function points and other stuff. No, that you know that better than me perhaps. But the idea here is that those estimates that you shoot are wild guesses, basically, most of the time. And it gets worse because you really are emotionally involved with the project. So you really care for the project, right? And you're still throwing knives at it, blindfolded, right? And it gets even worse because the requirements change every time, right? So this is you basically throwing estimates at your beloved project. Right? Now, keep this picture in mind. This is what you're estimating. So make sure you do your best and maybe do a little prototype before you actually estimate. Right? Estimate the estimations, right? I found some things doing that. In case the problem is very hard, they will estimate the effort to estimate. Right? Why not? Why not? And if there's one thing I want to point out, I will stick with Uncle Bob on this. I will say, learn to say no. Learn to say no whenever the business pushes you to run for more than several sprints. You can run for a sprint. Okay, yeah, life is life. But after that, you need some time to regroup and to clean your shit and to clean all your code. So learn to say no, learn to estimate. Right? Now, of course, there are these classical risks that you can encounter when you are estimating. One of the risks is to have a technical challenge, very, very creepy thing, a new technology, like the first time you're using Kafka, for example, right? So you want to have a little prototype, perhaps, before you actually jump into the code, to experiment a bit. I mean, let me first try out something before, and after that, I will estimate the effort. In case the functional complexity is very large, of course, that's the point of Agile. You should iterate. The minimum viable product is your friend in that case, right? And if you're here, don't. Yeah. This should solve the time and fear. That's it. I've solved it. So now you have time and you don't fear the code because you know how to do safe moves. Please not this time. Okay. What are the things stop us? And actually, I'd like you to think honestly. Did it ever happen to you that while you refactor something, you found out another thing to do? You discovered another refactoring that you could do while you were already in the middle of changing something. Okay, this happens extremely often. Okay, that's why refactoring is addictive, really, because when you refactor the code, you learn the code. I would actually claim that there is no better way to understand to understand some code than to try to refactor it. If you put your hands in that code, suddenly it becomes way clearer what goes on inside. And that's why you find out more ideas about what you can do next, right? And then you know what happens really? You keep falling from one refactoring to another, okay? And then you want to stop it. You want to get out of there, but you can't, okay? Because you got carried away. You got carried away. And after 3 hours, you get to commit. You get to commit. After 3 hours of insane cascading refactoring, you are about to commit. And what commit message would you put? Code improvement. Refactoring. It's late. Major changes. I love this one the most. Boo! Major changes. Like boo! Right? This is the thing that you put in the commit messages after 3 hours of insane refactoring without really looking what you're doing, just randomly changing code. And this is bad. Imagine how someone would refactor this. Would review this. I mean, just imagine looking at the pull request, right? So here's a challenge for you. I would challenge you to write down your next commit message on a piece of paper before you start coding. You grab a pen, remember those pens? You grab a pencil or a pen and you write on a piece of paper what you're about to do. Like, what the heck? How could I know, right? In most cases, you don't really know what you need to do. So you first need to explore a bit. You first need to run a bit around and to see what's there. And that you can do with a time-boxed exploratory refactoring. Like 15 minutes, 30 minutes. I've done that in extremely frequent whenever I faced a complex problem, because there is no better way to learn code than by actually trying to put your hands inside. So of course, after those 15, 30 minutes, you revert. Okay? Honestly, I think that this practice is currently missing from our habits. We should be doing this more often. We should be, whenever we don't really know how to estimate something, or we don't know what we need to change, we should be in the habit of, okay, committing everything that we had until there, and then explore a bit the landscape, see what's there, then revert and come again doing super tiny commits every time. Okay. Now, so you have a big problem to solve, a big refactoring to do. You identify the steps and then you do the changes, but the changes that you do on a branch that lives for 2 weeks, for example, or 3 weeks. Imagine a feature branch that lives a month, a feature branch that lives a month. And suppose you are fortunate and you get to work in pair programming. Now, in those 4 weeks of work, you will have ideas how to improve the code. You will have ideas. You will say, well, I want to change that. So that's bad. Let's change it. And that idea, you will refrain because you know what will happen if you do the refactoring. I mean, a larger scale refactoring. Then the merge conflict will happen. And this is one of the most annoying things in the life of a developer, next to interruptions, refactoring tests, and endless meetings. This is what annoys us, one of the in top 5 annoying things to resolve merge conflicts. Okay, so what happens really in practice is that you will not refactor because you know the pain that you will go through later. What are the, let's say, workarounds for that? Well, one brutal workaround is to go for trunk-based development. These are links in there. You can click on that in the PDFs. I will share the links after the slides on my social channels after this conference. Trunk-based development really means that you are working on the single branch and you write your stuff which is not yet done under an if. This is a bit scary for most, especially for most tech leads. What do you mean? And then what? And then I ship to production with a feature which is not ready? What the heck is that? Okay? This will allow you not to fork, not to branch. Okay, but you do need a very mature team. Okay, and very disciplined team, probably pair programming, TDDing, incremental DB scripts. It does come with continuous deployment pipeline. It does come with some more, let's say, high-end practices, if I can say that. That's why most teams don't really approach this. So a workaround, an easier workaround is whenever you are facing a larger refactoring, to maybe just drop what you're doing, come back again from master, do another pull request in which you do the preliminary refactoring, submit that separately to code review, merge that new branch into your branch, okay? Merge, how to draw this, merge this into this and continue from there. So do not do massive refactorings on your branch, of course, because yeah, that will kill the merge later. All right. I think I threw many ideas already, but here's one more. It's not my idea, this one. It's from JBrains, from Reinsberger. It's called micro commits, but it works like a charm. It goes like this. Whenever you are about to commit whenever you are working on a feature, do not squash or do not commit one single big commit, okay? But do multiple commits and don't squash them when you submit the pull request. Allow your reviewer to walk through them, and then in those commits, you should make separate commits whenever, for example, you do a large scale but safe refactoring with your IntelliJ, for example. Imagine you're renaming a package. That will change maybe hundreds of classes, but in a very superficial and safe way, right? On the other hand, you might be trying to do sometimes some refactoring, but without using the tool, without using IntelliJ, without using any automatic tools, like messing with booleans and doing like brain stuff. No matter how much I insist not to do that, but to use automatic tools, you will do it at some point. Whenever you do it, commit it separately and draw the attention of the reviewer, and that here bugs may be, right? There are very few bugs in here, although there are many changes. So, but it requires discipline, okay? And the third thing, of course, is when you add behavior. So the point is to commit separately to allow the reviewer to maybe even at some point skip these commits. Skip this, maybe. In IntelliJ, for example, when you look at the Git history, if you control-click several of these, you get the merged diff here in the right part. So you can actually skip those that are safe in some extent, but you do have to trust the team that you really just did automatic refactoring in there, right? Because otherwise, your reviewer will just look at those refactorings without really understanding what happens, right? So this will lead to easier code reviews and less bugs. That's interesting, because if you are able to do that, it means that you are really understood the problem and you really identified the steps. And if you identify the steps to do in the refactoring exercise, then 80% of the problem is done. Okay, so by aiming for this, you actually get to a stage in which the direction that you go is clearly the good one. Less bugs because you do super tiny commits, and each one can be checked individually. The problem is indeed that you need to explore. You need to know the steps. You need to know what are the refactoring steps. And I had some experiences of that in my life. We reverted the work we did in pair programming. We reverted the work we did the entire day. So at 6 p.m., we reverted what we did the entire day, because we couldn't just close it. We couldn't just come back to compilation and passing tests. The next morning, we start over, but it was far easier, infinitely easier to do 50 commits that day, all right? Good, so recap, what stops refactoring? First of all, time. In this regard, make sure you do sharp estimates as precise as possible and honest as possible. Learn to say no, improve your focus. I also found some teams, some people, which were rushing, although no one ever put pressure on them. I mean, they were in this habit of, oh, I need to finish fast. My friend, do your best, right? And even if I told them, do your best, they would come back to me, I'm done. But I knew they couldn't have been. So, and I asked them, is it really, really good? Is this the best code you can ever write? They always left to do one more improvement. So don't rush unless you really are under pressure, right? Fear, okay? Tests would fix that, of course, but pair programming and practice would also fix. I mean, it would also alleviate, lower the risk of that. Merge conflicts, okay? Trunk-based or short-lived branches. Lack of skills, but then that's the focus of the next part of this presentation, learn code smells. Another thing that happens is that you might not know the code. Imagine you are in a new project, you join a new project, and you have some nice ideas to refactor, but you don't really know the functionality of the code. If that's the case, remember, there is no other better way than learning the code than actually trying to refactor it. That's a trap over here. And I also fell in that trap, in this trap very, very often. I didn't know the code and I was afraid to touch it. But it turned out that if I really would dare to just throw myself in for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or half an hour, I already got a much better image while trying to do some little changes in the code. Right? Then just yesterday I had a team in which one of the brightest guys told me, okay, but if I see a huge pull request heading towards me, I will ask, why are there so many changes, right? So to make the life easier for your reviewer, do micro commits, and also you should be able to trust your colleagues. That's a tricky one in large teams. Lack of consensus. You don't really know what's good for the team. You don't have a, let's say, shared understanding, or you don't have those design goals set for the team. And I will advise you do some regular team design brainstorm meetings. Just 1 hour. What do we try to change? Not today, tomorrow, in 1 year, in 1 month. What is the goal? What class annoys us most? Which one do you want to break, and so on? It's super important for those which are new to the team, or those that have energy but don't know exactly in which direction to pull. Right? Fear of breaking some eggs to make the omelet. That's deep. It means that's deep. You have to break some eggs to make an omelet. What do I mean here? I mean that in time, the code quality always goes down. Okay, that's the universal law of thermodynamics. That's actually the second law. The entropy in the universe tends towards infinitum. The point is that you will be here at some point facing a large evolution that you see clearly that it will crash your design. You know for sure that if you don't do anything, your quality will just go very, 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 very bad. So what do you do? I'm talking here about the complex refactoring, the more complex refactoring. What do you do? You say to yourself, let's manufacture. But the reality is that most of the time, the first step to do is to merge code together and to get to worse code. That's counterintuitive. I should be cleaning, right? But the first thing you do, for example, you might merge two lines, two methods together in one single huge method to see the big picture and then break it up again into much smaller methods. So very often I did that in large legacy code bases. First thing you do, it feels like you're doing more mess than cleaning up. And that's true. That's really what happens. Because the deepest refactoring starts with making a bigger mess. There's a theory underlying that, but it is a local minimum of entropy. So you now shake the system a bit, and then it arranges in a different style, in a different structure. Complicated. But the idea is, however, that you have to have faith that you will reach the other end, right? And also not only the faith that you will reach that other side, but also the strength to revert. If you see that you never recover, if you see that the road is blocking and it's going to nowhere, you should be able to revert without crying, right? And that helping with that is being fast. If you are fast, you won't be very depressed if you throw away 1 hour of work. If you are quite slow and you spend half a day or a day doing that, of course you'll cry. Okay, it's very depressing to throw out your attempt. That's what I mean here by fear of breaking eggs to make breaking eggs to make the omelet, right? And of course, I need to mention this. The YOLO-driven development. Do you know what the YOLO-driven methodology is? It's quite beautiful. Let me share with you. Do not refactor. It is a bad practice. Do not read documentation. Do not use naming conventions. You only live once. Don't indent. I like the last ones. I don't always test my code, but when I do it in production. Right. Perfect. Real men deploy to FTP. Like I want to be a woman, man. So do not use naming. This kind of guy that just I don't care. Right? If you are facing such a colleague, it's very hard to. It can be really challenging to get him on the right track. The first thing I will try with such a developer. I hope you never have to work with such a guy. But first thing you do, you make it fun. You play together. You solve some refactoring coding cutups. You do some pair programming sessions. You do some interactive code reviews with him, and you discuss and debate and share with him the joy of writing code, because writing code is fun. Refactoring is fun. It's addictive. It's super interesting. Right? Share that joy with him. And if not, there is also the legacy experience. That COBOL project that is 25 years old that has a bug that someone has to fix. Let's not go there. Good. So that's basically what stops us from refactoring. Okay, time, fear, lack of skills or knowledge about the project, consensus with the team, chaotic refactoring, merge conflicts, risks sometimes to do a bigger mess, and careless. I don't care. Good. Now let's focus about code smells. That was the second part of the presentation. It's only 15 minutes. I could speak about that for 1 day or two, but really scratching the worst code smells out there. I will start with the king, which is large method. I've seen methods of more than 1,000 lines. Yes, 1,000, 1000, 10 to the power of 3. Yes. I've seen classes of 35,000 lines of code. 35,000 lines of code. Let me write this down. Perhaps you don't. You may be the happy developers in Java that work with small little microservices, but you have to know that the vast majority of the current code base in Java looks like, maybe not like that, but yeah, worse than your code. So a method larger than 20 lines should be, of course, broken down. 20 lines fits a screen. It's the old rule from the time of Borland C. But you can actually make it shorter if that method contains creepy, weird business logic. If your head hurts when you read the method, even if it's 20 lines, break it further into smaller pieces. And of course, there are other how do you call this? Other factors that will push it to refactor, like to break functions, like separation by layers of abstraction, like model view controller to split presentation from business logic. There are many reasons to break a method. So speaking about the number of lines is superficial in reality. But yeah, 20 is like a maximum, maybe even 30 for stupid methods. But for those methods which takes time to understand, make them shorter. But of course, there is a reverse to this method. There is a downside. I mean, you shouldn't really, if you can't find a good name for a method, don't extract the method and name it F1. That's not the point. The point is to extract the method so that it tells a story. If you don't have a good name for the method, maybe even better, leave the bigger method in place. Maybe sometimes. Goat class, of course. Now for goat classes, there is no excuse. For large methods, yeah, you could sometime go over that, but 200, 300 lines maximum, after which the build should fail. The build should have a build plugin, a Maven plugin that fails the build if you commit over 300 lines, to be more generous, let's say. Okay? So goat class are extremely bad because they clearly violate both of them. They violate the single responsibility principle. What are you doing in that class? Right? Does it have a role or is it just a bag of functions? Now, too many parameters. This is one of my favorite. When I do the clean code workshops with different teams from various companies, if I have 2 days with them, I ask for production samples and I refactor those production samples in front of them. And very often I find methods with 7 arguments. And I think more than 30% of the time, I can find a class that would group those parameters. Let me quickly show you. I want to demonstrate a bit of code also. So you have this intervals intersect, for example, with 4 arguments. I know it's silly. It's a silly example, but still. And the idea is that you have intervals intersect, start of the first interval, start of the second interval. There are 2 intervals in here. So you might figure out that you are missing a class, that you might group together these 2 arguments. And you could, of course, go Tarzan style and say, I want just to do interval. But if you do that, your whole compilation will break, right? I mean, it's frustrating. Your cortisol level rises, your lifespan decreases. You don't want to do compilation failures. So there are a couple of solutions. The most geek of them is the following. You just introduce a parameter object, creating a new class called interval. And you say to IntelliJ that I want to put these 2 inside. And this creates a new class, for Christ's sake. And everyone who ever called this method now get to instantiate the new class. And it's like, what the heck, really? In a second, right? Poof, there's your interval. With a bit of polishing, it's done, really. Start, end, right? Come on, it's obvious what I'm trying to do. So here, end. Good. So interval, start, end. Very nice. Now, I want to use the same interval into here, right? So the same thing. Introduce, please note the shortcuts that I'm spacing. Introduce parameter object, introduce parameter object. I have a cheat sheet with all the shortcuts, with most shortcuts that I press on my website. Clean code interval, there you go. And start end 2 will be using the same class that I created previously. Refactor, boom. And when I do that, the code changes everywhere with no breaking changes, no compilation failures. That's what I want to say. Right. So this is interval 1. And this is interval, not the right press. So Control Z, I just pressed the most useful refactoring in the world, Control Z. Right? Just I did it wrong. I did a collision. So interval 1, there you go. And then you realize that, wait a second, since I have this interval class, why not putting this bit of logic, this bit of homeless logic into the interval itself? So I can do this with F6 or not F6. Actually, it's called convert to instance method, in which IntelliJ asks which class will become the home of this method, and you say the interval. It's quite mind-blowing. How does it do that? Right? Boom, and there you go. You are in the interval. This is your method. Of course, the name is not correct. It's called just intersects. Perhaps it's better. And this is just other. I won't call my own getters also. It's like start, and this end, of course, I don't call my own getters here also. It's done, right? And this is it. In the other place, the code was automatically updated. Okay? This is just an example of some things you can do with IntelliJ. Eclipse doesn't know all the steps, really, but that will do the stuff very easy, right? And what we actually did, in the new class we discovered, we've added some logic. Well, that's quite interesting. That's OOP over here, right? You can get to dissipate your logic into the objects that you're working with. Super powerful because it cleans away the middle part. The high-level policy becomes cleaner if you push the nasty little details in the collaborator objects, like I did over here. So this is very, very deep, really. You just find some grouping of data that moves along without a name, and you make it, you give it a name. You make it interval, for example. And very often you can detect this by looking at the methods with lots of arguments, right? Very often there is a little object sitting in there waiting for you to discover it, right? And then what you do next with that little object that you discover, you can actually push it. You can actually simplify your code. You can enforce constraints on this interval. Does it make sense to construct an interval if the start is after end? I guess not. So if, throw exception, done, right? You can enforce constraints. You can add logic, and you can reuse this object into other larger objects by composition to basically simplify your entities, simplify your data objects throughout your entire system. So this is a super powerful idea to this. I think is the most common thing I note in projects that I see. The fear of creating new classes. People just reluctant to creating new classes, right? I see it all the time. Of course, the classes that you create should not just be dumb with get and set, but instead they should have some bits of logic inside, right? Like I did with this interval. And as a matter of fact, remember the method from which I came? Let me just try to use this technique, right-click, git history for selection, for example, yeah. The method from which I started was using two intervals at some point. When I used two intervals, this method was suffering from a code spell known as feature envy. One of my favorites, when there is logic which operates on state of another object. What you can do, what I see people not doing on a common basis, is to push that logic next to the state, right? Most of Java developers are in this mindset that we have to have logic in the services and entities in their own dynamic model. No, I want you to enrich a bit the model, to disseminate the logic that you can work on the state of a single object, to put that method in that object also. Primitive obsession takes this even further. Talks about us using primitives everywhere, like this one. Redeem coupon, long string. If you just look at the types, nothing tells you what is this long or what is this other one. And you might actually confuse them at some point. You might pass the arguments. You might swap the arguments by mistake at some point. Or this one. Oh my God. Map of a long to list of longs. What the heck is that, right? This long over here is not really, only by looking at the name of the variable could you figure out what these are. This is called primitive obsession, and one solution to that is to define microtypes. This is what they call it. For example, customer ID, coupon ID, phone number, super tiny objects that represent this long. And you can't possibly confuse one with the other because they have different types, right? Or here, this is really, really cool. Map of customer ID to list of order ID. But folks, don't get me, I want to make it clear, this object hides inside a single long. It's like a wrapper for the long to provide semantics. Okay? This is very cool. You might be tempted to do it, but my warning for you is that this is a decision to take at the beginning of a project. This is not possible to refactor to such a convention after 1 or 2 years of development. You will not be able to pull it off. It's too hard. Right? So primitive obsession, to escape the primitive obsession, you made the concept explicit by introducing new small classes, even if it's a single string or a long. Right? The ID type is called endowment-driven design. It's quite a technique to look into. Right? Then, one more dramatic code smell. Between these two pictures, there are 5 differences. I'll let you several seconds to search for some. 5 differences. Well, there is the bush, of course, but there are 4 others. Right? Now, why am I showing this? Why? Because this is you comparing 2 pieces of code which are almost identical, but you will find several minor differences, and you will ask yourself the $1 billion question: is it a bug or a feature? Is this bush missing for a reason, or is it just someone that changed this code but forgot to cut the bush from the other part? Okay. So this is what happens to you if you copy paste code, if you duplicate code, of course. You knew that, but this is when it gets really nasty, right? Duplicated code. Another symptom of that is when you get to change a lot of classes, when you do like trivial changes, result in changing 7 classes at once. Right? This is called shotgun surgery. Right? The idea is to unify the identical code, of course, by extracting methods, classes, unifying stuff, putting them in the same place. The opposite of that is not doing that. Unfortunately, I don't have time to explain what this would mean, but the general idea is that a function is called by many parties, by many places in the code, and this method grows to fulfill the requirements, the needs of all its users, of all its callers. What will end up, it's a huge method. In this case, what you should be doing is actually to split the method into subparts, generally speaking. So divergent changes is the act of refusing to copy paste anything and to reusing a method for a very large number of cases. And I want to throw some more ideas at you here. First, switch. Switches are a code smell, right? Not any switch, repeated switches, right? And when you have the switch on the same thing placed in several parts in the code, if you add in one part 1 extra case, the risk is that you will forget to add the matching case for the other switches in your system. So this is why repeated switches are bad. Now, one classical solution for that is to employ polymorphism. But there are other alternatives, more concise, like enum with logic or function references, and of course the most awaited functional switch in Java 17, which is very, very good, and it could actually catch cases in which you forget to add cases. I don't have time to demonstrate that, but you should think about repeated switches and do something about them. Loops. In Refactoring 2nd edition, the book in December 2018 by Martin Farrer and Kedbeck, one of the key or one of the cornerstones of refactoring, says that loops are a code smell. What? Loops? A for is a code smell? The reason they mention loops there is that today, with the tools we have in most languages, Java including, having a for doing multiple things is dangerous. Especially since the alternative, I mean, what do they say? If a for is large and doing many things, we should break the for into multiple fors, like 4 and 4, 2 fors. And then maybe later move to a functional style code to just do the A separately, do the B separately. There are some catches, some tricks in that regard, but loops should be avoided today. Let me see, how much do I have to? Oh, just this is the last thought. Yeah. So imagine a function do stuff, and you find out after several hours of minutes of inspecting the code that before calling do stuff, you have to set x, because the method do stuff reads from the x field. So what you do, you need to put set x before. And then you find out that that function produces some outputs which it leaves in a y field, in the y field. So you need to get the results of that function from this field. Oh my God, this is so bad. This is called a temporary field. X is a temporary field holding some data in the object until the do stuff is invoked. What you should do instead, of course, is to pass the argument in as to the function and get the result out from that function. Okay, this is called temporary field, but it also is a sign of temporal coupling. You can mention this as being temporal coupling because if you swap the order of these two lines, your code will go. Yeah, we have a bug, a not obvious bug. Right? Temporal coupling. The order in which we invoke method starts to matter. Extremely evil in large code bases. Okay, so avoid temporal coupling, avoid temporary field, and also avoid mutable data, especially if it lives for a long time. I also had some talks about immutability and pure functions. So go Google. But the idea is that mutable data, if it lives, if 1,000 lines of code have access to one mutable instance, one of those 1,000 lines of code will attempt to change that object, will mutate, will call a setter. And this is bad because it becomes then extremely hard to find out who changed it. Extremely hard. That's why we go for immutability for the more complex parts of their code base. Now, of course, if you put multi-threading to the party, then rest in peace, my friend, because multi-threading plus mutable data, global, this is the end. And actually, this is the end. Why does it matter to know code smells? Because defeating the evil starts with naming it. Why? What do you mean? Our brain operates with words. I ask people, look at this code. Do you like it? And they say, bad code. And then I continue. What is that you don't like it? And they say, I don't know, it just sucks, right? This is normal at the beginning of your career, but the problem is that if you don't have words to name what's wrong with the code, first of all, you don't know how to fix it. Secondly, because all the code smells, by the way, in this book, in this wonderful book, Refactoring Second Edition, chapter 3, it's how I would advise you start reading. It's called Bad Smells in Code, lists all the major code smells out there. And in every chapter, there are links to how you can fix those. Links on how you can fix those. Like with refactorings, there are mechanisms how to fix every code smell in the world. Right? So you need to know code smells first, because you need to know that there are solutions to that. And second, because your brain needs to operate with that. So you need to know about long method goat class, data clumps, long parameter list, primitive obsession, feature envy, especially this one. Data class are bad, duplicated code, shotgun surgery, divergent code, like we explained, repeated switches, loops, temporary fields, comments, right? You need to have, and there are much more in this book, and also on some websites out there that you can read. And something that you really have to know. This is the end, or is it? Is it the end? Is it the end? No, it's a beginning, because there is much more to study. There is the first half of this wonderful book, Lincoln, from Uncle Bob. There is the chapter 3 that I quickly skipped through, chapter 3 from this book, and then read following the links. This, in case you're completely newbie for Lincoln, and this if you want to practice with your colleagues in some workshops, in some mob programming and stuff. That was Abdi, that was all, folks. Thanks a lot and I hope I didn't speak too fast. It's all recorded, that's the good news. If you want to reach me and join my community, this is my site, this is my Twitter, yeah, you can find me. Thanks a lot. And I'm on time, incredible.
Yes, you're on time. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, I think it was like an awesome session. The feedback that we're having over here, over YouTube and our social media is actually positive. So some people are actually saying that you have too much coffee, maybe because you were very excited.
I didn't drink coffee, especially to be more relaxed.
Yeah, but I mean, you were so excited, right? So people really love your enthusiasm. So I mean, thank you so much for bringing that. I mean, it's really awesome to see it here so much in the morning, at least for us. I mean, I know you're like 2 hours away, I believe, from us.
It's 2 o'clock.
Yeah. So in here it's like 12. yeah, I mean, I don't think we have just like these couple of comments. I don't think we have a couple and any more questions. Anyway, we don't have too much time left. So
Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Twitter, so you can please reach out Victor on Twitter and ask him things directly. I'm pretty sure he will more than happy to answer them. He's very active on Twitter. So yes, Victor, I'm gonna let you go. So thank you so much for joining us today, and hope we will see each other again anytime soon in person.
God, we hope.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Wish? Thumbs off?
When I started out at Iconium, I was pretty experienced in HTML and CSS, but I would call myself more templater than a front-end engineer. I talked to my boss and told him that I would like to go a little more in the direction of scripting. I was supported so much by the guys here. They gave me a less workload so I can learn on the job. Well, I started out as a templater and now I'm able to write in Angular and in Vue.js, React, everything. And now I can call myself a scripter.
A Iconium é uma empresa focada em todo o processo de transformação digital, portanto somos parte do grupo Volkswagen, apesar de termos também um vasto leque de clientes que trabalham, onde trabalhamos fora do grupo e mercado automóvel, e portanto é uma empresa que trabalha em todo o processo de transformação digital em várias áreas, em Innovation and Strategy, em e-commerce, em soluções tecnológicas, para principalmente construir digital units. Portanto, o nosso main focus, portanto, o nosso valor principal é criar digital champions. Portanto, o ano 2020 foi claramente um ano muito desafiante para nós, apesar de que a Iconium cresceu mais do que nunca. Nós, obviamente, com a situação da pandemia, tivemos a principal preocupação em dar surveys aos nossos colaboradores, portanto, providenciámos um survey aos nossos colaboradores para perceber como é que nós iríamos transformar para um novo normal. E com isto conseguimos implementar o que nós chamamos o Hybrid Workplace, onde estamos focados em garantir a flexibilidade aos nossos colaboradores para conseguirem estar a trabalhar remotamente e também poderem vir ao escritório para socializar, para ter eventos da empresa e para também para as pessoas que de facto preferem ter este modelo mais flexível. Portanto, foi um ano desafiante a nível de alterações, onde esta pandemia claramente foi uma das maiores preocupações, mas a Iconium, como um grande foco nas pessoas, teve esta principal preocupação em garantir que há um modelo implementado à nossa realidade. Portanto, tivemos que nos adaptar cross-location, portanto, somos uma empresa multinacional onde tivemos que respeitar a legislação da Covid-19 e estamos mais fortes que nunca e este novo modelo claramente veio para ficar. Portanto, Innovation, Mobility, Future. Este podcast veio claramente para conseguir criar aqui uma comunidade e uma rede à volta da mobilidade. O mercado automóvel e o mercado da mobilidade está a transformar-se muito rapidamente e a Iconium, para conseguir alargar a sua rede e criar uma comunidade e um fórum de discussão, lançou este podcast, onde claramente queremos garantir que com os vários conhecimentos nesta rede da mobilidade podemos claramente inovar o futuro da mobilidade. Portanto, este primeiro trimestre foi claramente um trimestre onde nós estivemos focados na estratégia da Iconium para 2025. Esta estratégia está claramente assente nos valores principais da Iconium: impacto, courage, mindfulness e collaboration. Esta estratégia teve assente vários pilares, portanto, focada em pessoas, na organização e nos nossos clientes. Nas pessoas, nós claramente estamos muito fortes no recrutamento, estamos a crescer a olhos vistos com muito mais projetos e um leque vasto de clientes e, portanto, queremos claramente reforçar o conhecimento através dos nossos centros de competência que estamos a alavancar durante este ano e ao longo dos próximos anos, portanto 2022 não será uma exceção, e reforçar as nossas parcerias tecnológicas. A nossa rede de parceiros também é um pilar estratégico nesta até 2025 e com isto tudo, obviamente, alavancar toda a nossa estrutura organizacional e, consecutivamente, o nosso portfólio de clientes que será cada vez mais vasto, tanto dentro do grupo Volkswagen como para fora do grupo Volkswagen.
If we share the same language,
why not the same voice?
if we share the same values,
Why not the same goals?
If we share the same commitment,
Why not the same reputation?
if we share the same knowledge, why not the same expertise?
If we share the same technology,
why not the same innovation?
If we share the same passion,
why not the same experience?
If we share the same world, why not the same people?
I2S is now part of the Aeminium Group and becomes Clever to bring you a complete and global solution in life and non-life software for insurance companies. Clever Aeminium Group.
we share.
We share the best.
Okay, and thank you everyone for joining us to the next session of Jnation, right? So in here I have really pleasure to have Johan with me. Hey Johan, how's it going?
Hi, I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm okay, thank you so much. I mean, really pleasure to have you here with us. I know that we wanted you to speak at the conference for so long, and finally we can make it happen. Too bad we cannot make it in person here in Portugal. Maybe you can do it next year, hopefully.
Yes.
We'll love to host you. So anyway, I know they're going to talk us a little bit about Java 16 and 17, which is like very exciting. Like the new, so 16 already came out. People are expecting 17. Are you ready using 16 and 17?
Yes, we're basically transforming as we speak to 17.
Cool. So I hope that you can share some of that knowledge with our audience. So without any further delays, I mean, the stage is yours, so feel free to move.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Let's share my screen. So basically, we're going to talk on how and why to upgrade to Java 16 or 17. As said, my name is Jnation. I work for Sanoma Learning. And, let's move to the next slide. So short the agenda, basically we first cover why you should actually upgrade and then move on to actual steps that you need to take while upgrading and give you some tips and tricks on what you can expect when upgrading, so it hopefully is easier for you to do. If you have any questions, you can ask them later or during the session, and Roberto can interrupt me if he wants, or afterwards. It's also possible to contact me. I also gave Roberto a list with the links which are quite interesting, which are sometimes also shown on the slides, but you can find them in the Slack later as well. I created a GitHub page, which basically is the basis for this talk, which contains a lot of information. I can quickly show that one as well. And so it shows background information, but also like what's changed in which Java version, what errors do you get when you still use it, and how can you fix it. So that's basically also what we will cover in this talk. And so that can help you as a nice reference material, and it's still being updated as we're currently moving towards Java 17 as well. A little bit of background. I didn't get all this knowledge by Googling a lot. I've been upgrading Java for many years to Java 8, to Java 11, and upgrading frameworks and stuff like that for years. Still Googling a lot, as everyone, of course, if you find any errors. But that's a bit about my background and where this talk came from. We're currently in the process of upgrading everything to 17, so that as soon as it's being released, we can actually start running our applications on Java 17. Why then should you upgrade? There are quite some good reasons for that. For instance, free performance improvements, but also security fixes and bug fixes. But I think for developers, it's also nice because you can use the new features such as records, pattern matching, and all kinds of nice things in the new Java versions. And I think in this time where it's quite hard to keep and attract developers, for a company, it's also interesting to upgrade because then they can offer developers new and exciting technologies. I also sometimes get the question, yeah, why should I upgrade? It's really a lot of work, and yeah, of course it can take a bit of work. But I think most people are a bit afraid about Java 9, the module system, or Jigsaw, because people think that you need to incorporate that into your application. And that's actually not true. You can perfectly upgrade to Java 9 without rebuilding your application with the module system. That still works, and I think that's what like 95% of all the projects are doing on this moment. So you don't have to be afraid for that. It goes relatively easily. Some companies, of course, also create applications that run not within the company, but on customer hardware. And then sometimes it is a bit harder to upgrade that because your customer needs to upgrade those machines, actually. For that, there is maybe a little bit of an idea. At least I know that a lot of people aren't aware of it, so I thought it would be good to mention it in this talk. So nowadays, with the multi-release jar feature in Java, you can actually have multiple versions of Java inside one jar file. So in this example, we have an application file in the Java.com example directory and a student file. Next to that, we have a Java 17 folder, which also contains a student file. But let's see how that works in an editor. So I have an application file, which basically retrieves the Java version this is being run in, some information from the student, and it checks whether two example students contain a blank in their name. Then we have a student class, which is probably quite familiar. It's a class file. I implemented a isBlank method where I need some checks for to implement that. I return some info that this is a Java class, and that's basically it. Then we look at Java 17. What you notice immediately is that this is not a class, but a record. So it's a new Java feature. And one of the other new Java feature is the string.isBlank method, which basically does the same thing as the method I implemented for the older Java versions. And here I return that this is a Java record. I also need to configure some stuff in this case in Maven. So I say that the normal code in the source main Java directory should be compiled with Java 8. And I have some other code, the stuff in the Java 17 directory, which should be compiled with Java 17. I also have a little bit of configuration to say that my main class is the application class, but that's not really release specific. And then I created a Docker file, which basically starts by using a Maven on Java 17. It will then package the application and run the application. Next, we will use that same jar file, but then we will run it on Java 8. And in the last step, we will do the same, but then on Java 11. Now, if you execute this, yes, this one. It will basically execute all the steps one by one. And if we scroll up a little bit, so we see here Java 17 is being used, the record implementation is being used, and the two checks are being done for the isBlank. In Java 8, we see that the Java class is being used, and again, the checks. Java 11, we also see that the Java class is being used and the two checks. So basically on Java 17 or higher, the code in the Java 17 directory is being used. And for the older versions, the code in the Java directory is being used. And so you can use that, for instance, if there are some performance benefits in a new version of Java, some methods that perform a lot better, you can basically create a version for that new version of Java, which then your customers can use if they have that new version of Java, and customers that don't have that new version of Java can still use the old version, which might perform a bit less. However, there are some things that you really need to keep in mind. So every version, in my case for the student, should implement the same public APIs, because else you of course can get runtime issues if you call methods on a Java version that don't exist in that Java version. Unfortunately, that's not yet enforced by build tools, so I can perfectly build it with Maven, where I have differences in the various implementations in the public API. Luckily, the IDE, at least IntelliJ in my case, gives a warning. And nowadays in Java 17, the jar tool is updated. So you can also use the jar -- validate to validate if your jar is indeed correctly implemented. So this might be a nice to, for some small parts, I wouldn't recommend like creating your complete code base in 3 different versions of Java, because that of course means that you have to test it and maintain it in 3 different versions of Java. So it's nice for maybe some small parts where you really want to use new APIs of the JDK. One thing that also, in our case at least, and I think a lot of companies are using it nowadays, makes it easier is the use of Docker. So before, when we upgraded Java, we had to upgrade the build environment, often a Jenkins machine or something like that. And later we needed to upgrade all the production environments, the development environments, the test environments and everything. That sometimes was even a manual task, sometimes automated. With Docker, that is a lot easier. Basically, in our case, the team can upgrade the Java version in their Docker file, and that's being used to build the application in the build pipeline for CI/CD. And we have Docker files to run the application, which the teams can also upgrade themselves. So every team can do this on their own pace. We don't need central machines to be upgraded. It's all abstracted away with Docker. So if you plan to regularly update your environments, I think an abstraction layer like Docker can help quite a lot with it. Yeah, so this session is basically there because a lot of applications are still on very old Java versions, 8 or even older. And a lot of people think that it's really hard to update it. And I fully agree that it's hard to estimate it because there are a lot of differences between projects. It really depends on what dependencies you're using and what plugins and stuff. Nonetheless, I've seen estimates for the migration from, for instance, Java 8 to 11, which ranged from weeks to months for one project, which was maintained by one team. Well, I actually managed to do that upgrade in a couple of days. And that partly was due to my experience with previous upgrades, but it's also because developers often really overestimate it. And then the business management decide to postpone it because they see it as too large of an investment. So I think it's also good to get a good view of what you really need to do and how much work it is to make sure that we can actually convince management and business to do these upgrades and stay on a current version of Java. So it is a bit of a challenge, but let's tackle that challenge. And what I've seen is that a lot of the things that I see in one project while upgrading it, they occur in the next project as well. So there's a large overlap of issues between the various projects. So what I hope to do here is share the common issues that you are probably going to get while upgrading. So you can easily solve them and focus on the maybe specific challenges that you then still have in your application. I use Maven as an example, but of course you can use Gradle or any other tools to do this as well. And so let's go on this journey together because hopefully that's more fun, and I really hope it saves you some time and make it quicker to migrate. One thing I think is interesting before you start with migrating is to think about where do you want to migrate to? Before we had a Java release every couple of years. Now we have a LTS, long-term support release every 3 years. We are on 11 now. In September 17 will be released. But in the meantime, there are a lot of other versions released from Java. Between 11 and 17, that was of course 12 to 16. Every 6 months we have a new release. I think the big change, the big difference between those releases is that an LTS version receives support and minor updates for a really long period of time, at least until the next LTS version. And depending on the vendor, which JDK you're using, it can be for an even longer period of time. While for the minor updates, most vendors stop support after 6 months. So you can no longer do a minor upgrade after 6 months. I've heard there are some vendors such as Zulu who actually provide support for those versions for a longer period of time, but in general, it's the LTS versions that are receiving minor updates for a longer period of time. So what to pick then, the minor upgrades or the major upgrades? We made the decision to still stay on the major updates because that make sure that we have some more time to upgrade. Minor updates are still being rolled out. We don't run the risk of being on a version that's no longer supported. However, I can imagine that for us that might change if, for instance, Java 18 introduces some really cool features. We might then see if we can change that decision again. But for now, we think that it is quite some hassle for our teams to every 6 months do an upgrade, and we're not sure if they get the time to do that from management and the business. So that's why we play it safe for now, but evaluate at a later point if that's a good decision. So when you upgrade, what do you actually have to upgrade? In general, an application consists of some code that you've written yourself, some dependencies, and it all runs on Java, on a JDK. Now, in a new version of the JDK, something can be removed, and then you need to change something in your application code, in your dependencies, or maybe even both. There it can really pay off to sometimes have a little bit of patience. If you wait for a little while, then hopefully the dependencies already have released new versions which are compatible with the latest version of Java. And actually, when we say deleted in the JDK, in general, stuff isn't deleted immediately inside the JDK. It's first marked for deprecation, and at a later stage, it's being deleted. So if we look at an example, for instance, JAX-B, it was a normal feature in Java 8. After that, it was deprecated for 2 versions. So when you upgraded to Java 9, you already got a nice warning that you should do something. And if you then already resolved the issue, then by the time it was actually removed in 11, you were already done with it. So it's a nice notification mechanism to notify you that you need to take some action. And then you have basically enough time to do that. So what can be removed inside a JDK? That's basically almost anything. Probably you're familiar with methods and things being removed, but even garbage collectors or encryption algorithms and stuff like that can be removed as well. So it's almost anything. If you want to see in detail like what's being removed, you can look at the Java Almanac.io or the Fuji version of the Java Almanac.io. It contains a detailed website on everything that changed in the APIs. So you can see which methods are being added, deleted, or marked for deprecation. So that's really interesting. I wouldn't recommend it as reading it through from start to finish, because that might be a bit boring. But if you do an upgrade from one version to the other and you get some compile errors because methods are missing, this might be helpful to figure out what happened to those methods and if there is an alternative available for those methods. There is some more detailed release information available. On the OpenJDK website, there is a lot of information regarding the releases and what will be in those releases. And the Oracle release notes contain some more detail. So let's have a brief look at those as well. So if you look at the OpenJDK website, here we can see the various JEPs, the Java enhancement proposals, or basically the features being added in or removed in JDKs. They're all mentioned here, so you can click through and get some more information. So this is basically on a high level what's changed in a JDK version. And you can watch it for 16 or any other version as well, or simply change the number here. And then there is the Oracle release notes, and they contain quite a bit more detail. So we can see, for instance, what features are being removed. So here we see some things being removed, some flags that are being deprecated, certificates being removed. So a lot of detail and information in here as well. Again, I would use this as a reference. You don't need to read through all of this before upgrading. I actually read this only after I did most of my upgrades already, basically. Then when you upgrade an application, in general, I think upgrading an application goes relatively quickly, but it can be spread over maybe a longer period of time. If you can't work on it continuously. And then it's really helpful if you can have multiple JDKs running next to each other. One to do the upgrade to the new JDK, and one to run your existing application and maybe fix a bug or something like that. And there are some various ways to do that. You can either replace it, but that of course is quite a hassle. In case of Maven, you can use the Java home variable, which will be picked up by Maven to determine the JDK. There's the Maven toolchains. You can also use SDKmon to configure your JDK, or Docker. I use Docker in my examples also because it's really easy. People don't need to install various Java versions, and you know for sure that you have a clean environment and not some configuration laying around which is specific for your machine. The feedback loop, however, is a bit longer, of course, because you first need to create the Docker image and then run it, and only after that you get feedback if something is working or not. So I wouldn't use Docker for like the actual migration, but to later test if indeed everything is working, or to create small examples and test if they are working on various Java versions is really helpful. It helped me to create some small examples of dependencies I was using, which broke in a certain version of Java. And then I could share that with the maintainer so that they had a concrete example and a way to easily run those examples. So in my case, I use a Docker file based on Maven and Java 17 or some other Java versions as well. I add the code, and then I basically run the tests, and I keep running until the end. I don't stop at the first failed test. So you can change that as well if you want. To execute those steps, we have to say Docker build -t. We give it a name, in this case Java upgrade, and we specify the dot. The dot is important, don't forget that one. It's used for the context of Docker. Without it, it won't work. Then when we roll out a new Java version, I think the most logical steps is to start with your local machine, make sure everything runs there, then on the build environment, and as the last step on the deploy environments. I have to say I sometimes start on the build environment because I help other teams to migrate to Java 17, and sometimes it takes quite some work to set up everything on my local machine. So I start fiddling around on the build environment, but of course that's a bit tricky if you want to quickly change something. That's more difficult. So in general, I recommend starting on your laptop or desktop that you have. Then if you upgrade, I already mentioned you can upgrade from one LTS to another LTS, or you can also go to the minor versions. I would recommend when upgrading to not go from like 8 to 17, because if you have an issue, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. You don't know which Java version caused the issue. Well, if you migrate from one version to the other, you know which Java version caused the issue, so you can use that version with the stack trace or error you got and Google for it. And that's often a lot easier than only like an error. So I can recommend, if you have a lot of issues, try to do it step by step, the upgrade process. So let's look at the ingredients. First of all, of course, you should have an IDE with support for the Java version you're upgrading to. Doesn't have to be full support. I'm upgrading now to Java 17, which isn't like full supported, but I can do most of my checks well in the IDE. Nicest, of course, would be if it is fully supported, then you have all the support and you can do some refactorings as well. Then don't forget to upgrade build tools and plugins as well. Make sure you have a recent compiler plugin, for instance, for Maven, so that Java 17 is actually used and not underwater some older version of Java is being used. So we configure the Maven compiler plugin with the release, in this case, release 17. Then I always recommend to start with upgrading your dependencies. Probably it's best to do that on the old version of Java. First upgrade all the dependencies, check if your application still works, and then upgrade to the newer version of Java. In general, you need to update dependencies anyhow on a new version of Java, because sometimes some things break in the new version of Java, and new versions of the dependencies often solve those issues. Make sure to also check for new artifact and group names, but we'll come back to that in a later stage as well. If you want to figure out if there's a new version available for your dependency, you can use a Maven or Gradle versions plugin and basically execute these commands, and it will give you a list of all your dependencies and what the latest version is that is available. So that makes the upgrade process a bit easier, and your IDE, of course, also helps you with that. Then for the steps, I encourage to do everything like in small steps, so that you can show progress not only for yourself, but also for, again, the business and management, to show that you're making steps towards the goal instead of having to say, I think I'm 80% done, but I actually haven't finished anything yet. It helps if you first start with like compiling the source code. If you have that running, then you go to running the unit tests, or maybe before compiling the unit tests, and packaging the application, and in the end, test the running application. Again, doing everything step by step. And then if you're lucky, everything succeeds as promised, you have a nice pizza. But sometimes theory differs from practice. I've sometimes had dependencies that I tried to update on the old version of Java, but the dependency required a newer version of Java. Then of course you have to shuffle a bit in the ideal way of working, so to say. But let's look at some concrete things that have changed in the JDK. So Java 11, I think, was one of the bigger ones with a lot of changes that impacted quite a lot of applications. First, JavaVex was removed, but you can still download it as a separate build from Gluon. And what's also interesting is that JavaVex is removed from the specification and from like OpenJDK, but there are also vendors that create JDKs that contain more tools than just what's in the specification. In case of OpenJFX, there are Liberica JDK, which has a full build, and the OJDK build. They both contain OpenJFX out of the box in those builds, so you can use them as well, or simply use a Maven dependency for it. One thing that changed as well, where a colleague of mine had some issues with, was that some JDK fonts were removed. So previously, the JDK contained like a few fonts, only a really small set. So those fonts could be used in the application, for instance, by Apache Poi. Apache Poi can work with Office documents like Excel and Word. And apparently Apache Poi uses those fonts inside the JDK. However, they're no longer there. So now you have to use the fonts of your operating system. In case your operating system doesn't offer any fonts, then of course you will get an error. And you can resolve that by installing the fonts on your operating system. Java Mission Control was also removed. Java Mission Control is like a profiling tool and a monitoring tool for your application. If you haven't checked it out, I can really recommend it. It works really well to do all kinds of profiling and get detailed insights inside your application. And it's still available now under the new name JDK Mission Control through Adopt OpenJDK and Oracle. So you can download it as a separate tool. Then I think the change that impacts almost any application is the removal of the Java EE and Corba modules. And so Java EE, packages like JuxB, they basically are removed from the JDK, and you now need to use dependencies instead. And what you have to keep in mind there is what I mentioned briefly before, is that if you use new versions of dependencies, also check if the naming of the dependency hasn't changed. In the case of JuxB, it was previously known as a JavaX group ID, and nowadays it's a Jakarta group ID. So make sure that you are not only on the latest version of a dependency, but also that you check if the dependency didn't get a new name in the meanwhile. To make sure that you use the correct things in Java 11 and newer, you have to change the import because the naming has changed from JavaX to Jakarta, and you need to add the dependencies. By the way, if you want to figure out if the group IDs have changed, there are actually some nice plugins available for Maven and Gradle, which can help you to detect these kinds of issues. If we then look at what's removed from Java 11, we see a lot of things apart from the JuxB. Most of them got official replacements, except for Corba, which doesn't have an official replacement, but there is a Glassfish Corba implementation that you can use. So basically here, the column on the right is the most interesting one. Those are the dependencies that you need to add to your application if you use one of the modules on the left. In case of JuxB and JuxWS, you need to make sure that you include the dependency for both the API and for the implementation. That's why there are two mentioned for those two. For Java 15, there was one big change, and that was the removal of the Nashorn JavaScript engine. Before you could easily use Nashorn to do that. Nowadays, it's still relatively easy. You just have to add a dependency to it, and you can still keep using Nashorn. With Java 16, they worked on encapsulating the internals of the JDK even more. What's meant by that? It's basically internal APIs created by the JDK developers in the past, which basically weren't meant for normal customers, normal developers to be used. They were only meant to be used by other APIs inside the JDK. However, in the past, they couldn't really hide those. Only with the module system, they managed to better protect those, but there were still a lot of APIs available, internal JDK APIs, which aren't protected, and they are gradually making it harder and harder to use them, basically. Instead, you should use the higher level APIs, of course. In many cases, it's also a matter of upgrading dependencies. I had the issue of Lombok no longer working on Java 16 because of this change. However, within, I think it was 2 weeks or so after the release of Java 16, Lombok released a new version which resolved this issue. So if you're lucky, it's again waiting until there are some new dependency versions available and upgrade those. If that doesn't work, there is actually a way to work around it as well. So in case of Maven, we can specify some compiler arguments. And what we can do is basically we can say that we want to open up some internal stuff to the all unnamed module. So basically that means that all unnamed modules in your application can then use the internals specified in here. Of course, that feels a bit weird because it's like they put a lock on a door and you remove the lock and give everyone access. So I prefer to make sure that you upgrade either your dependencies, or if this is in your own code, make sure that you use other APIs of the JDK. For most scenarios, there are new higher level APIs available, so you should really use those and only use this workaround as a last resort. This is also where I can show how I try to use Maven toolchains, which is, I think, a more powerful concept where in the POM file, I can specify on which Java version the project should be run. However, if I used it on Java 16, I got the following error, compilation failure, and that was it, which isn't really helpful, at least for me. It was a too brief error, basically. If I ran the exact same example directly on Java 16, then I got a better error. And basically it says that at the bottom, module JDK compiler does not export blah, blah, blah processing to the unnamed module. So that's basically what we did before. In the Maven compiler arguments, we opened up those parts again to the unnamed module. If this is resolved in the Maven toolchains, then I think toolchains is a really nice feature to, within Maven, run your application on various versions of the JDK. But for now, it wasn't really helpful for me when upgrading. Java 17, so relatively new, still in progress. The final set of features is now complete, and some changes were made that impact existing applications. Applet API, for instance, was removed. I thought nobody would use that by now, but I heard in a previous session that there are still some companies who use this with really old browser versions to make sure it still runs. So if you still use those, then yeah, you have a bit of a challenge. AOT and JIT compiler features have been removed. If you're interested in those, you can have a look at GraalVM. And the thing that will probably impact a lot of us again is strongly encapsulate JDK internals. So in 16, they already made a step. In 17, it becomes even stricter. So before we could use a launcher option, -- illegal access, to basically give access to everything again, but that no longer works. It's no longer being used, the launcher option. So that workaround is gone. The only fixes you have for that again is upgrade your dependencies, use the right JDK APIs, so no longer the JDK internal APIs, or again use the add opens, which still works, but yeah, it might be a question how long it takes before even that support is being removed. So I think it would be good to stop using that. I've used it as an example when I ran some tests and they still needed some access to some JDK internals. I configured Surefire, so it opened up some stuff. So it's still possible, but I really wouldn't recommend to still work around these kinds of things. Please simply fix it. Then there are still some open issues in Java 17. So I'm in the process of upgrading some applications to at least make them build. So I sometimes encounter issues, and this was one of the issues I encountered. If you have an enum with methods inside in this case, for instance, the test, then it doesn't work. So if I mock this one, I get an error like this. I created an issue for it. It's linked at the bottom as well. Actually, the maintainers already picked it up and fixed it on master, but it still needs to be released. But hopefully it will be there long before Java 17 is officially released. So basically, we're doing the groundwork so that hopefully you will have an easier migration later. One other thing that I encountered was in a project we were using Kotlin, and the Kotlin Maven plugin doesn't work yet. It also gives a quite clear error. It says that the supported version is only up until 16, and this was with the latest release candidate of Kotlin. So I'm not completely sure when to expect the new version of Kotlin that supports Java 17. For now, in our application, it seems that I can get around it by specifying Java 16 and compile the code to Java 16. That also looks to work, but of course, it would be nice if we can use Java 17 for this as well. Then in various versions of Java, so not only in 17, but in others as well, I got errors, for instance, with Jacoco. And then they say unsupported class file major version, and then some version is being noted. Same goes for some other things like the PyTest, the Spring Boot Maven plugin, older version. They also say that it's an unsupported class file major version. If you see that error, you have to remember that class file major version 61 is basically Java 17. So the error means that that dependency doesn't work on Java 17 yet. For every example I've shown before, it was simply a matter of upgrading the dependency or the plugin to the latest version, and then it worked. So it's basically a hint to, again, update your dependency if you haven't done so already. And so then basically we are finished. We've managed to resolve the issues, and I will quickly show you how my examples work as well, because that might help you to basically use it as a trial and error or as an example use case to show that some things break and some things work on a new version of Java. So in this case, I have the enum example of Java 17. I created a really simple test for that, and I can run some Java commands against that. Of course, first go to the right directory, that also helps. 18 almost, but not yet. And let's get the right Docker command. So I first run it on Java 16 to show you that it still works on Java 16. So let's quickly do that. My command is a bit more sophisticated than the one you saw in the slides. It's basically to cache some stuff. So hopefully this will go quickly and you don't have to wait for it. But in basis, it's the same. It's doing the same as the command I've shown in the slide deck. So here we see the test being run on Java 16 and everything succeeds. We now do the same on 17. We see that it breaks with some exception, that it couldn't modify some stuff. So this is the issue that I shown you. They are working on it and it should be fixed quickly. And I've made examples like this for the various versions of Java and for various features. So you can look into these examples to see basically what was the old situation, which breaks on a new version of Java, and how to resolve that with actual code examples. You can add your own examples if you want as well, and feel free to send me any pull requests if you want your example or have any improvements for the documentation or anything like that. So that's basically how the examples work. More information can also be found in the README on how to run the examples. So basically we're done with like the hard and maybe a bit more annoying part, and that was upgrading the application. And now we can actually do the cool stuff. We can start using those new features like records and pattern matching and things like that. And maybe one good thing to note here is that I think in general, the upgrade from Java 8 to 11 is more work than the upgrade from 11 to 17. At least from my experience. Of course, it differs per project, but on the projects I migrated so far, it seems a bit easier. So that basically, I want to help you to not be too scared about upgrading to 17. It seems in general that it's relatively well doable. So I can really recommend you to start doing this. For me, I also had challenges convincing business and managers to do upgrades. And I simply sometimes on Friday afternoon, after my hours were finished or nearly finished, I started running stuff on a new version of Java, see what broke, made some small fixes, see what broke then. Sometimes I already got quite far, and otherwise I had a relatively good impression on what went wrong and even could estimate a little bit better on how much time it would cost. So I really recommend to just get started with the upgrade process. Just do it and make sure you make small steps for basically your own motivation, but also for the motivation of others. That was it basically from my side. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them now, or if you have questions later, ask them later basically.
Hey, Johan, yeah, that was a great presentation. Let me see if we have any questions for you. So let me have like a quick look. Here I mean there are some comments here like people enjoying the presentation, but I don't see that we have any questions, I guess. Let me have a quick look. Yeah, so we have a couple of questions over here. So one is from which Java version the Docker is supported?
At least from 8. I haven't tried it on an older version. I know that so some improvements in Java 11 were made to run more effectively memory-wise and things like that on Java 11, and those have been backported to Java 8. So if you use the latest version, latest minor version of Java 8, you should be good to run on Docker. That's no issue.
Okay, and we have another question here. So saying that, do you think that Java 16 or 17 is going to be Lombok's end or end of life?
That's an interesting question. I get a lot. And it's also something I encountered during all the upgrades, because most upgrades, you need to do something with Lombok, else it breaks. Especially now the internals of the JDK are more and more locked away. I think it might partly be the end of Lombok, because we can use records for some cases, but keep in mind that records are immutable. So for things like JPA entities, you still cannot use records. So I don't think Lombok will go completely away. I think it will be there for smaller parts. At least that's what I think.
Okay. And I don't think we have any more questions. Those were it. So if there is any further questions, so please feel to reach Johan on Twitter. I'm pretty sure he'll be more than happy to answer any of that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Yes, so thank you so much for joining our session today, Johan. Hopefully we can see each other again anytime soon, and please stay safe.
Yeah, you too. Thanks everyone for attending, and have a good conference.
Yes, wonderful. Yes, so we're gonna have like a quick break. So the next session is gonna start in 15 minutes. So you have more than time to go and drink some water, drink some coffee, maybe have some snack, and we'll be back. So the next session is also actually going to be coming from Josef Parmod and Maurice. This is from Flutter. They're going to talk a little bit of some of the new features coming in the new Java version. So I think it's going to line up nicely with what you just presented. Okay, see you in a while.
Bye.
Olá, eu sou o Luís, sou o Head of Engineering da XGeeks. O meu trabalho toca um bocadinho de negócio, de projeto e pessoas. Acima de tudo, pessoas, é o maior foco do meu trabalho, em que a ideia é o Head of Engineering poder ajudar todas estas pessoas, todos estes engenheiros que fazem parte da XGeeks a crescer, tanto do ponto de vista pessoal como profissional, e eu diria que isso resume um bocadinho aquilo que é o meu trabalho. A XGeeks em si é uma empresa que não se classifica como uma típica empresa de consultoria, primeiro porque queremos e estamos a dar, durante este ano de 2021, um grande foco à comunidade. Queremos apostar muito em projetos de comunidade, em projetos tal como a Jnation, em contribuições open source, e eu acho que isto por si só já nos diferencia um pouco das outras empresas. Em segundo lugar, porque gostamos muito de trabalhar produto e temos um foco muito grande em produto, sentimos-nos engenheiros de produto, e depois porque queremos ainda dar mais ênfase à parte da engenharia e queremos que os nossos engenheiros se possam especializar enquanto individual contributors em tecnologias que achem que façam sentido para a sua carreira. Ou seja, nós damos esta possibilidade de um engenheiro ir muito fundo numa tecnologia específica e até conhecer os internals dessa tecnologia, e nós gostamos desse tipo de approach. Isto diria que resume um pouco aquilo que é a XGeeks. 2021 tem sido um ano incrível para a XGeeks. Aliás, já 2020 tinha sido. A pandemia foi boa para nós, por assim dizer, ou seja, conseguimos, e também acho que a empresa foi boa neste contexto de pandemia, porque abriu as portas a muitos projetos e a muitos colaboradores. E como eu dizia, 2021 trouxe-nos imensos projetos, e eu aqui salientaria dois, talvez a Cloud Mobility e a Tamana. A Cloud Mobility, que é uma cloud verticalizada, em que nós estamos a ajudar na construção desse produto, em que, se calhar aqui para os nossos ouvintes, o mais interessante é a tecnologia, em que estamos a usar Java, Spring Boot, React, Go também, e acima de tudo, toda a Cloud Mobility assenta em Kubernetes. E depois a Tamana, que é um marketplace no Médio Oriente, que nós também ajudamos a construir, que está feito em Java, Spring Boot e em Next. Este ano estamos a focar essencialmente Java, JavaScript, Python e DevOps, são as tecnologias que nós queremos apostar mais e que temos mais espaço na equipa para crescer. E por isso, se houver alguém que queira juntar-se à nossa equipa, candidatem-se. Bem, o nosso tech stack é muito difícil de definir, até porque é muito vasto. Ou seja, nós, aliás, estamos neste ano de 2021 a trabalhar no nosso Tech Radar para também ser mais fácil dar visibilidade a todas as pessoas que querem conhecer um bocadinho mais da XGeeks, aquilo que nós fazemos em termos de tecnologia. Mas diria que desde o Java, como eu disse, Java Spring Boot, desde o Python, tanto Fast API como Django, React, ou seja, React Vue e Angular, usamos as três em diferentes projetos, e depois toda a parte de DevOps, por assim dizer, faz parte do nosso tech stack. Eu acho que quando lançarmos o nosso Tech Radar vai ser muito mais fácil, e acho que aí as pessoas também que tiverem curiosidade para ver, basta seguirem-nos no nosso Twitter e no YouTube, onde temos estado a fazer também algumas live streams sobre neste caso, Java, e poderão depois, com mais facilidade, encontrar estas novidades.
all pretending we know what we're doing, but we know that we're still just young. Love, heartbreak, kids, acting like we're somehow.
Okay, and hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for the fourth session of the day on Jnation Online 2021. So I'm very happy to have with me Jose and Maurice. Hi Jose, hi Maurice. How's it going?
Hi Roberto.
So Jose, you're in France, Maurice, you're in Scotland, right? I'm guessing that both of you are following the Euro Cup. Or you guys don't really like football?
No, not at all.
Just Java, right?
When are we going to beat you, Roberto, again?
Other things, but not football.
Is it tonight or tomorrow night?
It's gonna be like in a couple of days, right? So hopefully, let's see what happens. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah. So anyway, Jose and Maurice are gonna bring us a really cool session that I already have the chance to have a look at. So I guess that without any further delay, let's go for it, right?
Sure.
Hello, and welcome to our talk on the sincerest form of flattery and to Jnation. We hope you're enjoying the conference. According to the English proverb, the sincerest form of flattery is supposed to be imitation. And this talk is about how mainstream programming languages, Java and Scala in particular, have been gradually accumulating and imitating the best features of functional languages. It's not been a completely straightforward process, and we're going to describe some of the problems Java and Scala have met along the road and how those problems have influenced the shape that functional features have taken in those languages. Our hope for this talk is that at the end of it, as Java programmers, you'll have a better understanding of why things are done the way they are in Java, and an appreciation of new functional language features that are continuing to appear in Java. If you're a Scala programmer, you can just look on and feel smug. Well, most of the time. So, I'm Maurice Naftalin. I've written about Java 5 and about Java 8. I'm putting those books up on the slide because they're actually useful references for a lot of the material we're going to be talking about today. I'm a member of various community programs, including the Java Champion program, and I have been a rock star speaker at Java 1 and Oracle 1. And this is Jose.
Thanks, Maurice. My name is Jose. I'm very glad also to welcome you to this talk. I just joined the Java platform group at Oracle just several weeks ago as a Java advocate after spending about 25 years working at the university here in Paris. So here are just some links with the content I have published over the years on the internet, on GitHub, SlideShare, YouTube, and other places. We are currently recording this session. Maurice is in Edinburgh. I live near Paris. We are doing this talk for Jnation in Coimbra in Portugal. We have been doing many things online lately. This is how it is. So hopefully we will be able to organize in-person conferences again as near in the future as possible. And by the way, I'm also a Java champion and a Java 1 Workstar and a member of the Paris Java user group. And I'm also, and I'm quite surprised, Maurice, that you didn't mention that, but I'm also the disorganizer of J Chateau, an unconference that shamelessly copied J Alba that you created several years ago.
But you know, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is really the core of what we're going to talk about now.
I'm really hoping that JAlba is going to be something very real again soon. We're still talking about doing a virtual JAlba this year, but a real JAlba next year is something to look forward to.
Absolutely.
So what's this all about? Well, functional programming has been around for pretty much as long as there's been programming, or almost as long. And computing scientists have always really liked functional programming languages. They're elegant, they're mathematically sound, it's easy to prove the properties of them, and it's easy to convey complex ideas in them in a clear way. The key elements of functional programming languages have been present for a long time. They came in progressively. Higher order functions, which we know as lambdas in Java, came in the 1950s. Parametric polymorphism, which we know as generics, came in the 1970s. And pattern matching, which we're just getting to know, came in the 1980s. These have been around for a long time and are well-established ideas in programming. But for all that, functional languages have never really become widely popular in the commercial environment. And the reason for that is mainly because functional programs tend to be quite inefficient without a great deal of care on the part of the programmer. They're liable to be expensive, both in terms of execution time and memory. Object-oriented languages, by contrast, have been very successful. They certainly can be made very efficient, and they do have very positive features of their own. So object orientation brings with it subtype polymorphism, which we know as inheritance, strong static typing, which has been a big feature of Java from the very start, and automatic memory management, which is a huge aid to programmer productivity. But for all that, object-oriented languages have always suffered from feature envy when they look at functional languages. Here's our picture of functional languages besides object-oriented ones. So very early on in the evolution of Java, in 1997, when Java was really still a very new language, my friend Phil Wadler, and the bearded guy on the right of this picture, he's a very well-known functional programming academic. He was told by a student of his that he should pay attention to a witty new language called Java. And together with Martin Odersky, who's in the picture on the left, he's the man who went on to develop Scala, they created a proof of concept language called Pizza, which showed how, in principle, it would be possible to add these three features of functional programming languages into the newborn Java. Sun Microsystems adopted the polymorphism element of Pizza and sponsored Odersky and Wadler, in collaboration with another two contributors from Sun, in creating another proof of concept language called generic Java. The breakthrough idea of generic Java was how to handle the backward compatibility problems that we're going to be talking about today. But those were big problems, and they frustrated Odersky so much, and the solutions contained so much compromise, that he decided to go off and start from scratch with a totally new language, Scala, which was launched in 2003. The difficulty of getting generics into Java because of these backward compatibility problems meant that it wasn't until 2004, a year later, that generics actually appeared in Java 5. So Scala was able to eat Pizza, the three features of functional languages, in one bite: generics, closures, and pattern matching, all in one go. But Java, by contrast, has taken 3 attempts to incorporate the ideas of Pizza. Parametric polymorphism, that's generics, in 2004, higher order functions or lambdas in 2014, and pattern matching in 2000 well, real soon now, right?
Real soon, hopefully.
Yeah. So Jose will be talking about that a lot later on. So let's have a look at each one of these features in a little more detail. Java generics is the one that has suffered most from the problem of backward compatibility. The biggest single problem that the designers of generic Java faced was that they knew that during migration from non-generified or legacy types to generified types, there were going to be incompatibilities between library and client code. Library code would change at some point from using raw types, that is non-generified ones, to using generified ones. So here we're imagining a library method which is going to return a list of string. But prior to generics, it can only return a raw list without any generic type information. And the client code that is calling that also has to make a corresponding change in going from expecting to get a raw list to expecting to get a generified list of string. The problem about this migration is that these two changes in the client and the library can't be guaranteed to take place at the same time. And you don't even know what order they're going to take place in. So any combination of either of the variants of the client code with either of the variants of the library code is possible. And all four of the combinations have to work for migration to be successful. But migration was successful. So moving Java to generified types was a huge achievement. So in talking about the problems, which I'm going to do now, of how they dealt with it and the difficulties that creates, I don't want to suggest that this was a mistake. Type erasure, which I'm going to talk about now, was necessary in order for migration to succeed, and therefore in order for Java to remain in the forefront of programming languages. So all four combinations had to work, and what that meant was that for binary compatibility, the runtime representation of a raw list had to be the same as the runtime representation of a list of string in this case. And since there is no runtime representation of the generic type of a raw list, it doesn't have one, so there's nothing to represent. What that meant was that there could be no runtime representation of the generic type of a list of string either. It had to be erased at runtime. And that was a solution adopted by the generic Java designers. With type erasure, the generic types that are known at compile time and used by the compiler to do strict type checking, that generic type information is discarded and does not persist at runtime. So you get all of the advantages of generic types in terms of ensuring that type correctness and assistance from the compiler in terms of automatic type inference. But the drawback is you don't get to use them at runtime, and that has some unpleasant consequences. One consequence is that you can't do a runtime test like instance of on a parametric type. So here, the type of the parameter param is a generic type T, and in this example, we would like to ask it at runtime, is it of type string? But we can't ask that question at runtime because the type T has disappeared, it's been erased. An even stranger drawback is that you can't create arrays of generic types. In general, we're going to see that the typing scheme for arrays is not really compatible with the typing scheme for generics. And this is one particular way in which it isn't. Arrays, unlike generics, do know their component type at runtime. It's actually baked into the definition of the array. So in this case, the red code there is trying to make an array of a type, list of integer, which can't exist at runtime, as I've just explained. So you can't have an array of it, and that code therefore is illegal. The variable declaration on the left is perfectly legal. You just can't give that variable an appropriate value. How irritating is that? And that brings me on to the second big problem of backward compatibility with generics. And that is the way that variance is implemented in arrays compared to the way it was implemented in generics. What's that about? Well, from the start, Java needed generic methods. It had to be possible to write methods like this one from the utility class Java util arrays that would be able to work with different kinds of objects. A language that couldn't support generic sort methods would have had no plausibility at all. The same algorithm has to be usable for arrays of integer as for arrays of string. But for both of those calls to sort, for them both to work, the type of the variable ints on the left must be a subtype of the object array type that sort is expecting, and similarly for the array of string on the right. So integer array and string array must be subtypes of object array. This is called covariant typing because the type of the array varies in the same way as the type of the components. Because integer is a subtype of object, integer array is a subtype of object array. So to make generic methods work, covariant typing was the type scheme that was adopted for arrays, and this works sort of okay. It's got some drawbacks, which we lived with for many years and never thought anything of. One consequence of it is what we're showing here. We're creating an array of integer, assigning a reference to that array of integer to a variable of type number array. Then we're retrieving an element from that number array and assigning it to a variable of type number. And that works fine because, and this is an important point, covariantly typed containers are good for retrieving values from. Unfortunately, they're not so good for putting values into, as you see with the red code on this line. Although it's statically well typed, because a double is indeed a subtype of number, so it should work. But remember that arrays know their component type at runtime, and this one knows that it's not an array of double. So what should be a compile time error becomes instead a runtime exception. Now, this is an unhappy situation, and they didn't want to reproduce it for generics. So they adopted a different scheme, invariant typing. A list of integer is not a subtype of a list of number, as with covariant typing. In fact, it has no direct relation to a list of number at all. And that's great, because we don't get the problem that I just showed. But wait a moment, this problem arose because we actually really did need covariant typing for generic methods. Like this one in Java util collections, which works on a list of any reference type, just like the sort method on arrays. That method works on types that know how to compare themselves because they implement Java lang comparable. But comparable is an interface, and we can't provide a list of comparable as the precise type of the parameter to sort, because there are no objects of that precise type. It's an interface. What we want is to be able to sort things that are subtypes of comparable that implement it. So for situations like this, generic Java provided bounded types. Here, the extends keyword is used to specify an unknown type about which all we know is that it is a subtype of comparable. Now, a list of T extends comparable is indeed a subtype of list of comparable. So we've got covariance back again. And a bonus from this idea is that it leads naturally to the opposite notion of contravariance, where covariance has the type of the container varying along with the type of its component. With contravariance, the type of the container varies in the opposite direction, so that list of T super number is a supertype of list of number. And that's useful because in the same way that covariantly typed containers are good for getting values out, contravariant ones are good for putting values into. And here, to demonstrate that, we've got a little append method which takes values from a covariantly defined source list and puts them into a contravariantly defined destination list. In the body of the loop, each element is retrieved in turn from the covariantly defined container and put into the contravariantly defined destination. So that method can be called to append a list of integer to a list of number. And we've not only recovered generic methods, but done something that wouldn't have been possible with the less flexible covariant only typing scheme of arrays. So that's Java's way of implementing variance. How does Scala handle variance? Now there was a big opportunity there for the designers of Scala, because it was a new language free of the constraints and the backward compatibility problems of Java. They could start off not only with a new language and a new type system, but also with a new collections library. So they could take advantage of something that had become much more fashionable in programming between the design of Java and the design of Scala, namely the idea that immutability is a very desirable characteristic of containers, or at least of some containers. By the way, this idea of the desirability of how desirable immutability is also came originally from observing how much nicer functional programs could be when they could rely on the immutability of their containers. So the Scala collection classes include ones that are immutable by declaration, something that's very difficult to do in Java. I mean, defining immutability in Java is quite hard, but in Scala it's really easy, because if you define variance at the time that the type is declared, rather than when it is used as Java does, you can declare a container to be covariantly typed, and the compiler will ensure that you will never even try to assign an element to it. So here's a pair class written in Java that takes a type parameter t with in Scala, that takes a type parameter t with the plus sign there, indicating that that t is to be treated as a covariant type, with the result that the container is, by definition, covariantly typed. If you want to do the same thing in Java, you can still define a pair class, but you can't say what the type of T, what the variance of the type of T is in that definition. And therefore, when you want to make a call on it, as in this case, we've got a toString method, which is going to take the elements out of the pair. In other words, require the pair to behave covariantly. The type parameter to pair that we have to use is this question mark, which is actually a shorthand for T extends object. This is the client programmer using that library class, having to say, I want this class to be treated as a covariantly typed container at this point. Whereas in Scala, by contrast, if you wanted to do the same thing, you can simply define your toString method, or the library designer, the designer of the pair class, can define the toString method on a pair of any val, which is the top of Scala's type hierarchy, the equivalent of Java lang object. So the work of handling variance, whether covariance or contravariance, has been taken away from the client programmer and given to the library writer instead. Well, I mean, that's what library writers should be doing for a living. They should be doing the hard work and making things easy for client coders. Isn't that right? I'm a client coder, so I would think that.
Well, I guess I'm a client coder too, so I'm fine with it.
Well, one thing that we can agree on, whether we're client or library coders, one thing we can agree on is if there's hard work to be done and it can be done just once rather than having it to be done over and over again, the right place to do that hard and difficult work is in the library, because that's a place where you can concentrate on the difficulty and focus it and do it once and make life easier for all the client programmers who'll come after. In fact, there's a proposal somewhere in the Java development pipeline, I'm not sure where, for this declaration site variance, so-called. The variance is declared at the site of the declaration. That's what Scala has. There's a proposal for that to be introduced into Java as well. So that concludes our very brief survey of the introduction of generics, and it shows above all the advantage of starting from scratch with a language which could use the experience of the generic Java design and could be defined without backward compatibility constraints. There are two sides to this coin. Scala has used this freedom very liberally and has continued evolving without much emphasis on backward compatibility. So you can't have the same confidence that legacy Scala programs will run on new language versions as you can with Java. And we'll talk a bit about that at the end. There's different design philosophies have gone into the two languages, and both of them have their advantages and both have their disadvantages. So generics was the first part of what we're going to talk about. Part two is closures and lambdas. What Pizza did for closures was to try to solve the question about how functions could be introduced into a language which didn't have them in the type system, unlike functional languages, which are designed to have functions as as first-class citizens, fully qualified objects, fully qualified values at the highest level. But Java didn't have this. Java has a type system of an object-oriented language without functions as an idea that's independent of classes and interfaces. Classes and interfaces, not functions, are the fundamental things in Java. Well, so they had a choice. They could have rewritten the type system to include functions, but that would have been a very big revision. Their solution instead was for each function to be created in an abstract class. In other words, fitting into the existing type system, and to use these abstract classes as a wrapper, in a sense, for a single apply method, which would be the real implementation of the function. Functions in Pizza, functions look like first-class citizens, just as in an ordinary functional language. The syntax is like this. Here we have a max method, which takes a list of S and a function from two S's to Boolean. And max is one particular method which accepts a function. It applies that function pairwise to the elements of the list, comparing them to eventually find the greatest, as defined by the supplied function. So you could call max with a different function. The call that you see here is using a function that compares strings for length. So max will return the longest in its supplied list of strings. But it's easy to imagine a different comparator function. say one that returned a Boolean according to what the order was in the alphabetic ordering. And these functions would simply be parameters to max. So the function there is neatly wrapped up in the syntax of the language, and functions like that can be passed around as parameters. They can be assigned to variables and generally treated as first-class citizens like other kinds of values. And this has been the ideal in functional languages ever since the first functional languages like Lisp were invented in the 1950s. When they introduced lambdas into Java in 2006, the debate over whether to follow pizza, this kind of cosmetic model, or to introduce a separate function type was a very intense debate. And that was something among the many things that held up the introduction of lambdas into Java for a long time. That was a major cause. It was eventually resolved a long time later, prior to just before lambdas were actually introduced in 2014, in favor of the pizza solution. We use a single abstract method within, well, not within an abstract class as pizza suggested, but within an interface, functional interfaces as we now know them. In effect, these are wrappers for the function that is implemented by the single abstract method, however it's named, of a functional interface. And this hack meant that there was no change needed in the type system. Now, I call it a hack, but it's quite an elegant hack. And it's got a big payoff because it allowed functions to be introduced into the language without a massive upheaval. And it worked very well from that point of view. So Java 8 and lambdas was one of the biggest successes that Java's had. So finally, pizza left open one important question that was resolved by Java and Scala, but in different ways. This question was, should functions be allowed to capture and use non-final local variables? Final local variables are really just fixed values, so using those isn't controversial. If you allow non-final local variables, a closure will carry a reference to its environment around with itself, and it can access local variables long after the executing thread has exited the block or method in which the variable was defined. So you'd think the local variable doesn't exist any longer, but this closure still has a handle on it. In fact, since functions can be passed between threads, this can easily result in different threads executing the same function and so simultaneously accessing the same local variable. Now, should this be allowed? The pizza designers sat on the fence on this question. There are attractions to doing it. But Java said no, because Java programmers have always relied on thread safety of local variables. Scala said yes. They wanted the flexibility and power of what are generally called closures to distinguish them from lambdas. JavaScript programmers enjoy the same feature, or maybe they endure it, because it makes programs much more difficult to understand and to debug. So closures in Scala can capture vars. And if you're worried about the thread safety of the resulting code, well, you're on your own. This is one design decision where, personally, I strongly side with Java. And I think you feel pretty strongly about this as well, don't you, Jose?
Yes, absolutely. I think that having concurrent access on local variables, well, not having that in Java is really a great relief.
Yeah. It really was a no-brainer from the point of view of backward compatibility. All kinds of programs which were thread safe and would work perfectly even when they were run on many threads, would have stopped working under these circumstances. It really wasn't something that Java could consider. We're on to our third part. That's the section on closures and on lambdas. Compare them.
Absolutely, because the last part that is still missing in everything that Java could steal from Scala and Pizza and all these languages is pattern matching. And the pattern matching is really something completely new for the Java developers, and it's something that is coming in the language step by step, as we're going to see, and I think it's really great. Pattern matching is in fact the next major feature that will be added to the Java language. It's a language feature that will bring new ways of solving problems using the Java language, and it's really great. As you know, Java has now a major version every 6 months, meaning that a feature is now delivered step by step, And this is the case for pattern matching. Instead of having one major release with one massive update of the language, of the JVM, of hundreds if not thousands of classes across the JDK, by the way, that was the case for Java 8, we now have small step with one thing at a time. And this is what is happening for pattern matching. As we saw, pattern matching is not a new idea. There was already support for pattern matching in Pizza, as you can see it on this example. Here you have two sealed classes. Well, we have one sealed class for Pizza, a vehicle class with two extensions, car and bus. And the Pizza language knows that there are no other extensions allowed. So you can see that a car is constructed on a color that will allow for deconstruction. More on that in a minute. And you can switch on types, and you can use deconstruction as long as you know how the type was constructed precisely. And the same goes for Scala. In fact, the syntax in Scala looks like the one you have in Pizza. Here we have sealed classes, then a switch on types that can also leverage deconstruction to create variables. The switch we have here can be an exhaustive switch without the need for a default clause because the type is sealed. And this is something that is coming in Java too. In Java, pattern matching is developed under the umbrella of the Amber project. We already saw a first piece of pattern matching with the pattern matching for instance of that was released as a feature in Java 16. What you can do with this pattern matching is write this kind of code. If O is an instance of string, and then you can add a variable s that is created in case O is indeed a string. Then you can use s wherever it makes sense. So in that case, it is the first branch of the if statement, but it could also be used within a Boolean expression within the if statement argument, if this is what you need. What is a pattern? And to be very precise, I would like to quote Brian Gertz, the Java language architect at Oracle. A pattern is a combination of a match predicate that determines if the pattern matches a target, along with a set of pattern variables that are conditionally extracted if the pattern matches the target. So if we go back to the previous example, here we have string, name, and this is the type pattern defined on type. String is the name of the pattern. Name is the pattern binding variable that is created if the pattern is matched. And O is, of course, the target operand. So we can add patterns to the current switch expression added to Java AC14, which is currently being worked on. So we will have that in the future. Here is an example of what we could have. Here we have three patterns, integer, long, and double. We have three patterns binding variable, I, L, and D, and one target operand, which is the argument of the switch expression, number. Java 16 saw the addition of another feature from the Amber project called record. A record is defined on components declared along with the record itself. The compiler will generate many things for you, including the accessors, which are not getters, by the way, as we can sometimes read it, along with the equals method, the hashcode method, and also the toString method. Now, you can wonder how our records are related to pattern matching. Well, in fact, you saw deconstruction pattern in Pizza and Scala, and record are just the perfect concept to handle deconstruction. So, to declare record, you just need to write that. Public or not, record, car, this is the name of the record, and then color, and color is just the component of this record. Or you could write public record rectangle, int width and int 8, which are the two components of the rectangle record. And by the way, records are also immutable. So you can see that a record is constructed on this component, meaning that you can use this construction pattern to deconstruct a record very easily. So type pattern matching can leverage that to deconstruct a record, just as you saw with Scala and Pizza. So it could give you the following code: O instances of rectangle, then just the component of the rectangle, and here you do not have the choice because it's just two int. You cannot have several sets of different components for the same record. width and height. And now you have two pattern binding variables, width and height, that you can use in the right context, which is really nice. It can also be done on switch because it is used, in fact, the same type pattern that is used. So to compute the surface of a shape, for instance, you could be writing the following: switch on the shape, and the shape could be a rectangle, a square, or a circle. So here we have a switch on types. But the type is not, in fact, really a type, but it's a complete pattern matching along with binding variables. So for rectangle, it is width and height. And then you can use those variables to compute the area, which is going to be width times height, of course. And the same for the edge for a square and the radius for the circle. So the project Amber also delivered sealed classes as a second preview in Java 16, and those sealed classes are still, as of this recording, a proposed feature for Java 17. So we may have sealed classes as a feature in Java 17. In a nutshell, a sealed type, just as in Pizza and Scala, is a type that can restrict its extensions or implementations. So in this example, we have a sealed interface called shape, and this shape declares two implementations that are final classes, rectangle and square, and a record, which under the hood is a final class called circle. So by writing this code, we know that we can only have three implementations of this shape interface: rectangle, square, and circle. So in fact, all the shape hierarchy is there. It is checked by the compiler at compile time and enforced by the virtual machine at runtime. You cannot add elements to this hierarchy at runtime by using reflection agents or this kind of trick. Using that, you will be able to create exhaustive switch on types without the need of a useless default clause. And by the way, you can already have exhaustive switch expressions on enumerations, for instance. So it's not new for the switch expression. What is new is that you will be able to do that on types using this sealed type feature. There are some nice syntax features also in type pattern matching and deconstruction. So for instance, you can use var to avoid the typing of complex type. If you do not plan to use binding variable, you can use the underscore to tell that to the compiler, and then this variable will not be created, it will not be bound. All these are in the plans, so hopefully we'll have that one day. You can also nest patterns, which is very useful. So instead of having to write if shape instance of circle, and then you deconstruct with the center and the radius of the circle to discover that this center is in fact a point, and in fact you're interested in the coordinates of this point, so you have a second instance of to deconstruct the center to a point of x and y. You can nest those two patterns one into the other with the following syntax: shape instance of circle of point of x and y and var radius. And now all those are binding variables. There is also a plan to allow for method deconstruction. So far we just saw deconstruction on records, and this is quite restrictive because not all your classes can be made records in the future. So what is method deconstruction? In fact, there are many places in applications where you prefer to use factory methods to construct your object rather than using the constructor. This is the case on this example of the shape interface, which provides two factory methods to create instances of circle and square. Well, it could be very useful to be able to use this method to deconstruct a circle and a square, and to be able to write this kind of code: switch on shape. If shape is a seal type, then you know that there is only circle and square as implementation. And instead of using instance of, using this kind of syntax, shape.yourFactory method, circle, double radius, and this could be used as a deconstructor with a radius as a binding variable to this kind of pattern. And the same for the shape.square factory method. That would be really nice, and this is possible that we'll be seeing this kind of pattern in the future. And it could go even further by making it possible to write deconstructors directly in classes along with constructors. That could give this kind of pattern. suppose you have a class point with a constructor that takes an x and a y, two integers, a very classical point class. And then you could add a kind of the thing that looks like a constructor, but that is not a constructor. And it also looks like a method, but it's not a method neither. It's really a deconstructor. Well, it looks like the block of arguments is in fact the output of the method. In fact, this deconstructor and this block int x, int y is really what is going to be deconstructed. It has to match the signature of the corresponding constructor and will be used by the deconstruction mechanism to deconstruct a point object. So within this deconstructor, what really you have, it looks like you are copying this .x in what looks like to be the argument of the method. But in fact, this block of argument is not a block of argument. It really is the output of this deconstructor, because this is neither a method, neither a constructor. This is really a new concept in classes. That could support overload. So if you have multiple constructors, you could also have multiple deconstructors associated to them. That should be really nice to have this kind of feature also. So we talked about type patterns, but they are not the only pattern one can think of. For instance, you can also think about the destructuring pattern using a new concept and probably a new keyword also, match concept, that could lead to very interesting things. Let us see that with a new keyword that does not exist, of course, which is the match keyword. So for instance, if circle is a record, writing this code, match circle of var center var radius equals circle would create a center and a radius binding variables that you can use later in your code. Now, what could happen if this circle variable does not match this circle? Well, you have a problem because nothing is defined, but the syntax could be extended with, for instance, an else clause that in that case here would throw an illegal state exception in case shape is not a circle. But instead of throwing an illegal state exception, you could also define default values for your binding variables. And by the way, this way of setting the binding variables by hand, let us call it in that way, is called an anonymous matcher. In fact, this else clause is an anonymous matcher that can match your binding variables without having any record, any circle record defined. And now that you have that, really all these elements makes it such that the sky is the limit. You can also match more than one element in a single match. You can create as many binding variables as you wish. So you can write this kind of code, switch, and you have this rectangle that is a shape, and you extract P1 and P2 that are the component of the rectangle. But in the same round, you can also match P1 to a point and then extract the components of this point, the coordinates of this point. And if you have a second point, you can also do that with a second point. This pattern can also be nested, and you can see that there is really no limit at what you can do with this kind of pattern of code. But you could also go one step further and decide to destructure collections and maps, because since Java 9, I think I remember, we have those convenience factory method for collections and maps. So we can create maps and collections with factory methods. So if you are able to deconstruct elements with factory methods, it means that you can also deconstruct a map or a collection with those factory methods. So you could write this kind of code, map instance of map with mapping, and suppose we have that, and then pass a special value for the key and decide to bind the value that is bound to that key in a binding variable. Instead of checking if map is a map, if there is a key that is called name and then extracting the key, all this can be done in just one line of code with pattern matching. And if you need to get the email of the person also, you can do that by also checking if there is an email key in this map. By the way, this AND operator is the classical AND Boolean operator that you can use in an if statement. But it means that you have two pattern matching. The first one will be evaluated, and then the second one if the first one is true. But you could also do that in just one pass with a single pattern matching by adding a special operator to realize, to execute and Boolean operation among pattern matchings. So just to show that, we can use this keyword underscore and, which is a Boolean expression, but not between classical Boolean values or Boolean expressions in a language, directly between pattern matching. So this is in fact a new operator of pattern matching. And so now you have just a single pattern matching, which is the combination with this AND Boolean operation of two simple pattern matching, extracting the two binding variables, name and email, just in one pass, which is absolutely great. And you could go even further if you want, if you need to analyze a JSON file, for instance, that can also be created using factory method with a string key, int key, object key, this kind of thing, factory method. All you need to do is just create one pattern, JSON, instance of, and then create one pattern with all the combination that you need and extract all the elements of your JSON file using this binding variable mechanism. It's just one line of code, it's just one expression to evaluate, and it's super powerful to be able to write this kind of code. On this example, the JSON file is really tested in one pass with this pattern. It makes your code less error-prone, it makes it much more reliable, much more robust. I really love it, and probably also much more performant, which is also really great. One last example, suppose one day, we can still dream about that, Java gets maps literal, meaning that you will be able to create a map with this kind of pattern. Here we have the key value pairs directly written between curly braces. Well, if you have that, you could imagine also some pattern matching with binding variables in this kind of pattern. So having map instance of, and just between curly braces, right? Okay, if there is a key, first name, then bind the value bound to that key in this binding variable. Same for last name and same for age. And by the way, on this pattern, if you have a key now, you can see that there is a nested pattern because the value of the map, which is a string, can also be pattern matched, let me call it like in that way, with this integer.valueOf, which is another factory method of the integer wrapper class, just to deconstruct the age on which this string has been created. So this is really great. This is the kind of pattern that could be added to the Java language in the future with the Ember project. All right, so to wrap up this part on the pattern matching, there is a bunch of patterns that can be added to the language. We saw the constant pattern, we saw the type pattern, and we have already a piece of the type pattern with pattern matching, for instance, of. We saw the deconstruction pattern. We saw that they can be nested, they can be defined on constructors, they can be defined on factory methods, and they could be defined on literals if one day we have literals in the Java language. You have the method patterns, the var patterns that rely on type inference, and the any patterns that uses the underscore. You can use patterns in several places. We already have the instance of place, which is a predicate, and this one is already available in the current JDK. You could have it in a switch statement or expression, and this should be a preview feature in the JDK 17, so next release of Java in September. It could be done in a match statement, and this is not done, this is new, maybe we'll have that in the future, or in a structure pattern to work with map, with JSON objects, with literals, with lists, with arrays, and probably some other structures as well. And that's it for the pattern matching, Maurice. That's a lot of project to come in the Java. I hope you are as excited as I am with all those new features.
Yeah, it's really impressive. It's really impressive, the scope of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, in conclusion, we hope this talk has been satisfying, both in the sense of looking backwards to understand what happened in the past, and also to look forward to anticipate the features that are going to be arriving soon. Clearly very exciting. In this talk you've had basically past with generics, present with lambdas and closures, and future with this great world of pattern matching that José has been describing. The conclusion that we can draw from this whole thing is that language design is a really, really complicated business, and never more so than when your changes have to be compatible with 2 decades of previous development, not to mention the next 2 decades of future development. In doing that, you're traversing a very complex, multi-dimensional design space. Java takes it very seriously because Java places a very high value on backwards compatibility. You could still run in modern versions of Java code that was written 20 and 25 years ago. So, as I mentioned, Scala made a different decision. The designers decided there that fast language evolution was more important than backward compatibility, with the result that the language has been very dynamic, but hasn't been very stable. It's evolved very quickly, but each release of Scala has brought its own compatibility problems. So each viewpoint has its advantages, and both have their disadvantages as well. The development of Java now is guided by the chief language architect, Brian Getz. And José has a favorite quote from Brian to explain why Java evolves in the way that it does.
Yes, Brian once said that we don't want to be the first to include a feature because every feature we add will never be removed. It will stay forever. And we both know, Maurice, that forever may be a very, very long time indeed.
Indeed, indeed. So thank you for your attention. I hope you've enjoyed the talk. There's a question and answer session now, and we're very happy to talk about it. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, and so that concludes our session with Jose and Maurice. So that was a great session. Thank you so much for bringing that to us. I believe we have a question from the audience. So Ambu is actually asking, where can he learn or read even more about the Java pattern matching?
So I'll provide you with links. There are several links with documentations. Since this is still a set of features that are not being published for the biggest part, there are several links of documentation, like I would say white papers and this kind of thing that you can read on the subject, and I will give you the links, and we'll put that on in the description of the YouTube video, I suggest.
Okay, wonderful. And I'm pretty much guess that we're out of time. So again, thank you, Jose and Maurice, for bringing us this session. And hopefully we can see each other again really soon in person. Okay, so we're gonna do like a really quick break. So take some time to get some water, some coffee, and we're gonna resume in roughly 9 minutes. So see you soon.
Thank you very much.
See you soon. Thank you very much.
How do you move from here to there, to that world of cloud native architecture? I like to talk about DevOps, the concepts of DevOps, the principles, practices, tools, and techniques that you apply, and when you learn DevOps, make a fundamental difference in the way you build software and the way you deliver software faster. Red Hat fundamentally loves Linux, and that's absolutely true, but we also love Kubernetes, and we love Java.
Em 2020 e 2021 nós tivemos aí essa pandemia mundial. É claro que foi difícil para todo mundo, houve esse processo de adaptação, mas eu acredito que para o Red Hat esse processo foi até um pouco mais natural, porque os nossos processos de trabalho não foram alterados. A Red Hat já era uma empresa quase que 100% remota, ou seja, nós continuamos fazendo a mesma coisa que nós fazíamos antes, enquanto boa parte do mundo ainda estava se adaptando. E isso permitiu que a gente conseguisse expandir ainda mais a nossa área de atuação. Então, a gente trabalha muito com nuvem, a gente trabalha muito com Linux, trabalha muito com OpenShift, e com essa nossa proposta de poder ajudar empresas do mundo inteiro a fazer essa migração para a nuvem, de uma forma que seja aberta, de uma forma que seja híbrida, de modo que você possa ter a mesma experiência de desenvolvimento, a mesma experiência de operação, não importa onde você esteja rodando as suas aplicações. Eu acho que isso, acho que o fato da gente conseguir fazer isso muito bem permitiu que esses últimos 2 anos, 2020 e 2021, fossem muito bons para a Red Hat, e eu acredito, aliás, que essa tendência vai continuar aí nos próximos anos. Para 2022 e para os anos seguintes, a Red Hat está tentando algo novo. Então, a maioria das pessoas conhece a Red Hat ali pelo middleware, pelo Linux, pelo OpenShift, e em 2021 nós lançamos pela primeira vez na história da Red Hat um serviço gerenciado. Então, agora você pode ter Kafka gerenciado, você pode ter Data Science gerenciado, e eu acredito que em 2022 e nos anos seguintes nós estaremos expandindo ainda mais o portfólio de produtos gerenciados da empresa. Então, da mesma forma que hoje você pode ter um OpenShift gerenciado na Amazon, um OpenShift gerenciado no Azure, um OpenShift gerenciado onde quer que esteja através da Red Hat, agora com esse software como serviço de Kafka e Data Science, eu acredito que esse leque vai abrir ainda mais para que você possa contar aí com a confiabilidade, com a praticidade do serviço da Red Hat em outras áreas do desenvolvimento de software. Durante muitos anos, eu tive o sonho de poder ter esse chapéu vermelho que vocês vão estar tendo aqui no fundo. E eu tentei entrar, eu participei de processos seletivos durante 2 vezes, e na segunda vez eu tive a graça de poder conseguir uma posição dentro da Red Hat. A Red Hat, como sendo a maior empresa de software open source do mundo, eu acho que a maior chance que você tem de conseguir trabalhar na Red Hat é participar ativamente dessas comunidades de open source. Então, se você olha um projeto interessante, um projeto que seja mantido, ou que a Red Hat apoia, se você puder colaborar com esses projetos open source já antes mesmo de tentar alguma coisa na Red Hat, abrindo por request, ou ajudando na documentação, ou fazendo algumas apresentações sobre o assunto, trabalhando tanto quanto o usuário, como, quem sabe, até poder contribuir código com esses projetos, acho que é isso que ajuda a maior parte dos engenheiros a fazer parte da Red Hat. Porque quando um time de engenharia tem alguma vaga para trabalhar num projeto, quem que você conecta primeiro? Primeiro você pergunta para os seus amigos. E depois que você consultou todos os seus amigos dos amigos, os próximos são as pessoas que já estão trabalhando com você no dia a dia, na comunidade, só que do outro lado, não como dentro da empresa, como fora da empresa. Então, eu acho que participar de projetos open source que o Red Hat contribui, eu acho que é a melhor forma de você poder conseguir essa vaga. Que o mundo agora, quando a gente fala de nuvem, o mundo adotou Kubernetes como plataforma. E é muito legal a gente poder ver que o OpenShift, que é a plataforma de Kubernetes que a Red Hat oferta, é líder do mercado. A grande maioria das empresas que estão trabalhando aí nas grandes empresas estão utilizando o OpenShift como uma distribuição de Kubernetes. Mas não é só a plataforma que está rodando, eu acho que a ferramenta de trabalho, eu digo, o framework que você tem que estar utilizando para rodar em cima de Kubernetes, também tem que ser algo otimizado para esse mundo novo de Kubernetes e de nuvem. E é por isso que eu fico muito contente de ver o Quarkus, que é o novo framework Java que a Red Hat lançou aí há alguns anos, está atingindo um nível de maturidade e adoção bastante significativo. Então, se você é um desenvolvedor Java do passado, que está acostumado ali com consumir um monte de memória, demorar um tempão para iniciar, demorar um tempo para recompilar, fazer o build, isso aí é tudo coisa do passado, porque nesse novo mundo do Java, no Kubernetes, na computação em nuvem, graças ao Quarkus, a gente vai continuar a poder sendo desenvolvedor Java nos próximos 25 anos. Eu acho que eu vou poder me aposentar como um desenvolvedor Java e eu acho que é graças ao Quarkus.
In general, the engineering team is here to use technology to our advantage to create a great product, but also to do so in the fastest way possible and launch new features as fast as we can.
Talkdesk is an enterprise-grade contact center platform.
We help building a more comprehensive view of the customer, use that data, make the right decisions, and get great interactions between customers and people.
Building a great product and using great engineering best practices is the core of the business and not something that comes at the end.
The product is being built here in Portugal with amazing engineering team we have.
We strive for our teams to be multidisciplinary with all needed skills for the team to develop their product end-to-end on a truly open source environment.
Okay, and welcome everyone again to I guess it's like the fifth session of the day. I mean, there's so many already lost the count. So thank you so much for joining us today, and I'm happy to have here with me Chang and Catherine. How Chang? How Catherine? How both of you doing?
Good, thank you. Good to be here.
Thanks.
Wonderful. Really happy to have both of you here as well. Unfortunately, we cannot do this in person, so maybe next year we can have both of you here in Portugal. That will be really awesome.
That will be great.
Yes, for sure. So I know that both of you are going to bring us a topic that's really dear to me because I really love these technologies. You're going to talk a little bit about Jakarta and microprofile and the tooling around those technologies. Is that correct?
Yes.
I know that you have a lot of ground to cover, so I'm not want to steal you too much time. So Chang, I think you're going to go first, right? So feel free to share your screen and start the presentation.
Yeah, we'll get going now.
Wonderful.
All right, so welcome everyone. This is a talk on the different tools, the landscape of tools around microprofile and Jakarta EE. So a quick introduction into who we are. So myself, Catherine, and YK here, we're both from IBM. We work on the Open Liberty team. I'm a software developer and YK is an architect and developer advocate here. And we are both involved in developing some of the tools around microprofile and Jakarta EE and want to share with the community what we've discovered. So we are both from Open Liberty. So Open Liberty, for those who don't know, is an application server for your Java microservices. And with that, we're going to be talking today about first microprofile, a bit about Jakarta EE, some of the different microprofile and Jakarta EE tools for developers, and then I'll end it off with a demo of some of these tools and actions and a quick summary. So with that, I will hand it over to YK.
All right, we are great. It's great to be here and looking forward to the conference and what you folks have around this topic that we are sharing with you all today. So as Catherine said, quickly in the beginning, we'll just take a quick look at microprofile and Jakarta EE first, and then we'll look at what it means to developers and the tooling that we have discovered. So for microprofile is an open community effort looking at how we can optimize coming up with the set of Java APIs that are optimized for microservices, right? So it started quite a few years ago as a community effort with different folks working collaborative on it. You can find out more information at microprofile.io, but essentially it's working towards defining a set of APIs that would be good for us to use to build microservices, right? So these would be a set of open cloud native Java APIs from building RESTful web services, right? So some of it are reused from Java EE or Jakarta EE, like JXRS or CDI and so on. But then on top of that, microprofile and the community itself introduced other APIs to help us use Java to build microservices. For instance, microprofile REST client to make it easier for us to have to code clients to talk to other REST services. And then when we look at microservices, we need to work with other services. So there's a set of APIs that help us integrate with other services, whether it's with Open API or dealing with errors through fault tolerance APIs and things like that. And obviously, we'll be operating in a cloud environment, right? So whether it's Kubernetes or other cloud environments, you'll be looking at APIs to help with ensuring that the environment can understand what's going on with your services, right? So these would be where APIs like health check, metrics, and open tracing comes in. So it's a very comprehensive set of APIs to help us build microservices in Java. And many runtime supported frameworks and runtime supported. This is a list of what's compatible with version 3 and actually version 2, 3, and 4 of microprofile APIs. Version 4 being the latest versions of the APIs, right? So a lot of vendors do support microprofile, so you have a healthy choices of runtimes and frameworks to use it from Wildfly, Lux to OpenLiberty, to Actual Liberty, Thorntail, Pyra servers, and JBoss, Quarkus, Paladin, and Tommy, right? So it's a very healthy set of runtimes and frameworks that you can choose from that will support microprofile API. So you can see there's flexibility, right? So if you, depending on your needs and your choices, you can work with one coding to the same APIs, and then you switch when you need to, right? So now what about Jakarta EE, right? So in a sense, in my opinion, it goes hand in hand with microprofile, right? Jakarta EE has its roots in Java EE, right? A few years ago, Oracle donated that Java EE over to Eclipse Foundation, and the community has been working together again in an open manner, right? Collaboratively to move things forward, right? Starting with getting Jakarta EE8 going as an effort that we can build out under Eclipse Foundation, and then now we are at version 9 and 9.1 of the APIs. It's really about enterprise Java applications for the cloud native world, right? And doing so in an open and collaborative manner, and then to drive innovation forward at a much faster pace. And now taking a look at the APIs that it provides, right? I'm sure these are familiar names, right? From the web profile to the whole platform, right? And looking at things like authentication and batch and bean validation and JPA and things like that. It's really what we are used to from the Java EE, and now under Eclipse Foundation as Jakarta. Again, like microprofile, on many different runtimes and frameworks supported, right? So this is a view of the list of runtimes and frameworks that are compatible with Jakarta EE 9.1, right? So both for the full platform and web profile, as you can see, there's different runtimes here, right? From Tommy to the reference implementation in Glassfish to OpenLiberty, right? And so on. This is the list for EE9. So I mentioned EE9, Jakarta EE9. This is the first release of the APIs where we changed the namespace from JavaX to Jakarta. So that would enable us to move forward to build, to innovate on the APIs to bring out what developers will need under the Jakarta umbrella, right? So this is the first version of Jakarta that's solely under the Jakarta namespace, which is exciting and great, right? So again, you can see the list of runtimes that's supported, that's compatible with Jakarta EE9. And just for completeness sake, this is the list of products that support Jakarta EE8, right? Being the first version after Jakarta EE was donated to Eclipse Foundation, right? So as you can see, again, a healthy set of frameworks and runtimes that you can choose from that will support the APIs here. So we look at the APIs. Let's take a look at what it means to developers, or what developers will need, right? So as we know, as developers, typically when we go about things, right, we would start say we'll have a project, whether it's something new or existing, right? So we'll have a project created, and then we'll be working with our code, obviously, and Java in this case, making changes or adding new classes and things like that. And then we'll be getting it built, packaged, and have it running, right, locally or otherwise. And along with that, we'll want to test, because it's always good to have to test our code, obviously, for quality, and to have automated tests, right? So testing is a core part and a key part of what we do. And then we'll repeat the cycle in a sense, right? And we may be doing things in different order or slightly different order, depending on how you choose about doing things, right? So if you do test TDD, then you may be writing tests first and things like that and so forth. But generally speaking, these are the steps involved in development. And we'll be working with some tools to help us with our development, right? Whether it's, I guess, the choice of different editors out there or IDEs that you may be working with, right? So that's how we tend to quote operate, right? So just try to put things in a sort of a simple model that we can use to our framework that we can use to talk about the tools, different tools that we've seen that's available for microprofile and Jakarta EE. So we can think of what we do as developers is obviously it's iterative, and then different people may give such a cycle different names, but just for simplicity, we'll go about talking about it here in create, build, edit, and test. So essentially you go from starting with something, you create something new, and then you go build, and then you make changes, and then you test, right? So and we'll do so in possibly very likely, most likely in an IDE or an editor, right? So we'll use this mental model to go through what we're seeing with tooling for Jakarta EE and microprofile. So let's start with create, right? So here we have starters. Starters, what are starters? Starters are essentially facilities that would help us, give us a starting point or template for our new projects, especially. So for instance, with microprofile, we have the microprofile starter initiative. This is from the community, right? So it's hosted at start.microprofile.io. And we also have extensions for VS Code and plugin for IntelliJ available, so we can get a new project created with for microprofile applications that we are working with easily, right? So the idea here is that you select, for instance, the version of microprofile APIs that you want to work with, the Java version, SE version that you want to use, and then which runtime and potentially APIs that you want to use. And then the starter itself will generate you a scaffolding or starting point, a template. With these things configured, then you can customize it and use it as the basis to build your new application. So starters are meant to help us get going quickly. And similarly, when we look at Jakarta EE, we have start.jakartaee.ee. Start.jakarta.ee, right? So this is an initiative from Jakarta EE efforts to provide a starter, right? If you go visit the website now, you can get a sample of a starting template that we can use. And I know the community has been discussing what building a sort of a starter like what I was saying for microprofile here for Jakarta EE, right? So this is another tool that's available that we can use. And when we look at the different runtimes that support microprofile or Jakarta EE, right, then the runtimes themselves may have their own starters specifically for you to work with the runtime, like Quarkus and Pyra. So these would be runtime specific starter generators that we can use. So now that we have our starting point, we have a project created. So then, assuming that we've done some coding and things like that, right? I mean, it should be, the starting point should be buildable anyway, right? So how we want to get things to be built and then to run. So how do we, what assistants are available to help us with that? Well, surprise, surprise, the usual Maven or Gradle plugins are available, right? These would be pretty much standard these days already, because Maven and Gradle in the Java are typically what we use to build our stuff, right? The build tools that we use to build our stuff. The plugins themselves would give us the facilities to help us work with the different runtimes and integrate them into a part of our build life cycle and obviously our CI/CD, right? So different runtimes will provide their own build plugins that we can use to make it easier for us to work with them and configure them in our POM or greater file, right? So that's built. And one thing to note here that's kind of special is really hot deploy or auto deploy or dev mode capabilities, right? Different people will call it differently, but essentially the idea is to take away as much as possible what developers used to do manually, whether it's to with build, packaging, and deploy, and optimize or automate that behind the scenes for developers, so developers can focus on coding, right? So certain runtimes will support it. IDEs may provide such hot reload capabilities, including third-party tools, but runtimes like OpenLibD and Quarkus, and including Pyara, they would provide such optimized capabilities, so that when you go into, say, the code dev mode, then you just need to focus on coding, right? So when you save your code changes, the changes will be picked up by the runtime or framework automatically, and then they will be compiled, and then they will just be made live, right? So you can just pretty much right away test your changes and go on with what you want to do, and check things out, whether it's with rerunning tests and things like that, right? So these capabilities, or such capabilities, I should say, make life easier for developers. And then there are also third-party tools like Watch and Deploy that give you such capabilities independent or outside of the IDE, which we can check out. So we have things building, right? So obviously making code changes is a very important, or if not integral, part of what developers we do, right? So what about editor or IDE integration? Yeah, there are a healthy set of plugins, I should say, or extensions for the different microprofile or Jakarta EE runtimes out there. So whether it's with Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ or Visual Studio Code or NetBeans, there are different plugins or extensions available for the runtime. They would help us with, obviously, again, working with the runtimes of frameworks, at the same time providing additional assistance with coding to what we need, right? Which we'll get into in a bit, right? So you can check these out. Typically, you would go to the marketplace for, say, Eclipse or Visual Studio Code or IntelliJ. You'll find the list of extensions or plugins available. For instance, in the screenshot here, we have Visual Studio Code. So if you go there and search for microprofile, you can find the set of plugins that you can use to work with the different runtimes that support microprofile. The other part of working within an IDE or an editor environment will be with coding assistance, right? So make some changes, maybe typo, right? Will that be caught by the IDE or editor when we write the code in it, or coding towards coding with microprofile APIs, right? Using certain annotation and things like that. Hopefully it'll be nice if they can be automatically detected and will be warned, right? So yeah, there is coding assistance for working with microprofile and Jakarta EE here with microprofile. There's an effort under Eclipse Foundation to Eclipse LSP for MP to working on a language server for microprofile, so to help us with coding using microprofile APIs, right? So everyone is welcome to contribute and participate in the project, right? So, and this is what Catherine and I are involved into, right? So the project is underway, and there's an extension under the tools for microprofile extension for VS Code, where you can use it to get the language server to give you things like code completion help, assistant and diagnostic and quick fixes. So that, and moving on to Jakarta EE, similarly, there is a new effort, or reasonably new efforts looking at a similar concept, providing a language server for Jakarta EE APIs, right? So the same idea applies here. So instead of the LSP for MP was for microprofile, and this is really for Jakarta EE APIs. And the project has been looking at starting with supporting web profile APIs first, and then from there covering all Jakarta EE APIs to provide coding assistance. What more to when it comes to editing help. So there are code generators out there to help us generate scaffolding or boilerplate code. For instance, when we work with microprofile REST client, right? So there's a microprofile REST client generator that we can use. So if we are going to, if we want to use CLI, it's available as part of the Open API tools. If you want to work with, for instance, VS Code, there is a VS Code extension for it. But essentially, it will take in an Open API doc and generate a REST client interface for you that you can work with, right? Similarly, if you are working with server side, Open API tools provide JAX-RS stubs generation too. So these are sort of examples of code generators to help us, I guess, speed up our coding process. Now, we'll talk about starting, create, and then build, and then editing. Now let's get quickly into tests. So yeah, testing is important, and there are also automated testing tools or help, right? The usual suspects are all here, right? JUnit or Quillian, and with Quillian and different runtimes and frameworks will support it, right? So they may provide plugins that you can use to work with Quillian. And then certain runtimes, they will have their own facilities too. For instance, Quarkus and Tommy there that we listed, that would help you to write automated tests that's for the runtime, right? And I guess with the advent of containers, and containers being popular, it gives us opportunities to make life easier as we write automated tests, right? As we know, containers give us a very lightweight virtualization, and that makes it easier for us to bring in dependencies that we need or start up wherever we want to use in different environments quicker and more flexible manner, right? And when it comes to testing, as we know, sometimes even in automated tests, beyond unit testing, right? Especially when it gets to integration tests or even more system-like testing, you may need to bring in dependencies, right? Prior to containers, you may have to figure out how you would do it, right? Different codes and your own frameworks or ways to bring these dependencies up so you can test more in a true to production or as close to production manner. But with containers, that life can be made simpler with frameworks like test containers, and on top of that, micro shared testing, right? So they would make it easier for us to bring in dependencies that we want to work with in test as test containers essentially, and then make life easier as we code the automated tests, right? So and micro shared testing itself, for instance, try to provide additional integration for microprofile APIs and things like that. So these are what's available when it comes to testing. So I went through we went through the whole sort of life cycle and what's available that we've discovered quickly. And then there's also additional materials or assets or collaterals that we can look at. For instance, extensions for microprofile, it provides different, I'll call them quote samples to help with whether it's with writing microprofile config, externalizing things with microprofile config in different forms, right? Or with different health check probes and things like that. So there are samples under microprofile-ext.org that we can check out. And for Jakarta EE, there's the cargo tracker sample. So this is a attempt to provide the community, provide developers an end-to-end application and sample applications that actually exemplify domain-driven design. So we can check it out at Cargo Tracker. And lastly, different runtimes will provide their own assets to help. For instance, OpenLibD provides a set of guides that covers all microprofile APIs and also Jakarta E APIs that you can check out just to get going and learning about the APIs and using them in say 20 minutes or so and stuff like that, right? So these are additional materials that would help us get going working with microprofile and Jakarta EE APIs. So now I will hand it over to Catherine to show us the tools in action and to wrap things up.
All right, thanks, YK. All right, so here I am in VS Code, and today I'm gonna walk you guys through how to create, a simple REST client and REST service, and how the tools we have available can, help you in your development process. And we'll actually go from creating a project, editing, all the way through to testing our project. So here I am in VS Code, and I just want to point out some of the extensions I have installed here. So you can see I have a number of microprofile related extensions, and these are actually all bundled in this extension pack for microprofile if you want to grab them all at once. And this includes things like the microprofile starter, the generator for microprofile REST client, and tools for microprofile, which is actually pulling in the language server for microprofile there. And then I have some runtime specific extensions installed here as well. So I have Open Liberty tools, Payera tools, and Quarkus tools. Today, I'll show you, how to connect, say, an Open Liberty project to a Payera project, and how we'll do a little bit of overview of how these tools work. So the first step in the development process, as YK said, would be to generate a new project. So I would want to use the microprofile generator to do that. So here I'm just in VS Code, going to select generate a new microprofile starter project. And here it will actually start prompting me for, my group ID, my artifact ID, the version of microprofile I want to use. So in this case 4, and then it'll show us which runtimes support microprofile for. So in this case, if I want to choose Open Liberty, I can also select my Java SE version. And you can even select some of the different microprofile specs you want to include to start off with. And then it will prompt you to generate into a folder within your application and open it up in VS Code. So in the interest of time, I've actually already gone ahead and generated. So I'm going to hit cancel for now and show you the project we started with. So here I have an Open Liberty project, and it's pretty bare bones. This is just from the microprofile starter, and I've modified it a little bit to fit our purposes. So, if we take a look at the POM here, we'll see it has our Liberty Maven plugin defined. If I go up to my dependencies, we'll see it's using microprofile 4 with Java EE8. And I've also gone ahead and added a Docker file to this as well, so we can make use of Open Liberty's dev mode for containers and actually run this in a container. So I'm going to go ahead and pull your attention to this Liberty dashboard here. And you'll see this is populating with our application that we've created. So I can go ahead and click Start in Container from the dashboard, and it will actually pull up an integrated terminal in VS Code, so you don't have to leave the tool. And it will start executing this application on a container here. And while we wait for that to start up, I'll show you what's actually in this code. So it's pretty basic. I just have, my REST application here. And this hello controller is auto-generated from our microprofile starter, and it just says hello world. So we can go ahead and try to hit this endpoint. We see our application is up and running. So I'll go to 9080. This is the default port for Open Liberty. We see we have our hello endpoint. We can see it says hello world. If I go ahead and change this, we'll see on save, we're actually recompiling because we are using dev mode, and the application will update. So there we go, without stopping our server and redeploying it. So like I said, today we're going to be making a simple REST client, REST service application for our purposes. I just made a simple cafe service here. So I have a drink option, which just is a name and a cost. And I have my cafe service as well. So here at the endpoint cafe, I've created a few drinks, stored in inventory, and I just have a few get and post methods to return those drinks. So just to show you what that endpoint looks like as well. I hit the data cafe endpoint, we can see it's populated with our list of drinks. So let's go ahead and use one of our microprofile specs. In this case, let's say I wanted to add MP health to my Liberty application here. First thing I'm going to do is go into my server XML and actually add in the MP health feature. And you'll see on save, Open Liberty is actually installing this feature for us. And now we're ready to go ahead and implement a health check. So say I want to call it cafe readiness check. And this is where a tool like the microprofile language server could come in handy. So here, if I actually start typing MP readiness, we'll see we have a fully formed health readiness check as a snippet here. And if I click it, it's actually auto-filled our class name, our package name, and we have a full functioning health check. And I can go ahead and hit our health endpoint. We'll see it's up. And I might have to save here. I might have something cached. I'll just go ahead and quickly restart my server here. But with the microprofile language server, it does implement our health check for us, which is really great. All right, so our server is just restarting. Let's see, it might have changed our port on us. All right, there we go. So I just had to restart quickly. So now I'm at 9081. I use the health endpoint, and I also have a microprofile open API installed on this application here. So if I go to our port and hit open API, this is where we can see, our full open API document with the different endpoints we have and even the different schemas we have. So I have my drink schema here. I'm going to leave this Open Liberty application running. And like I said, we want to connect it to a REST client. And I'm going to use Pyera for that to show you some of the tooling around Pyera. So I'll go ahead and type in Pyera here. And Pyera comes with, you could either generate a project via the microprofile starter, or you can use the built-in Pyera generator. So I'm going to hit generate a Pyera micro project here. Say it's our demo project, and this will act as our REST client. You can see it's prompting us for things like our context root, package names. We can select a version of Pyera micro we want to use and where we want to, generate it into. And this will call on the Pyera generator. And you'll see it's generated, so I'm going to add it to our same workspace here. And you'll see here I have this Pyera micro instances dashboard here, and it has actually already populated with our newly generated application. And if we take a look, this application is pretty bare bones as well. First thing I want to do, is update the version of the microprofile, because we are using microprofile 4 in Open Liberty, so we'll just keep it consistent across. And you can see it has, our Jakarta dependencies, our microprofile dependencies, and it's using the Pyera micromaven plugin here. If I take a look at the code, first thing we want to do, as always, is create our application. So I'll just say it's a REST client application. And in the interest of time, I will copy this over from when I already created here. All right, so I'm just saying our REST application will be available at the client endpoint. And now we want to make use of the models and the service we created here in our Open Liberty application. So this is where something like the microprofile REST client generator could come in handy. So I know it's a little small, but it says generate a microprofile REST client. And what this will do is ask for an open API file, or we can actually give it a URL here. So in this case, I'm going to point it to our URL from our Open Liberty application. It will prompt us where to generate into, our package name, and here it's generating our microprofile REST client interface. And now we can see we have two new folders here, API and models. And if we take a look at what is actually in this, we have a blurb about how it's an auto-generated. I'm just going to do that import statement for now. And we have this default API class. And you'll see it's actually populating with the endpoints we declared in our Open Liberty application. We have some exception wrappers as well, and it even created our drink model, so our cost and our name. So we don't have to create that code, it's all created for us, which is very useful. And so I'll go ahead and make my controller class here in our REST client. And again, I'll just, in the interest of time, over here. So here I have a cafe controller class. I'm scoping it to just this application. I have my path here, and here is interesting. I'm injecting my cafe service. And again, this is where the microprofile language server could come in handy. Another snippet, if I type np irc, we have code to inject a REST client, and it does populate for you. So here I'm using my default API class, our cafe service. The microprofile language server also delivers diagnostics to you. So let's say I just injected like this. I didn't put my REST client annotation. Now this actually goes against the spec from MicroProfile, and our language server will warn us right away. If it says we should have the @rest client annotation, and it will even give us a quick fix to add that back in. So the idea here is you don't have to, wait for your application to deploy, see what's wrong, view it in your output. It's delivered directly within your IDE. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start my Payara service here. So, actually, one thing I did forget is to add our path here on our register REST client here. So I'm going to add my base URI path, and this will be to my Open Liberty application here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start it from directly this Payara dashboard here. And the Payara dashboard operates slightly differently from the Liberty one. You see it is actually working in the output tab versus an integrated terminal. All right, so we'll let that start up. And it might take a few minutes. I'll walk through, I guess, the rest of this cafe controller class. So I did have a path here, and then I have a get menu path to just deliver back the rest of our cafe. And this should deliver us our full list of our menu. So here we can see it started, it opened up, we're using port 8080 here. And if I go to 8080 Open API endpoint, we can take a look at the different endpoints that are available there. So we can see we have our endpoint client get menu. And here we can see it's populated with our menu. So just like that, we've easily connected, an Open Liberty application to a Payara application, a simple REST client, REST service. Just to round out the end of the development lifecycle here, I'm going to add a few tests to my Open Liberty application with microshed testing. So I'll go ahead and stop my Payara application and pull our focus back to our Open Liberty application here. So if I take another look here at my Open Liberty application, and I'll make this smaller so everyone can see, I do have the microshed testing dependencies along with JUnit and our test containers, as well as I have the Maven failsafe plugin installed. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new test. I'll call this Cafe Service T. And for this, we can just create a simple microshed test. So here, we'll start with just our first step is always annotating with microshed test to tell it that we will be using microshed test here. And then I have to define my container. So I'm just gonna do this over and resolve my imports. All right, so here is our container. We're saying here's our context root, and we want to check, first if our readiness endpoint is there, we know our application is up and ready to use. Then we'll add our REST client, and just remember to use the REST client from microshed testing for this. And we will call our cafe service here. Service. And then I'll create a simple test. So if I do a test from Jupyter here, we'll just test the size of our inventory. So get drinks, size, and we do have 3 in our inventory here. All right, so if I go back to my terminal that's running our Open Liberty application, so we can see, our test has been compiling as we've been saving. So one thing you can do with dev mode is to hit enter, and that will actually go ahead and run your test. So you can see it's running our integration test for our microshed container, and we see our test pass, which is great. And just for completeness sake, if I change the value here and run our test again, we can see that it will fail. And another cool feature is from our Liberty Dev dashboard, you can run tests from here, stop. Also, if you want to look at the specific integration or unit test report, you could do that as well. So So I'll end it here with VS Code, and just quickly, I want to show you for completeness sake that we also have support in IntelliJ. So I have our IntelliJ Community Edition here, and I have a number of plugins installed to our Community Edition as well. So you can see I have our micro profile starter installed here. Hopefully this is big enough for you guys to see, but I have micro profile starter, Open Liberty tools. There is a Pyera micro community tools extension for IntelliJ as well. So it's pretty complete depending on whichever IDE you prefer to use. There's definitely support for it. So let's just show, quickly the micro profile starter. If I click new project, it does populate, micro profile starter. I can set my group ID, artifact ID, my version, my implementation, again, all the same that we saw before, and the different, APIs I want to use. When you hit next, you can choose where to generate it into. If I hit finish, it will create that new project and open it up in IntelliJ for me here. And we can see, some instructions from the generator. And I'll show you as well, we do have our Liberty Dev dashboard here that will display our projects as well. So here we have, service A, service B, it's displaying our different applications. And finally, just to quickly round it out here, I'll show you a bit of Eclipse as well. So as YK mentioned, we do have the LSP for Jakarta project as an incubator project under the Eclipse Foundation. Now it's not out in the marketplace yet, but I wanted to give you a quick demo of the functionalities we have and what sort of it looks like basically. So here I have the same application. The only difference now is I have changed it to use Jakarta EE9. So it'll be using the new Jakarta namespace, and we're using microprofile 3 as well. So let's say I wanted to go ahead and make a new servlet for this application. So here, I have a servlet, and just like we saw before, we do have snippets from the LSP for Jakarta project. So, if I start doing this, we can see we have an HTTP servlet get, and it is a fully functional snippet here that implemented a servlet for us. I'll just resolve the package name and the class name here. And just like that, you have the basics for your servlet. We also have diagnostics available. So let's say I forgot to put extends HTTP servlet. This will warn us that this does go against the spec. We have to have that extended class there, and it will give us a quick fix to fix that as well. All right, so that's the end of the live coding portion. I know we looked at a lot of tools, so I hope you saw some new tools you haven't heard of before and picked up some tricks. I will give a summary. So we weren't able to show every tool that was available today. So here's an overview of some of the ones we talked about and some of the ones we saw. So, in starters, we do have the microprofile starter and the different IDE plugins, the Jakarta EE starter, and the different runtime starters and quick start templates. For build and run, we have our Maven and Gradle build plugins, with some of them offering hot deploy or dev mode, so you can keep deploying your application as you code. And for IDE or editor integration, we do have the Eclipse language server for microprofile, or LSP for MP, that is available on the VS Code marketplace right now. And coming soon will be the Eclipse LSP for Jakarta project with our Eclipse IDE to start. And you can go get involved in that project as well. All of these are in the open. And for code generators, we have our open API tools with our microprofile REST client generator. And again, for automated testing, we have the usuals like JUnit and Arquillian. And like I just demonstrated, we have test containers with microshit testing. And then there's some specific runtime testing tools such as Quarkus or Tommy's application composer. Here's another overview chart to show all of the different runtimes and the different IDE or editor integration that is offered. So you can see it's quite a complete list. Today, we really focused on Open Liberty and Pyera. We have the different tools across Eclipse, IntelliJ, NetBeans, VS Code, Open Liberty, and Quarkus also have dev mode for any editor. And Helidon actually has just started creating their VS Code extension as well. So that's available for tech preview. It's not on the marketplace, but you can grab it off their GitHub as well. So just to sum up, these are very exciting times for Open Cloud Native Java. There are even more microprofile and Jakarta tools than there have ever been before. You can see there's quite a complete list, and there's even more support to come. So lots of exciting things to look forward to. So what did you think? Did you think we missed anything? Did you learn anything new or have any feedback? Feel free to reach out to either of us on Twitter and tell us what you thought. So thank you for listening. I guess we'll see if there are any questions.
Hey, I mean, that was like a great presentation. I'll definitely learn a couple of new things, even though that's one area that I usually work with every day. I'm really excited about that microshed tool that you show. I haven't heard about that before, so I'll definitely gonna give it a try. Great work on that. So let me have a look if we have any questions. I don't believe we have. So nothing over here, nothing over there. Yeah, I mean, no questions so far. So I guess that people are still thinking about it. But I'm guessing that if there are any questions, they can reach out to you on Twitter, right?
Yes,
Definitely.
for sure. Yeah, we
Wonderful.
welcome any questions, feedback, or discussions. And
wonderful.
Yeah,
so since we don't have any questions left, I'll let both of you go. So thank you so much for joining us today, and hopefully we can meet each other in person real soon, right?
Yes. No, it's great to be here, and thank you for hosting us, Roberto. And
It was our pleasure. I mean, the conference Jnation won't be the same without you speakers. You are the actual stars. We just try to give you the stage, and then everything else is on you. So thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna do like a quick break. The next session is gonna be in 15 minutes. So actually, let me see which session we're gonna have next. I should have it here somewhere. I believe it is. Oh yes, so it's gonna be Mohammed Taman gonna talk us about how you should use an optional. I think it's gonna be a great session. So have some time, go out, drink some water, drink some coffee, and then you can return in the next couple of minutes and watch Mohammed talk about this. So thank you so much for joining on this session, and see each other in a few minutes.
Thank you all.
start the interview. Use the flute and play a song. Why should we hire you?
You have no idea I want to work this much!
Experiências digitais, nós fazemos tudo o que é o digital da Mercedes-Benz Carros. Ou seja, a partir do momento em que um utilizador entra num site até ao momento em que se torna cliente e, na verdade, depois de ser cliente temos que prestar serviços, todas essas serviços, toda essa experiência digital, quer seja na app, quer seja nos websites, é desenvolvida por nós aqui em Portugal. É algo que está ainda em discussão. Antes da pandemia nós já tínhamos alguma liberdade para as pessoas fazerem home office. Obviamente agora o futuro vai ser muito mais híbrido e com bastante mais liberdade. Exatamente como vai funcionar ainda temos que ter algumas discussões. O que sabemos é que não queremos ser uma empresa 100% remote, nem 100% presencial. Vai ser algo semelhante, porque para manter a cultura da empresa acreditamos que é importante as pessoas reunirem-se de vez em quando. O que vamos querer ter é um escritório bastante mais preparado para que esses eventos ocorram, ou seja, não é tanto para trabalhar no dia-a-dia à secretária, mas tanto para que as pessoas se juntem, colaborem e criem um espírito tão forte como temos hoje em dia. A nível de back-end, nós quando começámos usávamos muito o Java 8 e o Java 11. Desde o último ano para cá passámos para Kotlin e mantivemos o Spring Boot como o framework de eleição. A nível de front-end, estamos nesta altura a tentar haver uma maior standardização. Passamos de JavaScript para TypeScript e o framework de eleição vai ser Vue.js a partir de agora. Em 2022, primeiro ambicionamos voltar ao normal o máximo possível. Acho que é a primeira grande ambição. Mas 2022 vai continuar a ser um ano de grande crescimento. Vamos ter que crescer bastante mais o número de pessoas, de colaboradores que temos hoje em dia. Vamos continuar a querer cada vez mais desenvolver as plataformas futuras da Mercedes-Benz, porque todo o nosso modelo é cada vez mais digital. E, na verdade, em 2022 queremos estar no novo escritório, que vai ser no Hub Criativo do Beato. Vai ser o primeiro ano inteiro em que vamos ter um escritório verdadeiramente nosso e não estarmos no coworking. Por isso, para nós, vai ser um grande passo e uma grande mudança. Olha, 3 coisas importantes em todas as pessoas que recrutamos. Primeiro é o conhecimento que têm, pode ser um back-end, um front-end, pode ser um UX, pode ser um product owner, que tenha conhecimento na sua área-chave, na sua área base, seja adequado à sua experiência. A segunda componente muito importante é que seja uma pessoa que goste de aprender e crescer connosco. O que nós sabemos é que nesta área a tecnologia muda muito rapidamente e o que é necessário hoje em dia pode ser totalmente diferente daqui a 2 anos, daqui a 4 anos. Por isso queremos pessoas que tenham esta sede de aprender e crescer, porque a própria empresa quer que as pessoas cresçam com a empresa. E terceiro, tão importante quanto as outras duas, são pessoas que se enquadrem bem culturalmente, que tenham um fit com a empresa, que gostem de trabalhar em equipa, que gostem de ajudar os outros, que queiram fazer mais e melhor pela empresa e por si próprios. Isto são 3 componentes muito diferentes que nós tentamos avaliar ao longo do processo de entrevistas, mas que na verdade todos eles são importantes e todos eles são críticos para alguém poder entrar dentro da Mercedes-Benz I/O. Quer seja alguém acabado de sair da faculdade, por exemplo, quer seja alguém com 20 anos de experiência, estas 3 componentes têm que estar lá.
Okay, and we're back for another session of Jnation 2021. And I'm happy to have my good friend here with me, Mohammed. Hey, Mohammed, how are you?
Hi, Roberto. I'm fine. And how about you?
I'm okay, thank you very much. So I know that you're gonna bring us a little bit of a session about optionals, right?
Mm-hmm. One
That's
of the
great.
most debatable one.
I know. I mean, I for some reason, I mean, everyone enjoys optional when they added on JDK8, and then people start to abuse them. So I think that your session is gonna be really interesting in that regard.
I hope so.
Wonderful. So if you have any questions to Mohammed, feel free to post them over YouTube chat or on our Slack channel. I'll be happy to relay them back to Mohammed. And well, without any further delays, well, Mohammed, the stage is yours. So feel free to start.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for having me. I will start sharing my screen now and let me know if you see everything is clearly.
Oh, sure.
Where is my, here it is. Share it. So
Okay, that's
how
great.
do you find it?
That's great.
Okay, can you see it normally?
Yes, we can.
Okay, do you use optional class as it should be? This is the title. So if you see it, it's okay. Black and green. Nice. So thank you, Robert. I will start to have this session with the guys from whatever it is. Hello, everyone, and thank you for attending my session. And I hope to for you to enjoy it. So my name is Mohammed Taman, and I'm working as a chief solutions architect for a company called Efortel. It's a telecommunication company, and I'm Java champion and Oracle Groundbreaker ambassador. So this presentation, I would like to present and how I get it. Actually, I do a code review a lot of my time with my seniors and also teaching my team leads and senior guys how to do a proper kind of code review. This is a separate topic. I'm not going to have it. It's a huge one. But one of the benefits of having a code review is that you learn from others' code as well as you observe things based on your knowledge, and then you have a discussion. And one of the really things that I have seen during my code review that people start using optional and optional everywhere. It's not the problem of the optional class itself, because it has been here to solve a specific problem in the GDK and the API in general. But the main problem of how to use optional, because it's also has a pros and cons, and we are going to explore all of this. So I have prepared this presentation as a set of like rules or like recipes that you can use it as a reference for you. Then when you start using them and discuss them with your team and refer to them, you will memorize them as anything else. So I do write some publications and some of it's laggy a little bit, so sorry for this. So I write articles for Java Magazine and Oracle Magazine, as well as IBM Developer and InfoQ. So you'll find a lot of things about Java, GDK, and the news things. And also I wrote these books, and they are out there. These presentations, actually, I wrote 2 articles based on the code and with the production codes. You can go to the links for each of these links. It's clickable, so whenever you click on it, it will guide you to the URL that contain all the article talking about these topics. This is the presentation here. Everything has a link, and whenever you click on the link, it will guide you through the method or the API for more information if you'd like. Definitely at the end, I'm going to share this presentation with the team so you can have it. So you can connect with me and catch me on Twitter. I'm always available on Twitter, and those are my slide share, GitHub, because I put all my code on GitHub so you can find and enjoy it, and we could have a discussion. Follow me on LinkedIn, you can connect with me, and as well as Facebook. It's easily search for my name in Google and you can have all of this kind of stuff. I would be happy to have a conversation with you and connection. Let's deep dive right now to the presentation. So I have composed this presentation into 5 elements. So first one, we would like to know how to survive from null pointer exception, even we are using optional. And it's meant to not have this null pointer exception, but sometimes we have it and we will see how. Secondly, we would like to know exactly how and what to return or set when there is no values present in our optional, so how to consume it and use it. And the third one is talking about effectively how to consume optional, because whenever I see the code, people using one pattern to do everything related to optional, which is like, there is a bunch of methods that we need to use, but we need to know also when to use them. Finally, and this is not the final point, there is point number 5, we would like to have some anti-patterns that I already have it, but I would like you to avoid it. I have it in the code and I will show you how it is introduced, and we should avoid it in a different way, and you have to be aware of this. Finally, we like to use optional. We can use optional with Lambda, with all the streaming API and everything. So it's all about optional. So let's see the element number 1. One question I always get when we use, the people always complaining like, hey, I'm getting null even when I use optional. Like, it should be, I'm using optional, there is no null exception should be happen. So let's see the code. The code always self-explanatory for these cases. So first case, and the easiest one I found the most, is like when there is no value, I assign the optional to null, and you are returning an optional of employee, for example, and you are expecting to use optional afterward. Like, this is like almost junior things to happen because we used to have this, but finally you will get null pointer exception. The best case is always to avoid this, and whenever you would like to indicate that optional does not has a value, you can use optional.empty. This is meant to be like this. I would like to give you a hint. You will find here on the upper right corner always since when this method is introduced. So if you are using JDK 8, using JDK 9, or whatever it is, plus 12, 11, you will know when to use this function, okay? So let's move to some other example. And never call also get directly, because people get exceptions. And this is not meant to be like this, because if you don't have a value inside the optional and you call get immediately, this will throw no such element exception. And to avoid this, we have to check if there is a value inside the optional or not. So in order to avoid this, you have to write your code like this. You can use the optional, which is your employee, and to ask first, is the value is present? If yes, you can call get. You are safe to call get. And if it's not, you can do whatever you want. Okay, that's nice. So those are the most things that involving null pointer exception and throwing an exception. But sometimes I would like to use null. And sometimes, yes, it's rare, but it's combination because of using exception and null. Let's see a case for this. So for example, if I'm using reflection and I would like to call a method up in a class, and this method might be instance method or static method. So I have my method and I have instance class, I get my class and it returned to me as an option of that class. And first I would like to check, because I learned this, I don't need to have an exception or null. I would like to check first about it. Is my class already present? Exists? If it's yes, please call the method open this class because it's instance method. If it's not, Indeed, I don't need an instance of that class, so I can call it directly without without having the instance on the class direct because it's static, so I pass null. So in this case, this is verbose. And here I would like to, because the API invoke either need to from you a reference to that class as an instance or null to indicate this is an static. So how to solve such a problem easily and not to be verbose more, you can have it like this. You have an option, you have the method, and you can call method.invoke my class instance or else. So if there is no value, a null value will be returned in that case. If there is an instance optional, the instance will be of that class will be returned to the method invoke, and the method will be successfully invoked. So we reduce the boilerplate code and also use it effectively with optional class or else. So nice. And this is always since Java 8. Let's see some other questions to solve. And what to do actually when there is no value is present. This is very nice because we need to know what to do. Because most of the code that I have seen, as you will see with me, there is no always using present and else. The checking, if not, do this. And it's verbose, to be honest. And some people complain like, okay, we have is present, and why not to use it? To use get afterward, and I have else statement to not to do something else if the value is not present. Like, hey, yes, we can have it. First, it's verbose. Secondly, it's not the effective way to use the methods because sometimes we need it in an elegant way and more performant even, and not to break the chain as we are going to see of the lambdas. So let's see something like this. Yes, we have it, we can use it, but I don't advise to use such things because in this case, we have a status, a default status, and which called unknown, and I'm trying to get the user status, and I'm checking first if the user status is present or not. If it's present, return it. If it's not, return the user status, which is the default. Like you have observed this from the last code snippet. Do you remember method.invoke? We use something to return either the default or other values. So excellent. It is, we can use definitely or else. So it's more elegant, and I can use status.or else. If the status exists, it will be returned as a value, as a string. If it's not, we are going to use user status. But bear in mind one very important point here. I have said use this or else as an elegant alternative to set and return an already constructed default object. What does it mean? So let's see an example to make it clear between when to use this or else and use or else get, the other method. So, but here you would like to be reminded that this is going to user status is actually has a value. It's not computed. It's already pre-constructed. There is no computation happens here. So imagine that in this recipe, for example, I'm advising you in this case not to use or else. Why? To set or return a specific computed value. Why? Let's imagine that I'm getting the user status and there is some computation which has happened in the method compute status, or in my articles I have written such a case about a cache, and I would like, for example, to check about my request inside the cache first. If I found that value, I would like to return it. If it's not, please get the request values from the database, and the database involves some computation. Let's imagine that the database call here is compute status. So we will open JDBC connection, we will connect to the database, we are going to run a query, we're going to fetch the data and then return it back. Yeah, this is valid. So I can use or else. And there is a slight here performance problem, because if the value already exists in the cache, the database call is going to be executed. Why? Because it's not deferred, it's not lazy. So we have a performance set. Even the value inside the cache, we ran the query, which is, it's not intentionally what we want to do. So in this case, to avoid such a problem, like here, we need to use something else, which is, and yes, someone will tell me I can use this case, as I told you, no, don't use is present because it's verbose more. It's a valid but verbose. So in this case, we would like to use or else get because it takes supplier, and supplier here is deferred, it's lazy. It will be only called if there is no value inside the optional. It's not like or else. Performance-wise, if you have, put this in your mind, if you have a computed value and need to be checked, if the value inside the option list does not exist, please use or else get. If it's pre-constructed and there is no computation involved, use or else. So I hope it's clear now. So this is since also Java 8. Let's see another form. Sometimes I found people would like to throw an exception. Yeah, it happens. I would like to throw business exception. If there is, I'm searching for an employee and I would like to return like 404, like or 402, like there is no value. Search return no value. So sometimes you would like to throw a business exception. So sometimes I can say like no such element exception. Yeah, I'm checking about the status. If it's not exist, I would like to throw an exception. There is no problem in this code. It will run, but it's more verbose, as I told you. This is how I see it always in the code. I can solve this with one line of code. How it is, just using or else throw. So if there is no value, throw an exception. So simple. So in this case, or else throw will specifically throw no such element exception. And something like you have just said, I would like to throw my business exception. How to do this? Okay, by the way, this method is available since Java 10, but what if I'm using Java 8? So we have solution for this. So don't use this again, because this is not the solution. Using is present and get. I know that's annoying, but I have to present it to tell you how the people actually use the code to solve these alternative cases. So avoid it, please. And when you get back to the presentation, you will know how to avoid this. It will be available for you. So what is the solution here? It's simply you can use or else throw, which takes supplier as well. So here, sometimes if there is some evaluation or something, it will not be executed unless there is no status. So you can use it like this, illegal status exception, and using method reference, you can just call the new or use Lambda form to have a message inside the exception, or definitely it's not limited to legal state exception. You can use this business exception. Great. Let's move to some other points. And this is, as I told you, since Java 8. So you don't have any problem if you don't want to use or else throw in short version. Question number 3, and this is very important as well. Consuming the values. This is very important. Like, yeah, I have the value, but what to do if there is no value? I would like to execute and just an action if there is no value, or if there is a value, or what if I would like to deal with primitive data types like wrapper classes. So let's see how to consume effectively, because also to affect the performance. So nicely, indeed, don't use is present to do nothing if the value is not present, because I'm just checking and I would like to present the status. So in this case, if the data is present, I would like to do this. It's not more elegant, and you can have alternative, which is if present. So if the data is present, this will be printed, or the action you would like to run. And if it's not, nothing will happen. And this is how we call it. I would like just only execute an action based on the presence of the value. So you can use is if present. Available since Java 8. Let's see some other recipes for consuming. Don't use this to execute an empty-based action if the value is not present. So sometimes, like if the value is present, here it is, and I don't want to execute an action. I just want to log a status that I didn't found, some status or some data or something, like just logging, for example. It's very easy to use this, and we can use if present or else. So if present here, just if it's printed, that I know as a logging, and if it's not present, I would like to execute something through an exception, do something based on the absent of the optional value. And this is available since Java 9. Let's see something else. And what if I would like to set or return another optional when no value is present? So for example, I would like my method fetch status is not returning a string, it's returning optional of string. And I would like to return this based on the checking of the value, because if I call get will only return the wrapped value, which is string or whatever the value type is. But in this case, I would like to check about the status because it's optional. I'm calling the database for Spring Boot like repository, which and GPA, and they are returning to me an optional, and I would like also to return an optional to my caller in order to have more checks. So this is it's almost the case. So I have constructed a default status, which is binding of type optional in order to have this. So if the status present, please return the status as an optional, wrapping a string. If not, return the default. So this is very, very verbose as usual. And to avoid such a case, we can use or else get, definitely to use optional. And you see it's complicated. And you can see don't use or else get to do this job as well. And you have one API to do this, which is using or simply. So status or default status. And also you can have it in one call without construction of the default status as a long statement quickly as this. If the status exists, return it as optional of string. And if it's not, please return optional of the binding as a status or unknown. And this is available since Java 9. Great. Another one, when we use lambdas and we would like to consume data when we are using lambda, and don't use if present get because it breaks the chain, and the best of lambda is using the chain to in order to make it clear, not verbose, and finally control the things inside. So if I have a product list and I would like to check to filter the product based on the price list, then specific price, and then find the first one of these lists, and then check if there is if there is a product, please, I would like to know what is the name of this product. And here is some transformation happens because I would like to get the name of the product, and if it's not, I would like to return not found, not the product actually itself. So this is verbose and boilerplate, and we can reduce it using the full chain. And also some people I found breaking the chain by introducing to introduce it on 2 steps. So they get the optional first and then calling map on optional to get the name, and then call the map will return an optional of the string at that point. And then if it's not using or else, it's simply why you have to change this, because find first actually, as we can see, returning optional of product. So we can chain this call inside it. So it's simply, we can have it like this. So we can have a product.stream, and we have the filter. If we found it, please map it to get the name of not found, please return not found. It's more clear and not verbose anymore. Great, let's see another one. Don't check for the value to throw an exception. As I told you before, like, okay, if there is a product inside, if there is no cart, and if there is no product and the cart does not contain this product, please throw an exception. So I'm checking if the cart already exists and it has some product, and I'm checking about specific product inside this cart to finally, if you don't found it, throw an exception. So as you can see, we can do it like this because we are chaining. So we can use card.filter because I would like to check about specific product inside and then or else throw an exception. So this is very easy. Or use or else throw with the supplier if you'd like to throw a specific exception. Let's see this also because, yeah, optional is nice, optional is beautiful, and I would like to use it everywhere I found it, but this is sometimes we overuse things. So something like this, it doesn't make any sense for me because I would like to get an optional of nullable. Why of nullable? We will see this, but I can give you a hint because I would like to check if the status is null, return an empty optional. And then if it does not exist, please return a binding string. So it's very easy to use it more clearly like this. Use ternary operator. If the status is null, just return binding. If it's not, return the status. So simply, so we have to think the same like when we had var inside Java 10. With Java 10, when it came into play inside the GDK, everyone intended to use it. Yeah, it's short version, everything, but sometimes it's introduced non-clear code. So we need to know when to use it. Things always, you have to think about clean code, when to use. If you can read it, you know, because you're writing the code, but you have to know when to use it. So this is very important. Let's move on to the fourth question. Yeah, now I know about how to handle null pointer exceptions, how to use null with optional, how to consume data effectively, how to apply some actions based on the presence or non-presence of the values. And now, how can I use optional while designing my API? This is what I call anti-pattern, and we have to know about them to avoid them when I design my method, my class, my constructor, everything using optional, because optional is out there everywhere. That's nice. So first anti-pattern is don't declare any field or instance field of type optional. It's introducing really complexity. And just I found some people using this because they would like to introduce the zip code as an optional. So you might have it, but you are complicating things here. And also you are introducing overhead in the employee entity or class or data carrier in case of record by introducing another object wrapping your value. So don't do this. It's not only complication for the framework you are using and forcing the caller to try to deal with option. No, it's also performance set and memory usage. So don't ever, never do this. So simply just have your employee, because optional also does not implement serializable, and you will face this problem. So it's not used properly with Java Beans, okay? Even if it's used with JPA now to have the value, but make it more clearer and use it as it intended to be. Second anti-pattern here is don't use optional in constructor, because this also complicates it. I found people using like this. We have an optional of postal code. Why? Because it might exist or not. So you can call my constructor, give the name because it's mandatory, and if it's not mandatory, the zip code or post code, you can just pass it optional.empty. It doesn't matter. You know what I can do? I can pass null, because I'm annoyed and it's verbose for me. It's like I give you the string name and the second argument will be null. And you can see like, yeah, man, I'm using objects to check about the nullability and everything, but why you are forcing me to use optional? And also this is complicating the side call. And also you will have to return it as a get, definitely as an option. So if you'd like to check about the value optionality, you can use the get method and avoid this kind of complexity and just use it like this. You can have the postal code. If I pass a null, yeah, null only checking as a required for the name, and for postal code, if you don't give it to me, it doesn't matter. I can also safely returned as an optional, and I would like to give you an opportunity to check if it's null or not using optional. So I'm using optional of nullable. In case postal code is null, it will return automatically optional empty. And if it's not, it will return optional of postcode. This is nice. I had first make a mistake in the previous explanation that I was trying. I said that objects that require non-null was a check about postcode. No, there is no check about this. I just realized now. Sorry for this. So let's move to another anti-pattern, which is yes, as I don't use it inside constructor and constructor special method to construct an object, don't use it in setters and method arguments as well. So same employee implementing serializable, and I'm using postcode as an optional, and I'm forcing you to set an optional. This is like consequences of declaring instance variable as an optional. So the setter getter will be setter and getters will be of type optional, because if you're generating the code with your ID, it will be like this: complication and memory consumption. Easily as you can observe it, don't use it, and you can use it only in the getter methods, because this is how it's meant to be. Another one, which is, I know that I have to declare it everywhere, like using optional inside methods argument. Don't do it, because I see that you might yes or might not pass a renderer. If you don't, I'm going to use the default renderer. And also you might give me a name, so it's optional. So I'm expecting from you to call my method like the last line like this: render customer. You will give me the card and give me optional of render of my call render that I would like to new a new instance. And oh yeah, I don't have a name, so optional.empty. Please, who is going to call your method? If it's me, I'm going to pass null and just I would like to give a new instance, and that's it. Why have to wrap it inside optional of renderer of something? It's complication. How to solve this? See, we can do it like this, man. It's much easier. I removed all the optional from the method argument. I did my checks and I use the string. I have the require non-null or else get returning default value if it's null. So for me, it's much easier to call render customer as a cart new call render, and just I pass it null if I don't have a name. That's it. It's very easy. Why you are making my life is much harder and maintaining my API much harder, because you are relying in more and more APIs than the basic things. Very nice. Sometimes I can use null pointer exception to throw, so I use object require non-null else get, or I would like to throw null pointer exception when I call this method. And some people says like, let's use also illegal argument exception. And also, if I would like to have my exceptions in favor of objects like Lambda, I can declare my objects as a class, and then I can declare this method, which is require none, null or else throw, to throw any custom exceptions if I would like, because sometimes I don't want to, I would like to throw business exceptions. So I don't have this ability with objects.methods. So I have created something like this, and you take supplier indeed that extend your exception, and then you can use it in this form. So I can use my object require not null or else throw. I give the card to check about the nullability. If it's not, I can throw a legal argument exception or product not found exception or whatever it is with my message, and that's it. So it will be convenient and working with the same semantics as objects dot require non-null else get. This is just implementation semantics, so you can have it. So don't also use optional to return empty collections. Like, why are you using optional to deal with collections? Because collections already has their own methods. So I found something like this. It's really odd. I have and this is how you complicate the message return value, like optional of list of strings. Oh my God, I have to unwrap the list of string to check if it's already exists on looking. No, man, you don't have to do this. It's much easier to do it like this. Use the default. You can rely on collections, empty list, or empty map, or empty set, or whatever it is. So you can check use ternary operator about the item's nullability. If it's not, return just empty list, and don't complicate the return value of the method get cart items. So you just only return list of string. Either it's exist or empty list. That's it. And also avoid using optional inside the collections. The same like the class. First, you think that you are wrapping the value and you're trying, I can here, you instead of putting x1, I can just pass null. You didn't solve the problem. You complicated the problem. And then when I have the map and I would like to get the item, I will get the item in form of optional of string, and then I have to check about the nullability. And then if it's not, I would like to unwrap it. This is so complicated. Don't do this. This is one of the biggest anti-patterns here. And it's a performance hit because you are filling your map or array list or something, especially map, with a lot of another layer wrapping your value, as I told you before. So if you would like to have this legacy or default implementation, if there is no value for such a key, you can have this small get method implementation inside your class by extending the map or something, and then you can call it like this. Get item 1, in first case, it will return shoe. In the second case of item number 2, it will turn null because the item is already null. And in case number 3, which is item 3, it will return the default because already the item is not present inside the map. So it's elegant and I can use it this way. And I also avoided the performance hits. And also you can rely on other approaches such as contain keys, trivial implementation by extending hash map to provide this get method, or use Java 8 compute if absent with map, or use default map or Eclipse collections. They have a lot of methods to deal with this. And also avoid, please avoid, because I found this around the code, either the key is optional of something or the key and value is optional of, it's complication. Please avoid. Also, don't use optional of nullable. And use optional of nullable instead of if you have a doubt about the nullability of the value. So if the string item name here is exposed to be null, then the method will off. If you call off on an item or variable that it might be null, this method will throw null pointer exception. Okay, so in this case, the best solution, if you have a doubt about the value might be null or not, use of nullable, as we have used it in all the cases when we return as a get accessors for all the instance variable that might have a null value. If it's constructed value, it's always have a value like default values or anything. Calling of nullable in this case doesn't make any sense. Just use off, because of nullable first check about the nullability, and then if it is, it will return an optional item of empty or optional that traps this value. As I told you before, off does not have this check. It's trying to get the value, construct an optional of that. If it's item, if not, it will throw null pointer exception. Avoid optional generics when it comes to numbers. Yeah, sometimes I could use optional of integer to use optional of integer value or long value or double value or something like this. This is very odd because it's very expensive and it doesn't solve the problem of boxing and auto boxing. It's very, very expensive. So what to do is use such a specific implementation of optional for specific wrapper classes. So you can use optional int, optional long, and optional double. And I would like to tell you also that those classes will be a value-based classes in the future Java versions. So same like wrapper classes. So you don't have to use optional int equal optional of something. You can just write 15 immediately because they are no longer instance variables or reference-based classes. They will be value-based classes, and same like wrapper classes. This is implementation will be in the future Java versions. And this is that would happen in Java 16 if you try to call now, for example, integer or double with constructor. So you will find an error message. Don't use constructor. It's not allowed anymore because those classes are going to be value-based classes. So we can use equality without dot equal. We can easily we don't need to synchronize them anymore because they are safe. So yeah, there is a lot of benefit of value-based classes we will have, but those are more performant than using generic option. Let's move to the last part of this, and yeah, now I know what to do with really optional in my API design and what we have explained, but now I would like to use optional more. Can I do something else more with optional despite what I have learned before? Yeah, we can. Let's see some other like nice implementations. So first, there is no need because we need to test, and sometimes yes, we use testing in order to say like, are those optional classes are equal or not based on the my test case. So you don't have to use expected item to get and equal item to get. Simply use assert equals directly with the optional, because the internal implementation of the equal method of each optional is using is comparing the actual value, is not the object or the reference. They are comparing as if you called get. So you don't have to use to unwrap directly the values. Something else also, avoid using, in this case now, using identity sensitive operation. Don't use equal because optional is a reference, and it's totally different from the second optional if they have the same value. So in order to say this, to deal with this case, we can use dot equals method because they are internally comparing the actual value, as it happens with the calling of assert. Okay, avoid rejecting reps. Sometimes I would like to reject. I have an optional, I get it, I would like to check, and I do this to check if the length of the password more than 5, I would like to return false if this is good password or not, for example. So in this case, I don't have to do this using isPresent, and easily I can use filter because yeah, optional has a filter, so I can use it like this. If the password, which is the p.length more than 5 is present, so is present. If this value pass the filter, will return true. If it's not, it will return false. So simply you can use it like this. Nice, and this is definitely since Java 8. If you're using Java 11, this is convenient method to have this nice, like is the cart empty? So in present code Java 8 and 9 and 10, and I can use if the cart is not present, so it will say yes, true or false if it's empty, but elegantly I can have it like this, cart is empty if I'm using Java 11. So just convenient method. So yeah, I can do something else like don't use please is present to check the value first, then transform it. So sometimes, as you have seen before, I would like to transform. In this case, I have the username, okay, and I would like to transfer it to an optional of lowercase. So what I'm doing is checking if the value is present, please get me an optional of the username and to lowercase and lowercase name, and to make it uppercase and return it as an optional of that name. So if it's not, return an empty. So how to avoid this? And very easy way is to use map directly. So lower name that I have already, I can use map to transfer it to uppercase, and map is going to return an optional of the transformed value. It is very nice. And definitely, as we have map, we have flat map. So do you know when to use one of each? In each cases, I'm going to tell you this. Let's see what this implementation happens here. First, it's boilerplate code here because I'm trying to get a product, specific product based on the extending the previous example. And here I'm trying to get the product, and I filter all the product that less than 50 as a price. I get the first one, then I'm going to check about the presence. And if it's present, please, I would like to get the name of the product as an uppercase name. If it's not, I would like to return not found. But here you need to know that I'm using get name, because this is very important here. Product.getName, get name. So get name method is a part of the product and it returns string. So this is very important. How to make this more clear and convenient using just the stream API, I can use it like this. So the same get name, but I'm using stream and filter and find first. And also I used map first to get the name. So the stream of this element will be, now it's optional of that name. And then I use map again to transfer that name, which is string, to uppercase and return it. If it's not exists, the not found will be returned. But the get name method of the product here only returns string. What if it's return optional of string? In this case, the same thing, and I also using product.getName.or else not found or to uppercase. Why I'm using this? Because my get name here is returning an optional of string. So if I would like to solve this problem like before in one chain with one node that get name here returning a string, if I use the same chain, but I replace the first map with flat map. Why? Because the get name already returned optional of string. If I use map, it will be optional of string, and I have to unwrap inside. So the second map will not work. So in case of my method returning an optional, I'm using flat map because it will return the entity as a flat map. So I can work on it with using map. If the method only returning a value, I use map. So I hope this much clearer when to use flat map and when to use map. The last recipe here, do we need to use optional API with stream? Sometimes I have some operations and I would like to get the list as a stream finally. It's not like find first, match first, find all these kind of method already return an optional, but something like map running on stream, returning a stream, but I would like to use optional inside. In this case, I have a product list method that take list of string with a product IDs, and I would like to, and I have a fetch product by ID that take the ID of the product and returning an optional of that product if it exists. If it's not, it's returning an empty option. So I would like also to filter these. So inside get product list, it's a list. So I get the stream. I first would like to call the fetch product by ID to get all the products as an optional of the product. Then I would like to filter only, I need the product that is present because they are optional of product. And then I would like to get the actual products from each optional inside the stream, and finally return it as a list of product. So how can I avoid some boilerplate code here in order to use optional with stream? So it's much easier to use it like this. I'm using product stream, I'm using map, yes, fetch product by ID because it's return optional. Then I can use flat map optional the stream, and it will return it will treat optional instance as a stream of single instance. So this is very convenient method of working directly with the stream. And then in simple case, you will have all the products, and then you will use two lists in order to have the list of products filtered, because map also and flat map act as a filter with the product. So this is very nice shortcut. And also you can use directly or transfer optional to lists like this. If you have an optional of any value and you would like to transfer it to list, you can use optional dot stream dot collect to list, and it will return for you a single element of that value as a list. So, and this was available since Java 9. And also I would like just to mention, like very shortcut, if you're using Java 16, you know, this collect method to list, you don't have to call it like this anymore, because stream in Java 16 introduced something called to list directly, which will return a list of product. So you don't have to use it collectors and, you know, all of this kind of stuff and using collect to list or something. You just call to list and that's it. So I think by reaching this, I have finished my presentation and I'm open to any question if there is some time still available.
Hey, I mean, Mohammed, that was a great presentation, and thank you so much for keeping up on time. Yeah, I think we have one question over here. So the question is, it is recommended to write a method to accept parameters with optional and return an optional?
Return an optional, yes, because as I have mentioned before, avoid having an argument for accessor method, for constructor, for a method, or avoid using optional, because it has two consequences here. First, as I told you, it introduces a complexity for the people who's going to call your API. Optional, actually, let's get it from the definition of the optional. Optional is meant to be a return type of the methods. Wrapper as a container for the return type of the methods. So it's only meant to be as a return type. You will never find in JDK methods that accept optional as a method argument. Why? Because it's not designed for this reason. It's designed to say if there is a presence for a value or not, as we have it as stream. The initial construction for optional is the stream. All the methods, like, you know, you have stream integer streams you have, and it might return like a sum or count or something, but the value here, it could be 0 or something. But with find first, you cannot say null. You have to say if the value is present or not. This is the main invention of the optional. Then yeah, it's a return type finally. So all the methods we are using to say if there is a value or not only use optional. So there is no mean to use optional inside an argument, because the value might be optional. Don't use it. If it might be optional and you would like to alert your caller, use it only in getters methods. No setters, because you can check about the nullability and say if the value is present or not. So never ever, it's anti-pattern. And also in terms of complexity and dealing with the value. So make it normal, simple, and this is our target always. Clean code, as simple as possible.
Okay, Mohammed. I mean, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I think it was very clear on how people can really use optional from now on. So we hope that they follow your advices. So we're pretty much out of time. So thank you so much for joining this session with Mohammed. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us as well.
Thank you for you to having me, and thanks for attending. Have a nice day and see you. I'm going to leave now.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Speaker. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so we're gonna have like a quick break. It's gonna take like a couple of minutes, so feel free to get some water, coffee, and we'll see each other in like 8 minutes. See you in a while.
Olá, eu sou o Paulo Martins, sou um dos cofundadores da Present e atualmente o CEO da empresa.
Olá, eu sou o Vítor Batista, sou um dos cofundadores da Present Technologies e atualmente desempenho também a função de CEO da empresa. Portanto, a Present Technologies é uma software house, a nossa sede está aqui em Coimbra, no Instituto Pedro Nunes, e temos também escritórios no Porto e na Sertã. Portanto, a nossa área de atividade desenrola-se ao longo de diferentes mercados verticais. Os nossos clientes são maioritariamente internacionais, principalmente Europa, e é nisso que estamos focados atualmente, que é crescer além fronteiras. Bem, 2020 foi no mínimo um ano diferente. Portanto, o mundo mudou radicalmente de um dia para o outro e nós também passámos por isso. Portanto, no início da pandemia sentimos muito nervosismo no mercado. Alguns dos nossos clientes colocaram projetos em pausa, outros, pelo contrário, decidiram acelerar os projetos para chegar mais rapidamente ao mercado. E foi também um ano com novos desafios. Para terem uma ideia, nós passámos toda a equipa para trabalho remoto em 24 horas e que fizemos com sucesso. Portanto, continuámos a nossa senda de crescimento, principalmente além fronteiras, como era o nosso objetivo. Claro que isto não teria sido possível sem a nossa equipa fantástica, que trabalhou arduamente, foi resiliente, sem nunca virar a cara à luta, e só isto nos levou a chegar a um ano do qual nos orgulhamos. A pandemia trouxe também novas oportunidades, principalmente de projetos inovadores. Portanto, vamos falar-vos de dois desses projetos que desenvolvemos aqui na Present. Portanto, um deles consiste em levar o conceito das aplicações de contact tracing que diferentes países fizeram para um contexto em que as pessoas possam não ter telemóvel, como por exemplo os lares de idosos, e que permite também levar estes conceitos para o mundo empresarial. Por exemplo, para uma empresa em que conseguimos gerir ou definir que uma pessoa só tem acesso a determinadas salas, a determinados espaços, ou que não temos mais do que um determinado número de pessoas numa sala.
Outro projeto foi o CEF Mobile, uma aplicação móvel para controle de fronteiras, que tem permitido aos inspectores do CEF efetuar o controle das nossas fronteiras terrestres de uma forma segura e eficiente. Este controle é feito sem a necessidade de existir contacto físico com os documentos, permitindo apenas através da câmara ou da tecnologia NFC recolher um conjunto de dados, que é depois utilizado para a pesquisa num conjunto de bases de dados nacionais e internacionais e assim dando a informação ao inspetor para poder decidir se deve ou não deixar entrar a pessoa no nosso território.
Ora, para este ano e para o próximo, pretendemos continuar o nosso ciclo de crescimento, já vem há uns anos esta parte, e consiste em crescer acima de 20% em cada um destes anos. Portanto, à data de agora, este ano, 2021, está a correr muito bem, estamos acima dos nossos objetivos, e não só através do reforço nos clientes atuais, como crescer em novos clientes e novos mercados. Para terem uma ideia, o nosso maior desafio à data atual é conseguir fazer crescer a equipa para dar resposta a todas estas oportunidades.
Eu diria que seriam pessoas com garra, com brio, com espírito inovador, com muita vontade de aprender, mas também de ensinar, e acima de tudo que se sintam bem num ambiente informal, mas responsável e profissional que nos caracteriza. Na Present damos muito valor às relações interpessoais, ao equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e a vida profissional, ter uma equipa feliz, e isso por si só é um garante do sucesso da empresa. Neste momento estamos à procura de reforçar a equipa em praticamente todas as áreas de engenharia, desde a parte web, à mobile, mas também à parte back-end. Por isso, se estiverem interessados, aceder ao nosso site, presenttechnologies.com, e candidatarem-se a uma das vagas em aberto.
Façam parte da equipa Present
e venham conhecer a nossa mascote, o Technology.
Okay, and hi everyone. Thank you for joining us again for another session of Jnation Online 2021. Unfortunately, this year we have to do it virtually. We cannot do it physically, but maybe we can do it next year. And here with us, I have Graham. Hey, Graham, how's it going?
Hello, nice to be here. Thanks for the invite.
I mean, it's a really pleasure to have you here. As I was saying, we would love to have you here with us in Portugal. Are you still in Spain, by the way?
Yes, I live in the north
Yeah.
of Spain, in the Basque region, so it's probably even drivable.
Yeah, it is drivable. So
Yeah,
I mean, you're very, very close to us, so it will be awesome for you to come. But for now we cannot do that. So maybe next year we can do the event physically, and then you can just take like a couple of hour drive and meet us physically. Yeah, anyway, I don't want to steal your time. I know that you have a lot of things to cover and lots of things to show us, very, very exciting things. If anyone wants to post any questions to Graham, please let me know over Slack or on YouTube chat. I'll be happily relay that back to Graham. So Graham, I know they're going to talk us about Micronaut and GraalVM, a couple of new technologies. Well, GraalVM is already a couple of years old, so Micronaut is a little bit newer, but it's really an awesome thing. So feel free to take the spot and begin the presentation.
Thank you. Actually, Micronaut actually predates GraalVM by 2 months.
Oh, was that so? Okay.
Yeah, we had no idea it existed before we built Micronaut. We kind of went on the plan. But anyway, I'll talk about that in my talk.
Yeah.
So let's.
Sorry about that. I'm mixing dates then.
No, that's fine. It's nobody can have the life cycle of every framework in their head.
Yeah,
that's impossible to achieve. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and we can get started with the talk. Okay, so introduction to Micronaut and GraalVM. So thanks for everybody who is attending. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Graham Roche, and I am the creator of a couple of well-known frameworks in the Java ecosystem. So one of them is Micronaut, which is the subject of this talk. Another is Grails, which is a little bit older, but much used and much loved framework. I'm currently working as an architect at Oracle Labs, which means I work on the same team as the GraalVM team and all the native image guys. And we work together closely on integrating Micronaut and GraalVM together. A bunch of other things. And if you want to connect with me on social, you can do so with those links below. I'm happy to answer any questions via that avenue as well. If you have them, do feel free to reach out. So on the agenda for today, we'll go through the background that led to Micronaut. We'll go through an introduction to Micronaut, and we'll go to an introduction to GraalVM, and we'll talk about how the two of them work really well together, and we'll do lots of demos, live coding, and hopefully have some fun. So let's get going. Okay, so in terms of what led to Micronaut is the evolution of the way applications are architected. So traditional applications in the Java ecosystem have typically run in a single Java virtual machine on a container, a Java EE container or a Jakarta EE container, as they are now. And that gives the applications a fair amount of opportunity to share memory and resources across the different applications. So the deployment unit would be like a WAR file, for example. And they will all be running on the same essential Java virtual machine. And more, as we move to the cloud and cloud architectures, instead, we have this arrangement where applications are essentially running sometimes in containers, sometimes not, but generally orchestrated by a cloud and running in individual JVMs, where you have some apps that are like microservices, some apps that are streaming applications, some apps that are serverless functions, serving different purposes, orchestrated by something, maybe Kubernetes, maybe not, who knows what you're using, and running in these kind of individual Java virtual machines. and this then leads to essentially difficulties of dealing with that at scale, because with a lot of traditional frameworks, when you compare to something like Go or other languages that are able to compute into native applications and consume less memory, that it leads to essentially greater use of memory, because traditional application frameworks such as Spring, etc., make extensive use of techniques that are generally bad for memory consumption and startup performance. So things like reflection, runtime bytecode generation, runtime generated proxies, dynamic class loading, and so forth. All of these techniques lead to longer startup, more memory consumption, and it's pretty much the reason why all of these techniques are avoided on, for example, mobile. In the Android community, none of these techniques are used because they lead to greater use of resources, which is unacceptable on a mobile. But on the server side, we still, essentially put up with these things because that's just the way historically applications have been written prior to things like Micronaut coming along. So, and the micro reality is, in general, we've been trying to fit repurpose frameworks, existing frameworks that are based on reflection and so forth into, and really that were designed at a time when deploying to Jakarta EE containers was a thing and so forth, into this new paradigm of individual runnable jar files and individual microservices and so forth. And really, the elephant in the room is that they don't essentially fit that paradigm that well, because they were never designed for it. So in general, what you've seen is you can obviously turn a lot of these features off or switch to a different framework. So a lot of people have, for example, switched to these micro frameworks, things like Vertex, where you programmatically do everything instead of using the kind of annotation-based programming model that Java developers love and have become productive with. People have tried to switch to things like that, but the drop off in productivity when you switch to hand rolling everything is massive. People are used to having frameworks that have kind of batteries included out of the box and lots of productivity features, and that's where we have this correlation in terms of in traditional applications where you have the number of lines of code in your app and the startup time essentially increasing. So we wanted to kind of address this challenge and make more efficient applications. When we started planning and designing Micronaut, we did a lot of profiling and looking at the performance of Spring and Grails and existing application architectures and finding bottlenecks and so forth, and analyzing where all the memory consumption was going. And the result of that was pretty much universal across traditional frameworks. It's not based on the tools that Java provides us. So Java provides two traditional frameworks, a kind of annotation API that lets you get annotations from the reflective metadata, but it doesn't really let you, for example, do things like scan for the inherited metadata or process meta annotations automatically, where you have an annotation on another annotation. So a lot of frameworks have essentially had to kind of build those abstraction layers over the annotation API. Then you have things like type erasure, with Java essentially erasing generics at runtime. Again, there's literally thousands of lines of code in a lot of frameworks to deal with the fact that type erasure happens. Also, reflection, dealing with the kind of relative slowness of it, has been a trend in framework design and tool design in general. You've seen an evolution from early days of libraries like cglib, which did bytecode generation at runtime, to improve the performance of reflection, then evolving further into Java Assist, doing the same thing, and then more recently ByteBuddy, allowing essentially invocations and so forth. So to address the slow reflection problem, and there's other efforts as well at the kind of JVM level with method handles and invoke dynamic. but in general, having to deal with the performance reflection is a trend that all frameworks have had to deal with. And the other thing was like proliferation of like reflective data caches. So a lot of traditional frameworks are made up of something like Spring, something like Hibernate, something like Jackson, and each of those does its own reflection and stores its own caches of reflective data. Instead of there being a single meta model for all those different toolkits, they each create their own meta models, which leads to higher memory consumption once again. Class path scanning as well. Traditional frameworks based on scanning the bytecode and looking for annotations have traditionally been slow. And finally, like dynamic class loading. So a lot of applications that are based on like this servlet environment, for example, where you have to support redeploying, have very dynamic class loading architectures where that account for the fact that you need to redeploy. Whilst with modern applications where you're essentially using an orchestration or container orchestration infrastructure, you often don't need to redeploy in that manner. So having all this dynamic class loading behavior is kind of like just wasteful. So with Micronaut, we focused heavily on elimination of reflection. And much the way that it's been eliminated in mobile frameworks like on Android and so forth. Often get asked, why is reflection the problem? And the fundamental reason for it is reflective data is kind of an all or nothing affair. Once you access any of it, you kind of get everything. So reflective data is initialized when you first access and held in soft references that are not GC'd until your application is like low on memory. Every field, method, etc., gets initialized into the reflective data cache of the class. And if you have like a lot of code in your class, that can be very expensive and occupy a lot of memory over time. So a traditional Spring application, for example, often has to allocate a significant amount of memory just for reflective data. So with Micronaut, what we did was we kind of re-looked at this architecture and saw what we could do to essentially move a lot of the way frameworks work into the Java compiler. So Micronaut is, obviously primarily focused on microservices and serverless, but you can also build any kind of application with it. So if it has a static void main, you can use it. The way it works is it's an annotation processor. So it hooks into the Java C compiler and essentially will compute the way the framework needs to work at build time instead of waiting till runtime to figure everything out. And it's basically the results of all lessons learned building Spring and Rails applications over the years. So you can think of Micronaut as kind of a build-time framework infrastructure. So it'll do all dependency injection at build time. It'll do configuration injection. It'll compute annotation metadata. It will do any kind of proxies that are needed for the application or computed at build time, rather than waiting for runtime and using something like PyBuddy, like traditional frameworks use. And it supports things like, for example, bean introspections at build time, such that you can essentially serialize and deserialize JSON without using reflection. And it's completely reflection, runtime proxy, and dynamic class loader free in general. So with Micronaut, you can build a whole range of things. You can build microservices, you can build serverless applications, you can build message-driven applications with one of the supported messaging systems. So we support Kafka, Rabbit, JMS, MQTT, lots of different messaging systems. You can build command line applications. You can even build Android applications. It is running on Android as well. And it's very suitable for Android because of its build time DI nature. And it's pretty much anything that has a static void main. And we've written compiler plugins for 3 languages. So you can use Java, Kotlin, and Ruby to build applications. And Micronaut, since it's announced, was announced in March 2018, has had a significant impact on the industry in terms of the way framework design is looked at, even outside of Java. So in the ASP.NET space, they have looked at the way Micronaut works and moved more things into the build time process. And other frameworks like Quarkus have moved to using build time approaches based on similar approaches to which Micronaut took back in 2018. Micronaut has really changed the face of server-side Java in terms of what people expect in terms of performance and startup from applications, and is really leading the way in terms of build time solutions. Closely related to Micronaut, and actually shortly after Micronaut was first announced, another technology called GraalVM out of Oracle Labs was announced, and when GraalVM was announced, it had this ability to produce native binaries from Java code, and we were like, oh wow, this GraalVM can produce native binaries from Java code. So what's the requirements to do that? And what it does is like a closed world static analysis on your Java code. And because it's a static analysis process, it needs to be able to statically reach all of your code. So that means, if the application does any reflection or runtime dynamic class loading or anything dynamic, all of those things need to be declared up front. And we were like, whoa, Micronaut doesn't do any of those things. This is a perfect fit. And ever since then, Micronaut has been seamlessly working with GraalVM native image across releases and integrating really well with it. So as native image has evolved and improved over time, Micronaut has evolved with it and really improved, and it's really one of the best frameworks that you can use to build native applications with GraalVM today. And but GraalVM is a lot more than native image. It is also it also plugs in to the JIT compiler and able to improve your throughput by up to 20 to 30% and reduce latency. And it also has the Truffle language framework, which allows you to seamlessly use multiple languages and binaries in a single application. So there's lots of exciting things in GraalVM. And Micronaut has a great relationship with GraalVM. Like I said, they're essentially a match made in heaven because of that closed world static analysis process, and the fact that Micronaut eliminates the need for reflection, runtime proxies, bytecode generation, and dynamic class loading. It means that the native image tool itself has a lot less to do to turn a Micronaut application into a native executable. And once you've done that, once you've turned your kind of Micronaut application into a native executable, the startup time is orders of magnitude better, and the memory consumption as well drops significantly, which is really great for cloud deployments, really great for serverless. If cold starts are a factor in your life in terms of planning on your serverless applications, Micronaut has great support for serverless. I think great support for things like AWS Lambda and Oracle Function and all the serverless platforms. And the drop in memory consumption means you can run a greater number of instances on the same hardware, which can lead to significant savings in terms of your cloud deployments. So the combination of Micronaut and GraalVM is really great, and they work really well together. Another important thing with Micronaut is to get the getting started experience. So you can today go to Micronaut launch, and in your browser at launch.micronaut.io or start.micronaut.io works as well. and it's accessible via curl as well. So there's nothing needed other than Micronaut Launch to get going. You can choose your favorite build tool, your favorite testing framework, add all the features that you want, and basically generate an application today and get started immediately. You can also like preview the application generation, and it's really neat. Okay, so with that, I'm going to actually start doing some demo. So I'm going to switch over to VS Code. And I'm going to be using today for this demo, the Micronaut tools integration for VS Code. So if you want to try this out, what I recommend you do is you go to the marketplace, the VS Code marketplace, and you install the GraalVM extension pack, this guy, and it'll give you the Micronaut tools that I'll be demoing today to create applications. So the nice thing about this is it integrates directly with Micronaut Launch. I can basically select my Micronaut version, select what type of application I'm building. So like I said, Micronaut supports lots of different ways to build applications. So you can build, regular microservices, you can build command line applications, you can build serverless functions, you can build gRPC applications, you can build message-driven microservices. And in this case, I'm going to choose just the normal application. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose one of my GraalVM SDK that I want to use. And you can manage those through the extensions as well. And I'm going to create a new application called demo, private base package, choose my language. And here is where I can get to choose like some features. For example, I can choose, for example, the Micronaut Data JDBC feature for doing database access. You can click OK, choose your build tool, Maven or Gradle, your test framework. In this case, I'll just go with JUnit. And then you can basically generate your application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new directory here called Jnation, and stick my demo application in here. And I'm going to trust this, and it's going to, since I just created it, it's definitely trustworthy. And I'm going to import the application into my IDE. So here we have a Micronaut application. So it's just a regular Java application. You've got a source main Java. You have a application class. The application class lets you run the application inside your IDE, and it's just popped up, you can see. So I can actually click this and run the application from directly from my IDE to start trying out my application. You have a source test resources directory as well with a default test. And here we have an example of Micronaut test in action. So Micronaut test is a testing framework to test Micronaut applications, and you can immediately start basically running tests and so forth. So one of the things with Micronaut that you will notice significantly is how fast, for example, everything executes. So this is actually a full integration test that spins up the application. There's no mocking involved here, and it executes extremely quickly. That really impacts the development life cycle, because there's a lot of frameworks, functional tests take a long time to run, so people don't end up writing them. But with Micronaut, these execute so quickly that there's really no excuse anymore for writing good functional tests. It's really easy to do so. Other than that, we have a build.gradle. If I'd chosen Maven, there would be a pom.xml. More or less it's the same, where you define your dependencies. Configuration is provided through application.yaml. So because I chose the Micronaut Data JDBC feature, I already have some data source configuration in here. You can also come in here and, for example, configure the Micronaut port to be something else, and run my application on a completely different port and start that up. And this will essentially now my application will be starting up on port 8081, as you can see down there. So it's the IDE experience with VS Code is all integrated in terms of code completion and so forth. Now, for IntelliJ users, the JetBrains guys have done fantastic work on implementing the same features for Micronaut applications in IntelliJ. So you get the same kind of thing. You get like hovers for basically configuration and auto completion of different configuration properties and so forth. If I wanted to enable calls or whatever. So all of that is integrated. So the next thing I'm going to do is demonstrate is how easy it is to write a web controller and test it. So basically, I'm going to create, first of all, a new book controller here. So I'm going to create a new Java class called book controller. There it is. Okay, so here's my class. Okay, so and all you have to do is annotate this with that controller and your books endpoint. And then what I can do is add an endpoint that maps to the root URI and then list some books. For example, what I can do is to return arrays as list, understand The Shining, for example, and add the necessary imports here to fix those compilation errors. There we go. And I have added an import that lists some book titles. So to test this, let's write a test case. So I'm going to write a new test here, and it's going to be a book controller test, like so. All we can do is we can make it a Micronaut test. And what I can do is, there's a few ways that I can test this. One of the easiest ways is with Micronaut's declarative HTTP client. So I can say, define a book client here that uses the client annotation as part of Micronaut and maps to the books endpoint. And I can say that it returns a list, returns some books, basically returning a list like that. And what I can do is in my test, I can basically inject that. So I can say test list books, and I can inject my book client like so. And make sure that we import my test annotation. And then you can say client get books like that. Extract that into a local variable, which will be my results. And we can do assertions, assert equals to results size. Okay, so add import for that. Let's run this test and see what happens. Okay, so it's executing and it has what has happened here. So let's see. Oh, I'm actually missing. So I'm calling get books, but I didn't define the actual HTTP method that I wanted in books. So in this case, I'm going to add the get annotation to say that I'm executing a HTTP get, and to my books URI. And let's run this again and see what happens. Okay, so now it's passing. The test is passing. So I can, also, write another assertion here that says results contains the stand, just to do like kind of write a better test. As you can see from this test that this is a full integration test. It's using the declarative HTTP client that is included as part of Micronaut to make a HTTP request to my locally running server. And it's really easy to write this integration test and really fast, really fast to execute. So you can, if you want, you can come into your log configuration and you can say, logger name equals io.micronaut.http.client and set the log trace level of the Micronaut HTTP client to trace. And if I come back and I run my application again, you'll see that I think I have to focus the debug console. You can see that I see the output from my HTTP client, sending the HTTP request, receiving the response with the different data coming back as JSON. And, it really was that easy to set up an HTTP client and HTTP server. Really trivial. Okay, so in this case, we're just sending back a list of strings. But one of the things that Micronaut, is obviously very common to send back JSON. So I'm going to create a new Java class that is represents my JSON model. So it's going to be called book. And I'm going to make a final field here, which is the title of the book, and another final field here, which is number of pages. And I'm going to generate a constructor for it, and some getters. So in Micronaut also supports Java 16 records. With Java 16 records, you can just simplify this a whole bunch more by not having the getters, and so even slicker. But in this case, I'm demonstrating with Java 11. So I'm going to add a introspected annotation here, and what this does is tells Micronaut that basically informs Micronaut on how to serialize and deserialize. That this is a class that can be serialized and deserialized to JSON, without using a reflection. So you might say, like, why do I need an annotation for that? Well, one of the biggest security holes in Java applications today is that arbitrary serialization of any Java object is allowed. So it's actually really good practice to say, this is a particular class that allows serialization and deserialization to JSON, and you can make this into a meta annotation if you want it associated with your code base. But essentially, what this says tells Micronaut it's going to generate the necessary metadata at build time, such that it knows how to read and write this book to and from JSON, or to and from the database, as we'll see later. So what I can do is I can come back here and alter this to instead return my books, like so. And now I can come to my test, and I can instead retrieve the results as books. And obviously this condition is now going to be deeply invalid. For the moment, I'll just comment that out. We'll write a better test later and run this and see what happens. So if I look at my debug console, you can see that now we have JSON coming back and forth with my data from my books, with the objects being serialized to JSON, and it's all working really nicely. So it's that easy to define an endpoint that exposes some JSON. And now let's see, the next step is, let's take this same application and turn it into a database application. So Micronaut supports has Micronaut Data, which supports both a number of different ways to read and write SQL based database information. So it supports JDA, it supports direct JDBC. We have support for R2DBC as well for doing reactive database access. And in this case, we're using the blocking implementation, JDBC. In the case of blocking, you need to, because Micronaut is based on Netty, you need to tell it to run operations on a non-blocking thread pool. So what you can say is on the controller, say that this is going to be using task executors.io for all the operations to run in the IO thread pool. And what I can do here is I can change this entity to be a mapped entity. And in addition to my other properties, I'm going to add a ID property, and I'm going to make this ID a generated value, and that is the ID of the entity, like that. And I'm going to also generate a getter for that, like so. So now we have a way to retrieve the ID. I'm going to generate a constructor to add my additional constructor. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to, because essentially this the ID of an entity can, for example, be null if it hasn't yet been saved to the database. I'm going to mark that as nullable ID. And I'm going to denote this as the creator of my, when I'm reading objects from the database. So when I'm reading objects from the database, this is going to be the creator that creates book entities from the database. And then I can use this constructor to essentially assign the ID to null when it's first created, and when we're saving new entities, essentially. And with that, I've got an entity that can be read and written to the database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up some data for the database. So I'm going to come to my application class, and I'm going to make this application class a bean, because it isn't currently, by defining a bean defining annotation. So I'm going to make this a singleton bean that is going to listen for the startup event, like so. And I'm going to, in the constructor of the application, I'm going to want to write some data to the database. So when the application starts up, we want to write some data to the database. And in order to write data to the database, what we need is a repository. So I'm going to create a new Java class that is a interface, and it's going to be called book repository, like so. And we're going to make it extend from CRUD repository. And basically, CRUD repository has two generic arguments. One is the entity type, and the other one is the ID type. And I'm going to annotate this with JDBC repository with a particular dialect, in this case, H2, since I'm using H2 in-memory database. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to inject this into my application class, like so, and generate a constructor for it, like so. And then what we can do is we can save some books. So we can use save all to save a whole bunch of books, and basically save all of these books that we were doing here. So we can basically do something like this to save all those books in one batch insert into the database. There we go. And with that, we can even annotate this method as @transactional to ensure that the operation runs in a transaction. In this case, it would have done anyway. But if I had multiple operations, I could make sure that all of those were run in the same transaction and rolled back if any exception went wrong. And with that done, what I can then do is I can inject my book repository into my controller, like so. And what I can do is alter this method to call repository.findAll. And this will essentially, the findAll method by default, I believe, no, that's definitely, actually returns iterable. So in order to make it return a list, we can instead source actions, override method, find all, and we can make this find all method return, which by default is inherited from the parent CRUD repository interface. So CRUD repository provides a whole bunch of methods, this parent interface, that allows you to read and write data from the database. And one of them is called find all, but there's also like save, which I used before, and save all, which I was using to persist everything, update all, find by ID, a whole bunch of useful methods that get inherited by default. So I'm going to call find all, which I've overridden. And hopefully this demo will work in terms of the results coming back from the database and everything working as anticipated. We'll see if the demo gods are with me, which they appear to be. So if we look at the result now, you can see instead of if we look at this, output, you have database IDs coming back from the database. So I've written a like full database application in the space of just 10 minutes or so. Now, one of the cool things about Micronaut data is it's really cool, and Micronaut in general is all the compilation time type checking. So, for example, if I wanted to add another endpoint here, that found a book by title, I could create a URI variable, and we create a find method here, and find something by the title, and I could add a method here called find by title. Like so, to perform the query, and obviously that method actually doesn't exist, so I can create it, and I can switch over to my repository here, and there's my find by title method. So that's how simple it is to implement some kind of basic query or finding a particular book by title. Now, one of the nice things about Micronaut as a compilation time-based framework is the active type checking. So, for example, if I were to misspell this parameter like this, for example, you can see that I get an error saying the root declares a URI variable called title, but no corresponding method argument is present. So this is like active type checking that integrates with the Java compiler to ensure that you're using the framework in the correct way. A lot of feedback that people have given regarding annotation-based programming models are the fact that it's less type safe or more stringly based because of the annotations. Well, that's not the case with Micronaut because we have active type checking of the data defined within the annotation and how that maps to parameters and so forth. And the same thing happens with Micronaut data. So this find by title method, which is just one query method of many that are possible. For example, you can say find by title and pages greater than and there's a whole expression language for Micronaut data in terms of defining queries, very much like GORM, which was the original implementation in the Java world, or from Grails or Spring Data or so forth. But with Micronaut data, you can do things. If I, for example, in this case, I'm querying the title property of the book, right? So this book class has a title property. But if you try to query some other property that doesn't exist, again, we get active type checking through the compiler saying, you're trying to write a query for something that's not possible. So don't even bother compiling, rather than letting the application start, letting the application fail at runtime, you having to debug what's going on, or where's my typo. The framework is handling that for you in terms of active type checking of what's going on. So that's one of the really cool things about Micronaut. And of course, this application is already fully baked in terms of being a little database application. What you can do is very easily drop into terminal, for example, and I can build it using greater WSassemble. Or if I was using Maven, I could use Maven package. and that would, I would package it up into a runnable jar file. So I can say jar build libs, all to run the application as a runnable jar file. I can also do build a native image. So you can actually do that from the IDE via Micronaut build native image, which will essentially, build a native image via the IDE. I can equally do that via terminal. So anyway, if I just run it by the IDE, you'll see that we can build the application into a native GraalVM executable and benefit from that, super fast startup time and execution performance and so on and so forth. So while that native image is building, I will just go on and continue with the presentation. Because building a native image takes a little bit of time. So Micronaut project is really healthy. It's actively developed by a variety of engineers. We've had contributions directly from Google employees, object computing, Oracle computers, Oracle as well. Currently, Oracle employs 5 engineers working on the Micronaut project, has over 289 contributors, 5K stars on GitHub, 10K commits. We're working actively on Micronaut 3 right now, which is going to be the next big release. Do start the repository, and who knows if you are the 5,000th person to start the repository, because I think we're very close to 5K. We're just under it. You might get a prize or something, who knows. So do go and star us and follow us. Micronaut has a lot of activity, and also on Gitter, on our Gitter chat channel, we have well over 2,000 people hanging out there, asking questions, participating in the community. So do get involved. So in terms of summary, Micronaut and GraalVM are leading this revolution of ahead of time compilation. And server-side Java in general is adapting to things like serverless, things like low memory footprint cloud native microservices that run in containers. And with AOT, you do sacrifice build speed and so forth, but you gain the ability to take Java places where it wasn't even possible to take Java before, right? With native image, you can use Java for IoT applications or on mobile or super low memory for microservices, places that people wouldn't have considered using Java before. It's possible today with native image, and it's a reality today thanks to GraalVM native image. So let's switch back to code and see. Oh, my native image finished building, and with this completed build of the native executable, you can see that startup time, even though that I'm using a database and writing to it on startup, is 30 milliseconds, which is just significantly faster than anything the Java version would be able to put out. And memory consumption as well. I don't know with memory with whether you're able to see that, but basically 20 megabyte of memory being consumed by that native application, which is significantly smaller than the Java application would have been able to consume. Okay, so with that, I have time. If there's some Micronaut resources here, so we have the Gitter community, the user guide. You can create applications with Micronaut launch. We have some great guides. Do follow us on Twitter. Do connect with us on star us on GitHub. And with that, I probably have time for some questions, I hope.
Haley Grim.
Yes.
I mean, wonderful presentation as always. I expected as you, right? I really love to see your stuff, and you really demonstrated some really cool stuff. So I'm pretty sure our audience is really happy about it. Yes, I mean, we don't really have not that many questions, and we have a couple of comments saying it was a joy to see some of Micronaut again, right? So I think that we've seen like Micronaut has been a long way from the first couple of things that we saw. Now it's so cool to see it so much evolve with so many new cool stuff. So
Yeah.
really happy. I think the users are really happy and the viewers are really happy about what you demonstrated over here. And I'm pretty sure that we can expect for Micronaut to keep evolving and becoming even better.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're moving towards more standardization coming up soon. Micronaut 3 is going to be released in summer, and we're really excited about that. Lots of innovation happening there, you know, with new features like constructor injection and the ability to define beans at build time and additional beans and so forth. And you know, a lot of the fundamental APIs to support the CDI Lite effort, which I'm involved in, is going into that release. So it's going to be an exciting year for Micronaut and GraalVM progress this year. So it's a good time to try it out.
Wonderful. So we pretty much out of time, and but anyway, if you come up with any questions later, I'm pretty sure that you can reach up Graham on Twitter. I know that he's very happy to answer them over there because he's super active on Twitter. So Graham, I'm gonna let you go. So thank you so much for joining us today, and hope we can catch up later, or at least physically at some time
I hope
in
so
the near
too.
future.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Definitely be good. Looking forward to the return of physical events for sure.
Definitely. Okay, Graham. Bye. So for
Bye.
us, we're gonna do like a quick break, 10 minutes break until we get to our next session. If I remember correctly, now we're gonna, after Graham, we're gonna have Reza Rahman is gonna talk to us about the Jakarta E present and future. So maybe you're gonna get some CDI Lite more in depth over there. Let's see. But also very interesting session coming up next. So thank you. Take some time to go grab some coffee and water, and we'll see each other in a couple of minutes.
O facto da Tamana ter nascido no seio ou no meio da pandemia, não conseguimos comparar o efeito da pandemia per se, portanto nós já vivemos com essa realidade. E mesmo após a pandemia passar, todos esperamos que assim aconteça, certamente que não vamos voltar àquilo que era o normal antes da pandemia. Portanto, é muito difícil para nós medirmos o impacto da pandemia porque nós nascemos dentro dessa realidade. Portanto, a nova realidade é a realidade que todos nós conhecemos e que vamos ver daqui para a frente a acontecer. A preocupação com o desempenho é das preocupações que nós temos, especialmente numa situação como a Tamana, que está a ser criada, não é uma empresa que está em criação. A preocupação com a performance e com a eficiência é apenas um dos detalhes do lançamento de uma nova empresa. Temos algumas preocupações, como é óbvio, e temos algumas considerações de desenho. Estamos ainda a implementar algumas delas. Mas claramente temos preocupações com Kubernetes para escalamento horizontal e também algum server-side rendering para aumentar a performance dos sites. Como disse, é um dos ângulos de preocupação da Tamana, não é o único ângulo, tendo em conta que estamos a criar a empresa neste momento. Nós vemos os influencers como mais um canal de entrada para os nossos clientes, verem os nossos produtos e os produtos estão a ser vendidos através do nosso ecossistema. Digamos que os influencers são aquilo que nós no passado diríamos que é o passa-palavra, o word of mouth em inglês, e claramente que há muitas pessoas que influenciam e conduzem muito do negócio através das redes sociais. Portanto, vemos como apenas mais um canal. Eu digo apenas mais um porque já temos todos os canais tradicionais e este é um canal que tem crescido bastante nos últimos tempos e claramente durante a fase da pandemia mostrou-se ainda mais relevante e nas novas gerações mais novas, claramente, que é um dos canais mais importantes. É o estabelecimento do produto e da marca. Nós estamos agora em lançamento no Kuwait. Vamos continuar o lançamento para outros países, a estratégia está por ser definida ainda, mas vamos claramente crescer para outras geografias. Temos que cimentar o nosso produto e depois evoluímos para novas geografias por esse mundo fora. De estarmos à procura de muito talento e Portugal é uma pool de talento por excelência na Europa. E nesse aspecto temos muito interesse em desenvolver a nossa marca aqui e atrair talento que nos possa ajudar na nossa missão. A missão é bastante ambiciosa, começa, como disse, como um país, mas o objetivo é alargar para outras geografias. Vamos ter um ênfase muito grande no Médio Oriente, que é um bocadinho diferente, talvez, até de algumas empresas que operam no espaço nacional. Portanto, apelamos a essa diferenciação e o espírito de desafio de criar alguma coisa de raiz e novo, como é o caso da Tamana. Numa palavra, tudo, mas claramente precisamos de muito esforço de back-end, de front-end, de mobile, claro. A empresa é mobile first, portanto temos que nos focar nesse ângulo e depois todas as áreas que auxiliam o desenvolvimento de uma empresa como tecnológica como a Tamana.
live.
Okay, and we're live again. So thank you so much for joining us for another session of Jnation 2021. We're still going strong. We're like, well, really past the middle of the conference. So we have like 4 sessions left. And I'm really happy to introduce to you our next speaker, which is Reza. Hey, Reza, how's it going?
Hey, Roberto, what's up, man?
Yeah,
Looking good.
Looking good. So I still remember that the last time we chat was like in the very last conference that it was physical. It was like in Atlanta, like a
I
couple
know.
of so like
Seems
the
like
memory.
forever now.
It is, right? And no one really had any idea what was going on later, but I think we're pretty happy that we were able to meet up at the conference, and at least we still have those fun memories.
Yeah. Hopefully we get back to it soon at some point.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to do like this personal thing. So Reza, I have like a tremendous amount of respect to you because I mean you did so part of those things happening right now is I mean you gave me a lot of strength to like start the Java user group here in Portugal, and gave me some counsel. So thank you much for that. So in some sort, I think you should be proud on what we're doing here today in Portugal as well. Unfortunately, we cannot have you physically, but maybe we can have you next year.
No problem, man. It's you know, as you know, like this community is big in some way and very small in another. So we have to support each other, and you know, we have to try our best to basically make a difference the best we can.
Wonderful. So Reza, I know you're going to talk to a very touching subject in the sense that I really love this subject, and you've been working on this for forever, right? So talk us a little bit on the past and the future of Jakarta. So I think it's going to be very interesting, especially we are in this transition period, so there are a lot of questions, a lot of doubts. So I think it's going to be interesting for our audience. So Reza, whenever you want, feel free to go.
Okay, all right, let me share my screen. Do me a favor and just confirm for me that you can see my slides okay. So let me just do a quick setup and then I'll ask you to confirm for me.
Yeah, for sure.
I just need to move some things around to make sure it's presentable. Okay, alrighty, and I think that's not going to work. I need to put it over there. Okay. All right. Can you see my slides okay?
Yeah, everything's okay.
All right, perfect. So let's get started. All right, so this talk is, as Roberto mentioned, pretty close, near and dear to my heart. So this is Jakarta present and future. So it's a little bit about what is going on in the Jakarta ecosystem today. How does it look like? And what does the future bring? And frankly, to be honest, this is the entire talk, at least a good portion of it, is a call to action. So I do hope that you brought your thinking caps on, and the mindset you should have while listening to this talk is how you can contribute, I hope. Not simply just being a consumer, but an active participant in the Jakarta ecosystem. And frankly, this is one of the key reasons why we did what we did with the Java EE to Jakarta EE transition. So if we don't have that, honestly, we would have not succeeded in a fundamental way. So a little bit of a introduction of myself. In my day job, I'm principal program manager for Java on Azure. What that means is I try to make Azure a little bit more of a friendly cloud for Java developers. A lot of that work is actually related to Jakarta EE and Java EE in some way or the other as well. So, at least part of my day job is definitely dedicated to Jakarta EE and Java EE as a technology. But today, actually, I'm not delivering this talk as principal program manager for Java on Azure at Microsoft. I'm delivering this talk as a Jakarta EE ambassador. In fact, my hope is that all of you will take this presentation and make it your own. So that is one of the objectives for me here today, is to train the trainer, if you will. So this presentation is publicly available. Obviously, I'm available to help you. I hope that you will, after doing this talk, you will actually consider presenting this talk in another venue yourself, like a Java user group or a conference, or perhaps even internally at your company. So I'm part of the Jakarta Ambassadors, a group that I was proud to say I was able to found a few years ago. I'm also author, blogger, and a speaker, and I've been in the Java ecosystem, the Jakarta ecosystem, for quite some time now. I think it's about 15 plus years. There's my email and Twitter handle. If you need to get in touch with me, you absolutely can. In fact, if you go onto my website, there's a contact me page there. You can even give me a call if that's what you prefer to do. All right. So without further ado, hopefully all of you already know what Jakarta-E is, but just in case you don't, here's a very brief introduction of what Jakarta-E is. Jakarta-E is the technology formerly known as Java-E. It used to be hosted in the JCP or Java community process for a very long time. The JCP is really nothing much more than a department of Sun and then Oracle. Jakarta-E, on the other hand, has been transitioned fully to an open source foundation. So all of the IP, all the governance, everything is owned by the Eclipse Foundation. It is not, obviously the Eclipse Foundation is a nonprofit. So basically everybody owns Jakarta-E, whereas Java-E really fundamentally or effectively was really owned by Sun and then Oracle. So this is a very important step, and it is, in terms of openness, frankly, Jakarta-E is the most open technology in the Java-E space. And it's on all of us to make that a reality. It just doesn't happen on its own. And hopefully I'll be able to convince you that this is something that you should believe in and actually contribute towards making a reality throughout the course of this talk. So what this means is, again, it has open governance. It's completely open source, including the TCK. The TCK is running the TCK is significantly easier than it has been throughout the duration of J2E and Java-E as a technology. It still has a well-defined specification process. Just because it's moved to the Eclipse Foundation doesn't mean we stop being what makes Java-E an open standard or open specification. So there's a well-defined specification process. There's a very clear IP flow. Really, fundamentally, nobody really owns the IP. So what that means is, if one person stops developing a technology, another person can pick up. That's why the clear IP flow exists. It is geared towards completely vendor-neutral open collaboration. So it doesn't matter if you are a multi-billion-dollar organization like Microsoft, or you're a one-man shop that has a beta Jakarta implementation. The playing field is level. It's all about what you can do, not who you are. The key stakeholders have remained basically along what it had been in the Java-E days. So Oracle, IBM, Pyara, Pivotal, all of these folks, Red Hat, all these folks are still there. And things are expanding a little bit. In fact, the latest news is SoJava has joined the Jakarta-E membership. And there's a long list of membership that's there. And all of you, actually, you should consider seeing whether you can become a Jakarta-E member yourself. But the key, again, is that community participation and contribution. Right? Without that, we would have not really accomplished very much, other than perhaps making it vendor neutral. And I'll talk a little bit about how we do that contribution precisely. And one simple contribution, again, is just to deliver this talk yourself. So if you want to find out more about Jakarta-E, the best place to begin doing that is jakarta.ee, the website. So let's talk a little bit about the importance of Jakarta-E. And this, honestly, is a fundamental challenge. A lot of people think that, oh, Jakarta-E is not relevant, I'm not using it, so it doesn't matter, so on and so forth. Or even worse, no one's using it. Right? This is very far from reality. Right? When you take a look at the objective data, I think what typically happens is that Jakarta-E developers are somewhat quieter, so they're not as noisy and not as vocal, but they are there. Especially, I can tell you, even in my day job, we are working with these customers on a day-to-day basis that are in fact using Jakarta-E implementations, and not only that, they're moving to the cloud, moving to things like Kubernetes, moving to things like platform as a services. It's just that because they're not as vocal and not as noisy, people think they don't exist, but that's very far from the truth. So here's these results, though, don't show up in Twitter sphere or Facebook, but it does show up in the data. Right? So here's some data. This is a 2023 Jakarta-E developer survey. There's going to be an updated version of the survey coming out hopefully in a few weeks. In all reality, when you take a look at the averages, in all reality, still about 25 to 35% of developers wind up using some kind of application server or the other, whether it's WebSphere, WebLogic, JBoss CDP, Wildfly, Pyara. Above and beyond that, a very large part of the Java ecosystem, in fact, I'd say almost the entire Java ecosystem, is dependent on some kind of Jakarta-E API or the other. And I'm not just talking about Servlet. Servlet is an obvious example, but it goes far beyond that. So if you look at Tomcat or Hibernate or AMQP or Jetty or Microprofile or Spring or Quarkus, believe it or not, you are a Jakarta EE developer, whether you realize it or not, because you have heavy dependencies on Jakarta EE as a technology. Without Jakarta EE as a technology being there, these technologies all would look very, very different. In fact, the entire ecosystem would look very, very different. We would probably be something like the Balkans. Like everybody would be very similar, but they would behave as though they're very different. Jakarta EE APIs and Jakarta EE as a technology is what unifies us to many extent as cloud and server-side Java developers. So extremely important. And it is an evolving ecosystem. We'll see that in a moment. Jakarta EE itself is evolving, but there's also active evolution, and there has always been active evolution around the ecosystem as well. So you have things like Eclipse Microprofile, you have things like Quarkus, you have things like Helidon. All of these things are part of the evolution story of Jakarta EE. So Jakarta EE, when you think about it, don't think you're just talking about application servers. It's far beyond that, right? Application servers are from the core, but frankly, every Java developer is touched by Jakarta EE in some shape or form or the other. In fact, if I would say, take away one message from my talk today, take away this message. In fact, we are all Jakarta EE developers in one way or the other. All right, so a bit about the Jakarta EE evolution. So Jakarta EE has been around for a very, very long time. In fact, I'm very proud to say I've been around Jakarta EE roughly around the J2E 1.4 timeframe. I was an observer and to some extent a contributor as of Java EE 5. And I've been essentially involved in evolving this technology ever since. So as I said, it's been about 15 years plus or minus for me. I won't go through in the entire evolution, but basically this technology, I don't know how many people knew about this. I at least heard about it. I didn't use it, but it started its life as something called Java Professional Edition, or JTE. Then it was called J2E for some period of time, but a very short period of time, as you can see in this timeline. For some reason, we still call this thing J2E, but it's like just so grossly out of date a term. But then we have evolution to Java EE and POJO-based programming and lighter weight runtimes, in my opinion, perhaps the most lightweight programming model for sure, and it has been for some time. And all the way to the evolution of Java EE 8, the last revision that was released under the JCP. With Jakarta EE 8, you had open source governance, so the entire technology set moved to the Eclipse Foundation. Believe it or not, this is one of the largest technology and IP transfers that has ever happened in the Java ecosystem. In fact, maybe even in the industry. So very, very significant development, and it's really remarkable that that has happened. And now we are in Jakarta EE 9.1 and 9.0. I'll talk about that in a second as to what precisely that means. And we are looking forward to Jakarta EE 10. Hopefully by sometime end of this year or early next year, you'll see Jakarta EE 10. And this is where you need to put your contribution hat on. This is your opportunity to really become an active contributor to an important technology in our ecosystem. And I'll be spending at least a decent amount of my time talking about how you go about contributing to Jakarta EE 10. So Jakarta EE 8 at a glance. If you haven't seen it before, you definitely should. We worked very, very hard back in the time of defining Java EE 8. We defined it through a lot of user research and surveys. Because of that, we actually have a very strong foundation, and this is one of the foundational reasons why it has been able to be evolved, even though the transfer process took time, is because Jakarta EE 8 was a solid foundation and a relatively feature-complete technology set, especially for monolithic applications. This is why people can take bits and pieces of Jakarta EE 8 and still make it work, even in a very, very fine-grained microservices environment, be it Quarkus or Microprofile or even Spring Boot. But this is a list of features that were there very quickly. Web standards alignment with HTTP2, addition of service sentiments, which is part of HTML5 body of standards, adding JSON binding and JSON processing as a first-class citizen of the platform, including support for more advanced JSON specifications like JSON pointer and JSON patch. I bet some of you may not have even used that yet. CDI alignment, so aligning the different parts of the platform towards one cohesive programming model. And this is an ongoing work, as you'll see in a moment when I talk about Jakarta E10. But we had a good solid release of CDI2. It had some interesting features like asynchronous observers and Java SE Bootstrap. Again, those are features that have enabled CDI to remain relevant, even though really have not been any active development for about a couple of years now. Simplicity is always a theme for Java E, going all the way back to Java E5. So got some good examples of that is a Jakarta E security API, as well as pruning older technologies, and we'll continue to prune. In fact, some technologies have been pruned even in Jakarta E9, and we'll continue to prune these technology sets to keep the platform fresh, I hope. Java SE alignment is always an important thing. Various bits and pieces of these technology platform needs to be aligned and take advantage of Java SE features, because Java SE, especially Java SE 8, had some very interesting features in it. So things like repeatable annotations, the datetime API, streams, completable features. So the APIs needed to adapt to make sure that it is consuming all of those innovations in a sensible way. The next one in the horizon probably is Java Records. It is similar in peer to these sorts of changes that happened in Java SE 8. But certainly, as a general statement, Java for Jakarta 8, we always want to make sure that we're consuming things from the ecosystem. The most important part being Java SE innovations. So we'll talk a little bit about Jakarta E9 and 9.1. Basically, the main objective there is not just move away from the code base and the IP, but also the copyrights. Okay, so the last bit of problem that remained after the Jakarta E8 transfer was that everything was still in the Javax namespace, and the Javax namespace, the copyright is ultimately owned by Oracle. So the problem with that is, in order to be able to evolve these technologies, ultimately you still have this copyright tie-in with Oracle. So in order to truly make it an independent specification, we needed to move the namespace away from Javax to something called Jakarta. And in fact, this is what was done in Jakarta E9. So Jakarta E9 and 9.1 is completely decoupled from the Javax namespace, and everything is in the Jakarta namespace now. So truly, truly open. There's not even a copyright binding, no API bindings, no IP bindings, and no source code bindings with anything proprietary either. So it's completely open source. There were some older technologies that were removed in the process, things like JAX RPC and the like. But the primarily aim of Jakarta E9 and 9.1 is actually for vendors or the ecosystem to catch up, right? Specifically with the transition to this namespace. And most of the ecosystem has. Tomcat has done that. The Spring folks are doing that. Hopefully Microprofile will be doing the same thing. So large parts of the ecosystem are actually on board with this namespace transition, and that was the objective. So I would say so far so good. It's relatively successful in that regard. Now you might ask, what is the difference between 9 and 9.1? The big difference is that 9, because of the reason that it had to be delivered relatively quickly, it still basically had the same Java SE dependency as Jakarta E8, namely Java SE8. Whereas obviously that is not the latest LTS anymore, right? So what happens with Jakarta E9.1 is that the Jakarta platform embraces a newer LTS, which is Java SE11. The next LTS, as you know, is going to be Java SE17. So hopefully Jakarta E10 will actually be embracing that LTS version. I think it's due in October, something like that. But you should definitely begin testing. If you have Jakarta E dependencies, as I said, the ecosystem is moving forward. Your applications will also need to move forward. So you should begin testing and experimenting with Jakarta E9 and runtimes, including the latest version of Tomcat, and see how your applications behave, see how you do. All right, so I've been talking for a little while. Let me just finish this one slide, and that is a good point to pause, because I've also been speaking for about 20 minutes, and I'm going to just see if you have any questions. So that is another thing that I should mention. Please don't hold questions until the end. There's no reason to do that. The slide deck is available, and wherever I get to, it's going to be enough for you to pick up from there. So definitely don't hesitate to ask questions. Please ask questions throughout the session, and I will answer those questions throughout the session as well. So Jakarta implementations are looking very, very good. if you look at the compatibility page, actually surprisingly, I have not seen as many Jakarta implementations that are there now, probably since the J2E, early J2E days. So that is very, very encouraging. And hopefully there will be something else that expands this implementations even more. And that is something called Jakarta core profile. We'll talk about that in a moment. That is definitely happening in Jakarta 10. And with that, what will happen is things like Quarkus will actually become Jakarta implementations as well. So this will be really an explosion of implementations. This is an intended effect, what we wanted to have happen. But certainly all of the traditional application servers, the ones that you would suspect when you think of Java E, Jakarta E, all of those are in fact at least Jakarta 8, in some cases Jakarta 9 and 9.1 compatible also. Okay, so let me stop there because as I said, I have been talking for a little while. Next, we're going to move into the Jakarta E10 end of things. But before I do that, let me stop and see if there's any questions that I should answer. What do you think, Roberto? Any questions so far?
Not yet.
Okay, let's keep moving forward. So Jakarta E10, the easy thing about the prior Jakarta E versions and the easy thing about a small set of people controlling things is that they have the ability to essentially sort of publish traditional product roadmaps, right? Because at the end of the day, something is owned by a set of architects and a set of program managers or product managers. That's no longer the case. So the roadmap for Jakarta E10 will have to be a lot more organic in nature, right, rather than top-down in nature. So it will be bottom-up in nature. So in the Jakarta E ambassadors, which is a group that we formed some time ago, it was called Java E Guardians, and actually we played a role, I would say a fairly important role in moving, in actually happening, making the Jakarta E transition happen and making that a reality, and sort of highlight the fact that there is a problem in terms of single vendor control. So we observed this problem actually close to a year ago now, right? It's like, okay, so somebody needs to drive the Jakarta E10 agenda. It's not going to happen on its own. So what we did was we actually got together as a group and said, okay, we've been in this technology space for a while now. We ought to be able to come up with some idea of how Jakarta E10 should look like. And also, the main objective of doing this is to give people an idea of where they should be contributing, or what are the kind of things that could be implemented as part of Jakarta E10. So we vetted this with some of the vendors, at least to some extent, and we have put together essentially a guide to contributing to Jakarta E10. In fact, the rest of the material that I'll be presenting for you in the next half hour or so, that is nothing much more than a reiteration of what is in the Jakarta E10 contribution guide. Okay, so you should definitely take a look at the contribution guide. I'm giving you the Cliff's Notes version in the next half hour or so. All right, so when you lay out all the features, there are definitely themes that emerge for Jakarta E10. One of the clear themes is CDI alignment. So definitely, frankly speaking, more directly speaking, this is about getting rid of EJB as a programming model. So this is, ever since CDI was introduced, we've had these competing programming models that look very similar, and CDI being a much more powerful programming model and a more modern programming model compared to EJB. So one of the things that needs to happen in Jakarta E10 or shortly afterward is moving all of these valuable features that are in EJB and moving them to their respective specifications and making them CDI based as opposed to EJB based. So some examples of this is at asynchronous, schedule, lock, max concurrency, message listener. These are all locked into the EJB programming model, either very explicitly or sort of implicitly. Same thing was roles allowed and run as in the security API. These are still, unfortunately, bound to the EJB programming model. So they could be unlocked from there and be made available to all of the CDI programming model, CDI programming components. Okay, so that is a big arc of work that still remains in Jakarta E for sure. There's also some specifications that can take better advantage of CDI as well. So some examples of these are REST, batch, and concurrency. Okay, so they have these little bits of alignment problems where they can provide better support for CDI, but don't really currently.
Hey
Java is-
Reza.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt because I think we have like a question that lines up with what you're explaining right now.
Sure.
So Carlos is also thanking for the talk so far, but he's asking, so an AJB versus CDI, should we move our applications to CDI based component, or is there still future for AJB?
You can't right now. So if you're writing an enterprise application, there are several things that come up that are common enough use cases such that EJB still is necessary. So pooling is one, handling concurrency is another, even things like declarative scheduling, asynchronous processing, message-driven beans, these do not have EJB equivalents today. Right, so you can go a long way, and I would say by default you should favor EJB, favor CDI if you can. But there are some cases where functionality, if you want to continue to stick to the standard, really is locked into EJB. So there's no getting away from EJB right at this moment. You should favor CDI, but also make sensible use of EJB where you should, right, where the features really does make sense. So moving on to the next major theme, Java SE alignment, as I talked about, there's definitely features that remain in Java SE that make sense for Java EE APIs to adopt. So some examples of that is bringing in completable features and concurrency. Concurrency today is based on Java util feature, not completable feature. So this is something that makes sense. Making more of these APIs standalone, right? So Java, as early as Java J2EE 1.4, there was an effort to make each of these technologies standalone. So it's not just part of a monolithic platform, but modular technologies that are available standalone. But there's a few of these that actually still can be decoupled further, right, and be made available as standalone technologies. And I think this actually empowers the platform by expanding its use, right, throughout the ecosystem. There are some definitive cases where we need Java SE Bootstrap APIs. So currently the Bootstrap is only possible in a Java EE environment. So examples of that would be Jakarta REST and messaging. So this has been done, for example, for CDI, but not for Jakarta REST and messaging. So this is another thing that could be taken care of. And there are various standardization gaps, things that you do in a vendor specific way, or things that you do 70, 80%, 90% of the time as a Jakarta developer, but these are somehow not standard. They're available in other APIs or in proprietary APIs. So these are things that I'll talk about in a little bit more detail as we go along towards the, if you will, the middle of the presentation. But another important thing that is happening in the Jakarta timeframe is the core or microservices profile. So this has also been a long time pending, and I've been a proponent of this since Java E6. So I'm happy that is actually happening now. And that is defining a very minimal part of the platform. So this is basically be something like CDI, REST, JSON binding, and that's it, right? Just what you would need to create a very simplistic microservice. That becoming a profile, and products that implements just those specifications, becoming full-scale, fully fledged, proper Jakarta EE compatible products. So things like Quarkus and Helidon. That obviously I think is going to happen very soon, sooner rather than later, probably in the next few months. And there are some cases for new specifications to make it into the standard as well. So I'll talk about a few examples of those that I think are definitely going to happen at this point. This is not just mere speculation. And that would be Jakarta NoSQL, Jakarta MVC, as well as Jakarta configuration. Okay. Moving forward, and again, feel free to post questions. Interrupting me is perfectly fine. And so we'll have sort of a more extended Q&A rather than a narrow one at the end of the session. Okay, so let's talk about Jakarta concurrency. I don't have a lot of time. I actually have another talk dedicated just to Jakarta E10. This is a bit more of a broader talk. So I took about 20 minutes to give you an introduction, including 9 and 9.0. So the pattern that I'll follow now is that I'll talk about, in general, for a given specification, what are the probabilities? What are the things that could possibly happen that you could help contribute to? And I'll provide one code example of that. Okay, so if you go look at my speaker deck, you'll also see deck dedicated to Jakarta E10, and that will have more expanded code examples at least. Okay, so let's talk about Jakarta concurrency. Jakarta concurrency actually is a very good candidate for moving a lot of very valuable features from EJB, because those features in EJB were actually intended for concurrency handling. Okay, so these are things like the at asynchronous annotation, the scheduling annotation, the locking annotation, defining the concept of maximum concurrency for a given simple component, defining the concept of perhaps pooling that I haven't put in this deck yet, but pooling turns out to be an important way of managing both memory utilization as well as GC, minimizing GC as well as performance. So those are some possible features that could go into Jakarta concurrency. In fact, they've all been discussed and they're on the way to being implemented. So if you're interested in implementing any of these, you should hop onto the Jakarta concurrency alias and begin contributing there. These other features have also been discussed, and I think they will happen as well. So right now, you cannot define a managed executor service in a standard way. So you have to do it in some vendor proprietary way, like a vendor XML. So it absolutely makes sense, just like we can define data sources and JMS resources today, to be able to define concurrency resources in a declarative way, either in XML or in annotations, as well as adding support for completable feature. So completable feature, if you use it, it actually under the hood uses Java SE thread rules. Okay, so that's not what you want in a Java EE environment. So the idea here is to create a version of completable feature that will enable you to use the app servers thread pool as opposed to the Java SE thread pool. CDI context propagation is another one. So when you create a new thread using the Jakarta concurrency model, it propagates things like security, transactions, your user context, so on. But the only thing it doesn't propagate is a CDI context, right? So this is an easy mix and an easy miss and an easy thing to fix also. And again, that is being fixed as part of Jakarta concurrency in its next version. Here's a simple example of how I believe you could actually merge asynchronous and completable feature. So you could have a programming model that looks something like this. So if you want just something simple asynchronous functionality, you ought to be able to just annotate it with the at asynchronous annotation, any CDI component. And your programming model should look something like this, right? Where you return a completable feature, and all you do in your code is you write it as though it is synchronous code, okay, on your side, and do whatever you need to do except for calling completable feature dot completed feature and returning that object. But what the runtime can do is through runtime manipulation, actually turn this turn this method call into something asynchronous. Okay, so that the invocation happens asynchronously. You're able to process the method in a synchronous fashion, but the consumer can consume this method invocation in an asynchronous way. Okay, so basically they'll call process payment and then immediately get a completable feature back. Okay, that is a placeholder that is sent back by the runtime, and then you can call then accept to actually when there is a proper completable feature propagated from the producer side, you finally get a callback. This is very similar to how asynchronous works today in EJB, except that it returns feature as opposed to completable feature. Okay, Jakarta messaging. I was actually part of a very interesting call on Jakarta messaging. So Jakarta messaging is one of those APIs that actually needs an overhaul also. So some of the possibilities here is a CDI-based modernized equivalent of MDB that would add more syntactic sugar and be simpler to use. So something like the add message listener interface. Again, messaging is one of those APIs you can actually create a standalone JMS implementation, but you cannot actually bootstrap it in a standard way without using things like JNDI. Okay, so there's definitely a space for creating a bootstrap API on its own for messaging. And also, as you know, Kafka and the modern, more modern cloud-centric ways of doing messaging, those are not quite the same as JMS. So JMS cares about things like acknowledgement, transactions, message ordering, message durability. Whereas these newer systems actually don't care about those concerns. They give up those concerns in the name of performance and scalability. Okay, so there is a case to be made of creating a lighter version of Jakarta messaging that basically removes some of the requirements for providers and allows something like Kafka to more or less implement the Jakarta messaging API because there's not as many features to implement. Another thing that has been there for a little while and I think is doable. So things like RabbitMQ, right, do this. Azure Service Bus does this as well. So they implement AMQP as a wire protocol. Okay, so not as an API, but a way that the client and the producer should interact with each other and talk to each other using AMQP. So here's a message listener example. I won't go too much into it. So this basically looks like MDB. Couple of differences though. This is a CDI component, and notice that the syntax is a lot more compact. So you're not using all these activation properties. And you can also do more powerful things, like, for example, bake in things like retries and dead letter queues, and even batch processing. Okay, so receiving messages in batches. If you go into in a more modern syntax for receiving messages, as opposed to the old one that is there in message updates. Jakarta security, I think it's actually in pretty decent shape the way it is, right? So we added things like providers for databases and LDAP. But there are some things that could be modernized and some things that could be added. Obvious one is making it possible to use roles allowed and run as in all CDI components and not just HAB components. And also adding some more modern security providers, so things like OAuth, OpenID Connect, and JWT. Again, a lot of this actually has been discussed already, and more or less there's agreement, right? And this is basically how Jakarta security actually really looks like right at this moment based on consensus. So again, if you're interested in any of these features, you can hop on to Jakarta E security alias and make these things actually happen. Okay. Here's some examples of how the modern security providers could look like. Again, there would just be a set of simple annotations, that under the hood, the provider would do a bunch of work for you to create these identity stores for you behind the scenes. So examples for OpenID, JWT, or OAuth 2. Okay, these are some things that could look like. Actually, these examples I pulled out directly from OpenLiberty. OpenLiberty supports all these features just in proprietary ways. The syntax is even almost exactly the same. Same thing for Payara. Payara provides some of these features, again, in a Payara specific way. So very, very possible and very, very easy to implement these features in the standard, I think. Okay. Here are some other possibilities. So this is where we can talk about sort of closing the standardization gaps, if you will. I think the persistent.xml can be optional, specifically if you replace it with Jakarta configuration. It's very possible to make Jakarta persistence an optional artifact. In general, JPQL is pretty good, but it is missing some SQL features here and there. The most important one being the ability for doing subselects. So I think this makes sense for Jakarta persistence. Using JCache as a second level provider. So currently JPA has a concept of a second level provider, but it's JPA's own. So as opposed to doing that, you could simply use a JCache provider as your second level provider very easily also. Jakarta REST we talked about. So Jakarta REST today uses something called @context as an annotation, and it's really very similar to @inject. There's no reason not to simply replace that with CDI and deprecate the older features. Again, Jakarta REST could take example, could make use of a standalone Bootstrap API. This would be very helpful, specifically for testing environments, okay, where you just want to test something and you want to spin up maybe a small JAX-RS endpoint, and that's all. It's also useful in standalone applications or outside of Java EE environments. Native support for multi-part form data. I think this is a very easy one. It's been a gap for a little while. So this is a data type that isn't supported by JAX-RS implementations out of the box. Things like OpenLiberty have added support for this though. So this makes sense to standardize. Jakarta Batch has some gaps here and there. So CDI alignment, a lot of the things can be more injectable than they are today. Today, the job definition API is XML only. I think that could be Java-centric and CDI-centric as well. Jakarta transactions. When people think about Jakarta transactions, what they have in mind is actually something that's close to 15 years old. That is absolutely not the case in practice. So if you look at Open Liberty or you look at WebLogic, they actually have a significantly different take on, in terms of its implementation, on how they can implement Jakarta transactions. So they have a lot of optimizations like last resource commit, for example, or emulating two-phase commit that I think could be standardized in Jakarta transactions. Instead of simply pretending that it's a two-phase commit only, we can accept the reality that it's actually not. Right? In practice, the implementations don't stick to strictly two-phase commit, and they have not been for many years. Okay. So here's an example of the job definition API. This is basically just a copy and paste of what's in JBeret, which is the Red Hat or JBoss Wildfly implementation of the batch processing API in Java EE. Okay, let's now talk about, actually, let me stop for a second. So we have about 10 more minutes to go. This is just about right timing. Before I start talking about some of the newer APIs that could make it into Jakarta E10, let me stop and make sure there's no questions. Okay, I take it there's no questions. So let's move forward. So Jakarta MVC is an important one. This basically allows you to have an alternative to JSF. I love JSF, don't get me wrong. If somebody told me, hey, pick your web framework, I'd say JSF any day. It's very compact, it's very Java-centric, and it's very, very abstract. So you don't have to deal with the low-level details of HTML, GET, POST, and all of these things. However, there is a class of applications and a class of developers that don't like that level of abstraction. They want something a lot more like old school struts, where you are really dealing with the lower level details of HTTP syntax. And what this also allows you to do is that it allows you to put in more JavaScript in there. JavaScript is a little bit difficult to process in JSF because of the fact that it does a lot of things under the hood with the HTTP request itself. So this could be very, very simple. And in fact, it has been out there for a little while. So you can, as a model, you can use CDI and bean validation. As a view, you can use facelets or Jakarta service bases or AKA JSP. And but most of the work is actually in the controller and defining the Jakarta REST. So this can be a very lightweight specification. In fact, it is. So this used to be part of the JCP. It is now actually a Jakarta project. I think it's very likely it's going to make it into the platform in some shape or form or the other. So here's an example of it without going into greater details of it. So you would be defining a controller. You would be essentially very low level handling of HTTP GET and so on. And all you would do in terms of rendering is either send the model back that should be rendered or create a model object and put your values there as name value pairs. Jakarta NoSQL, this could be a talk on its own, but this is an attempt at basically standardizing NoSQL databases for Jakarta. Okay, so this again already exists. This used to be JNoSQL. Then it was moved to a standard Jakarta NoSQL. It's still not final yet. It'll be final soon, but it's fairly feature complete. I definitely encourage you to take a look at it. So the basic idea behind Jakarta NoSQL is to have different levels of abstraction geared towards specific use cases. So there's a communication API similar to JDBC. There's a mapping or template API similar to JPA and entity managers. And there's also a repository API more similar to Delta Spike or Spring Data. Okay, so there's all these different layers of abstractions. It supports a very large set of NoSQL databases already. I think there's almost 50 NoSQL databases supported by the JNoSQL implementation. And it does have a notion of a taxonomy. Right? So it recognizes the fact that there's different types of NoSQL databases, namely key value pair, column family, document, and graph. And there's also other tie-ins into Java EE as well. So it supports integration with bean validation as well as microprofile configuration for now, probably Jakarta configuration in the future. So here's a simple example. Looks a lot like JPA, but a little bit of a more taxonomy specific syntax. So familiar things like entity, ID, column, bean validation integration. But if you look at the entity manager API, that looks very different. Okay, so that is specific to the domain or the type of underlying database that is supported. Okay. Configuration is a big one. Okay, so this, we've been talking about this, believe it or not, since Java E6 as well. And for some reason, it just didn't happen in the Java E timeframe, sadly. So what this is about is about externalizing configuration or expanding the notion of configuration aside from just having XML and annotations. So the most obvious example of this is just property files. Okay, so there has been attempts to address this gap for a little while. So there's Apache Tamaya, and also there's a configuration module in Delta Spike and so on, right? So this actually has been around for a little while, and it's definitely manifested in a fairly complete fashion in microprofile configuration. So the objective here, the problem here is that without creating a circular dependency, it's not possible to refer to Jakarta configuration inside of Jakarta EE specifically, because microprofile already references Jakarta EE APIs, right? So what you actually need is you need a sort of a clean room copy of something like microprofile configuration in Jakarta, and in fact, this is already happening. So there will be built-in stores of property files, Java system properties, environment variables, but then you ought to be also be able to easily extend it. And in fact, there could be a plugin ecosystem of things that extend the notion of configuration or where configuration comes from. So this could be, it would come from Kubernetes secrets, Kubernetes configuration maps, perhaps secure cloud storage. So we have something called Azure Key Vault in Azure. In my day job, the configuration values could be coming from there. It could be coming from various NoSQL stores like MongoDB and so on. The primary use cases are, in terms of the API, is being able to inject these configuration values, being able to reference these configuration values in XML. So referencing, for example, environment variables inside of XML, and also all of this can and should be done through microprofile alignment. And I think this is the way things are going to go. In fact, there is a proposal out there to make this happen. And I do hope that it will happen through microprofile configuration instead of a wholesale yet another reinvention of the same thing. So we've already had plenty of reinventions of this, as I talked about. First, it was Apache Tamaya, Delta Spike configuration, then microprofile, then the JCP configuration specification, then Jakarta then microprofile configuration, and I hope it's finally going to settle down in Jakarta configuration in a more stable way. Okay, so here's a couple of examples of what I was talking about: injecting values into fields, being able to define it in property files. For example, in this case, I'm referencing to basically making the persistence XML file optional, as well as being able to reference these configuration properties inside of existing XML deployment descriptors, like the web XML, for example. Okay. So finally, let me stop with, excuse me, how do you contribute? So these are the different ways that you can contribute. The first way you can actually contribute is just by delivering this talk. If not that, you could join these mailing lists and track their progress and chime in as an end user, provide perspective on how you would like an API to look like. What are your priorities? You can advocate for a specific change. There's a change that you would like to see happen. You can join a particular Jakarta EE project, and you'll see a list of projects in the link that I provided, and say, hey, this is a really important feature. This is how I would like to make it happen. Okay, so one is an observer role and participant role. The other one is driving the change. You can help implement a change in the specification. Believe it or not, a lot of these things that I talked about is surprisingly easy to implement. Okay, so you could actually be implementing these changes yourself, and it's very easy to do. You just need to sign the Eclipse contribution agreement, and that's about it. You can begin contributing that way. There's more paperwork, but it does not come in until you want to be a committer. Okay, and that's farther down the line. And of course, if you have questions on any of this, or just want help to get started, or just want to talk to someone, you can always depend on the Jakarta EE ambassadors to help you. So that you can log on onto the website, figure out how you connect with us, and then have us help you, help the specification. All right. So in summary, I'm almost out of time now. In summary, 8, 9, 9.1, very significant features. You should definitely take a look at them if you have not done so and begin testing them out and adopting them. They're good, solid bits of technology. Important changes coming in Jakarta E10 and beyond. You can also, at least in the interim, take a look at microprofile also. Okay, some of these features that we talked about are in microprofile. So if you combine 9.1 or 9.0 or 8.0 with microprofile, you have even a more powerful technology combination. I'd say probably the most powerful technology combination you can have, especially if you're using a runtime like OpenLiberty or Quarkus. But the main thing that I really hope you will consider and take away from this talk is none of this will happen without your participation and without your contribution, right? And remember, this is one of the key reasons why we did the move. So it shouldn't be all about vendors and people that get paid in their day jobs doing this work. It can also be people like you, okay, contributing to making a real contribution to moving these specifications forward. We made it as easy as possible for you to do that. So it's really up to you. So here's some resources that I'll finish with. Jakarta One is a very good conference on all things Jakarta and microprofile. You can log on to the Jakarta One website. There's a ton of recordings on various Jakarta topics, including some of the things that I talked about today. In fact, they may even have my Jakarta E10. In fact, I know they have in the last Jakarta One, they recorded my Jakarta E10 talk specifically. So you can take a look at that also as a recording form, as opposed to slide deck form. If there's one alias that you join, please join the Jakarta E community alias. This is sort of the announcement alias, the highest level alias in the Jakarta E community realm. So please join that mailing list if you're not going to join anything else. You should definitely follow the Jakarta E Twitter handle. I know all of us are on Twitter, right? Please don't tell me otherwise. So please follow the Jakarta E Twitter handle. Hopefully you get to, you also follow the Jakarta E ambassadors. We provide more information than the Jakarta E official handle typically does. And also there's monthly talks on Jakarta, okay? You can join those talks. It's an incredible resource. And I think very few technologies have like a technology specific talk series is like that on a monthly basis, but Jakarta does. And that's called Jakarta Tech Talks. In fact, I just did a Jakarta Tech Talk.
Hey, Reza.
Some of my colleagues in IBM just yesterday. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, but we're really out of time. I gave you like a couple of extra minutes. I'm really sorry to have to cut you down now like this, but really have to go to the breaks because we have some videos to post and prepare the next speaker. Anyway, thank you so much for the great presentation. There were a couple of questions that I'll probably try to put you on Twitter, and hopefully we'll see each other again really soon.
Yeah, sure thing. And I'll post the slide deck on the chat for people too.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
This is a box. This is our box. Some think in 2 dimensions, but we understand depth. Being a groundbreaker is a mindset. We are a fun, dynamic, creative, and a united tribe. At WIT, you have the pieces to build your own story. Are you a groundbreaker? If the answer is yes, join us.
Olá, eu sou Paulo Sousa, sou CTO na WIT Software. Nós somos uma empresa com 20 anos, começamos na área de telecomunicações móveis, a fazer software para operadores móveis, mas entretanto nestes 20 anos temos feito imensas coisas, desde fintech até saúde, até segurança e televisão, passamos por uma história muito grande. Olha, nós em 2020, nós, tal como o resto do país, sofremos com as alterações devido à pandemia. Sofreram especialmente as famílias das pessoas que trabalham connosco, e nós tivemos que aprender a gerir isso e a trabalhar com isso e reagir da melhor forma. Alguns foram afetados de forma diferente de outros. No entanto, aquilo que nós reparamos foi que muitas das coisas que nós tínhamos vindo a estar a trabalhar e que continuamos a trabalhar durante 2020 começaram a ser cada vez mais utilizadas. Eu disse que nós trabalhamos em software para operadores de telecomunicação e os operadores de telecomunicação e muito do software que nós fazemos foi absolutamente essencial nesta resposta à pandemia em 2020, especialmente no que diz respeito a comunicações móveis, a comunicações em conferência. E foi muito interessante ver algumas das soluções que nós fazemos a serem usadas no mundo real, a serem usadas e terem grande adoção. Isto exigiu imenso de nós, exigiu imenso das pessoas que trabalham connosco, das suas famílias, mas nós gerimos isso da melhor forma e saímos disto vitoriosos e saímos disto com uma sensação de dever cumprido. Depois deste ano difícil que foi 2020, veio o ano de 2021, onde tivemos novos desafios, houve a recuperação da economia, surgiram novos projetos, surgiu a necessidade de recrutar pessoas, de as acolher na nossa empresa. E esse foi talvez o maior desafio, aquilo que nos consumiu mais energias. Darmos uma resposta que seja profissional, que seja bastante motivadora ao acolher novas pessoas, ao garantir que elas fazem parte da nossa cultura e garantir que tudo o que nós fazemos é com a melhor qualidade no meio deste processo de expansão. Na WIT nós somos groundbreakers. As pessoas que trabalham connosco gostam de ver desafios e de os superar. Gostam de ver uma dificuldade, trabalhar com os seus colegas e, enquanto equipa, perceber que conseguem entregar soluções. Ao mesmo tempo que nós somos ambiciosos, gostamos de servir os outros. Gostamos de ver uma dificuldade e, ao mesmo tempo, ver a luz ao fundo do túnel. Aplicamos o nosso know-how, aquilo que aprendemos, aquilo que são as tecnologias com que trabalhamos para resolver problemas reais e ver mesmo isso a aplicar-se no dia-a-dia das pessoas. E isso é isso que me motiva a trabalhar com todas as pessoas que estão aqui ao nosso lado, com quem interagimos no dia-a-dia. É esta sensação de superar desafios, entregar valor e criar coisas novas. E se quiserem pertencer a este clube, podem ir ao nosso site em witsoftware.com. Tem toda a informação sobre o que fazemos. Neste momento estamos a desenvolver imensas aplicações móveis, quer nativo, Android, iOS, cross-platform. Estamos a desenvolver aplicações em back-end. Estamos a fazer imensas coisas com DevOps. E podem fazer parte de toda esta inovação que nós continuamos a criar. Nós fazemos muitas aplicações móveis, estamos muito orientados para isso, especialmente por termos vindo do mundo dos operadores de telecomunicação, de software para telecomunicações. No que diz respeito a aplicações móveis, estamos cada vez mais a utilizar cross-platform, nomeadamente React Native, nomeadamente Flutter, ainda muito Kotlin. Agora, olhando mais para o back-end, em 2021 nós começamos a adotar cada vez mais a implementação, especialmente em novos projetos de serverless, de Node.js, em que, dependendo da utilização, temos que fazer projetos que têm que escalar muito mais rapidamente, isso tem-nos ajudado. Agora, não especificamente sobre as linguagens e as frameworks, mas sobre a maneira como nós estamos organizados, estamos cada vez a ser mais ágeis. Adotamos metodologias, nomeadamente Scaled Agile, onde aplicamos tecnologias ágeis não só ao desenvolvimento do dia-a-dia, mas a todo o ciclo end-to-end, a toda a organização. Em todos os novos projetos que estamos a aplicar, estamos a incluir ciclos de CI/CD, DevSecOps, em que todo o desenvolvimento é o mais contínuo possível. Todas as soluções que criamos estão cada vez mais depressa em live, cada vez mais depressa a receber analítica, a receber dados de feedback e reagimos cada vez mais próximo a esse feedback. Portanto, tudo isto se coordena para que tudo o que nós fazemos e aquilo que nós temos vindo a fazer nos últimos anos e a culminar agora em 2021 é cada vez mais ágil, cada vez mais rápido e vemos o resultado daquilo que fazemos imediatamente nas mãos das pessoas que usam o nosso software.
and once again, we're back to another Jnation 2021 online session. So we only have like 3 sessions to go. So it's been a long day, almost in the end, but we still have some more content to you. I hope that you're enjoying the day so far, and I'm happy to have with me my good friend Andres. Hey Andres, how's it going?
Hey Roberto, how's it going? How's everybody?
Yeah, I mean, really happy to have you here. Unfortunately, I've been saying to everyone, especially because I guess, I mean, this is not on purpose, but pretty much all people that end up on this room was people that I knew. So, but I was mentioning that, yeah, I mean, we don't see each other in person for a long time, and even like Reza was here like in the previous session, and I remember that we last met at Atlanta, and I think we also met at Atlanta like in DevNexus, which was like the last physical conference that I attended, and I guess it was the last physical conference that pretty much everyone attended from our community.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much it. Yes.
Yeah. So we hope that we can do this physically in Portugal next year. Let's see. So, I mean, you're actually going to talk about a subject that's really dear to me, especially because I'm advocating with Maven for so long as well. So I hope that I can learn a couple of things from you as well. So please let us know what you would like to learn about Maven so far.
Okay, great. So let me share the screen and turn on the slides, and let's see how it goes. Click. Oh, where is this button? Just move it away. There we go. Great. So, my name is Andres Almeray. This is the boarding slide. I love open source, and I work for Oracle, and I work for the database group, and we do open source. Surprise, surprise. Yes, that can happen. So if this is something that interests you, please talk to me, because I really, really love to talk about open source. But today, what we're going to talk about is the Maven build tool. Now, we have to go through a little bit of history to see how we arrived to Maven. So as you know, pretty much 26 years ago, Java came out, and the designers of Java decided explicitly to choose a syntax that was very close to C and C++, because at the time, that was a dominant language, and that allowed developers to jump from C and C++ into the Java platform because it was so easy to recognize patterns. Because of that reason, there were no Java-specific build tools at the time. We would have to use Make. So the promise of Java is that you compile on one platform and you're able to run the code unmodified, the compiled code, in any other platform. Now, to do that, you need a build tool. And you need a build tool that is able to run in different platforms. So we didn't have that with Make. Make kind of is a little bit portable, but not exactly. So we needed something that was born inside the Java ecosystem to be able to build Java projects. And the answer came as the form of Apache Ant. This was one of the first build tools for Java. And because of the very nature when this occurred, there's a lot of XML involved because, hey, if it's XML, it's enterprise ready. And the advantage of Ant is clear. It's kind of like a Make that you can define whatever you want. And that is also part of the problem. You can define whatever you want. So every build is personalized, is customized to a particular project. There were not really much patterns or conventions that you could follow. Some time passed, and a group of developers from Apache also said, well, what if we were able to build a build tool that adds these missing features from Ant, plus a few other lessons learned from other spaces? And that's how Apache Maven came to be. Maven 1 was very close to Ant. There was, if you think that right now you have to build a lot of XML, you have no clue what you had to do with Maven 1. So Maven 2 and Maven 3 are much, much better in that regard. And it gave us plugins and conventions and dependency resolution and so many other different features that there was a big explosion of the amount of projects that you can build in the Java space thanks to Maven. But there were a few things that some people thought, maybe it's not working as they should. Maybe it's still too strict in certain cases. There are some other features or capabilities that are not provided by Maven at the time, or could not be provided by the design. So another group of developers, this about in 2007, decided to create a build tool called Gradle. Now, this is the time where I jump into the Gradle build system. One reason, because it's written, or the DSL that you use is Groovy based instead of XML. So I jumped because I hated XML. And because I could do something similar to what you could do with AND, but instead of using XML again, you will do using it with Groovy. Now, because I jumped so early, I completely missed the fact that Maven 3 was released in 2010. And there were so many features added to Maven since that release that I completely missed. I spent so much time in Gradle world that at some point I decided to come back to Maven and see what were those features that I might have been missing, and to draw a parallel between what I can do today with Gradle that I like, and what if I were able to do something like that with Maven. So one of the first things, you may be aware of some of these features, and please feel free to ask questions at any time and stop me with any questions. So one of the first features is that you can override project properties. As a matter of fact, you can define project properties in various ways. You may define a properties block in the POM XML. It may be your POM, or it may be coming from a parent POM. So we have hierarchies of POMs. That's something that Maven has that Gradle lacks. You can also define properties in plugins. And as a matter of fact, every parameter that is defined by a plugin or a module in this case, if every parameter has an additional annotation value called property and a value with that one, then that field will be exposed as a property. Now, it doesn't matter if you define explicitly the property on the POM file, or if it's defined by the plugin, you can still override values for these things if you jump into the command line. Now, let me show you a quick example of that. So here I have a simple project. It's called, well, no, this is just a simple POM file. So I'm going to do a clean right now so that there is no compiled classes, right? So what I'm going to do right now, let's see, which version of Java I have. I believe I have version Java 8, great. And I believe I may not have the latest version of Maven. Let's see, latest version is 3.8.1. I have the previous version, should have upgraded, but that's fine so for now. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I have a simple project, gap coordinates, and a single dependency, and a source file that looks like this. It's a simple hello world that prints out a value. So what I'm going to do is compile this code. How do I do this? There are many ways. I can just simply do compile, or I can do verify, but because I'm using my own custom tool that knows how to invoke the Maven wrapper or Maven called GUM, I can just simply do build, and this will do the right thing for me, which is pretty much invoke verify. Now with this, I have the target directory. That's where my classes are. Perfect. Now, remember that I said I have Java 8, right? Okay, so I would expect that if I inspect the code, the generated code, which is in classes come Acme, and let's grab the major version. Oops, Java P minus B, that's the wrong one. There we go. Major version 49. Does anybody take a guess which number maps? Which Java release is this one? That's Java 5. The default version of Java that's coming all the way from the Maven Super POM is Java 5. Now, but I still have Java 8. So how do I make sure that I have my compiled code use the version of Java that I want? There are a couple of ways that I could define a block in the POM file saying this is the Maven compiler plugin and say the target and the source, or I can set it in the properties, or as I'm going to show right now, I can do it in the command line. I can say, I'm gonna delete for now the generated compiled code, and I'm going to say the following. I'm going to define a property. By convention, it's called compiler target. This is a property exposed by the compiler plugin. If you look at the documentation, you will see what all the different properties. And I'm going to say I want to compile with Java 1.8 and do a build again. This runs Maven, recompiles the code, and if I inspect the generated bytecode, I now got version 52. This is what I expected. This is Java 8. So the advantage of what we just did is that it doesn't matter if I define the property in the POM file or is part of coming from the plugin. I can redefine values as I deem necessary. This will come back in a moment. So the next thing is, and this is something that I really like about Maven, that is something that is missing in Gradle, is that you can invoke any plugin just by passing the gap coordinates, the goal, and any additional arguments that may be needed. You don't have to define the plugin in your POM file. You don't have to define it anywhere in your POM hierarchy. As long as you have access to the gap coordinates, as a matter of fact, sometimes the version could be omitted and it will always be the latest release for that particular plugin and define the goal. So this is what we have. So as you know, gap stands for group ID, artifact ID, and version. So if I wanted to invoke the echo plugin for inside any project, I just have to pass in the gap coordinates. If I omit 1.2.0 as a version, if I just take that out, then maybe we'll resolve the latest version of the plugin. And then pass it any additional parameters that I may have. In this case, the echo goal expects one parameter called echo message. And now because we know we can pass parameters on the command line, then this should work. So if I jump back into the terminal, I can show you that I have a command already prepared that looks like this. Invoke Maven with the gap coordinates of echo and defining a single message like this. So what I'm going to do is copy this and to say that this is live, the message will be hello Jnation 2021. Maybe that's going to work. Okay, so I now have to say that I want to run Maven, of course. Oops, yes. I suspected that using this character will be a problem. Okay, so here we go. Now invoke Maven. Notice that downloads the Echo Maven plugin and outputs what I wanted. Hello, Jnation. Now let's do that again. And this time it did not download anything because it's already available in Maven local. The plugin and the jars, everything has been resolved. And I only get the behavior that I want. That's pretty cool. All right. We're 2 for 2. Next, we go into dependency resolution. This is perhaps one of the features that many people were asking for when they did the switch from Ant to Maven, because it is very tiresome and error-prone to find a particular jar, put it into your source control, compile your code, and then when you see, oh, I need an update, so you need again to scour the network where you can find the particular jar, the specific version, and then replace the file. Now, some people, before we used to have dependency resolution, what they did is that they will get the jar file that has a version in the name, and then just take it out, rename that, and then stash it in their Git repository or CSV repository. And that wasn't really nice. So the advantage now is that we no longer have to put our jar files into source control. We just let the tool do the thing. But there are some corner cases. Now, we define dependencies inside the dependencies block in your POM file. When you do this, the dependencies that you see explicitly defined in your POM file, these are known as direct dependencies. But because these dependencies may also be projects that have been published with Maven, then also they have their POM files, which means they could also have additional dependencies. They can bring those additional dependencies to your project. So those second level or nth level dependencies are known as transitive dependencies. Now, the way that Maven resolves dependencies differs whether they are direct dependencies or transitive dependencies. In the case of a direct dependency, that is the one that you will see explicit in a POM file. The last one that is found will win. But in the case of transitive dependencies, the first one that is closest will win. And there are a few things that we have to say about how version numbers are resolved. Now, last year I ran a quiz with 14 questions on Maven dependency resolution. I split this in 3 sections. The first section is just regular transitive and direct dependencies. Then in a single POM, then we add a parent POM, and then we add a BOM file, a bills of materials. Now the answers were all over the place. So I'm going to show you just 2 questions, and I will send you the link also where you can find everything and the analysis of these questions. So here we have a simple POM file with 2 direct dependencies that happen to have the same group and artifact ID, but different version number. So if I invoke the dependency column, the resolve goal of the dependency plugin, which version of Guava will be selected? Will I get the first one, 27? Will I get the second one, 28? Or would I get a build error? Because clearly, who in their sane mind is going to define twice or even 3 or more times the same dependency, right? This is clearly an error. Well, when we resolve dependencies, this is what happens. Maven says, yeah, I detected a problem. You have duplicate versions, yeah, but I'm going to allow it. It's just a warning. And by the way, the last dependency is the one that wins. Again, direct dependency. Now let's turn into transitive dependencies. This is the first question of the quiz. We have 2 direct dependencies, use and truth. Both of them have a direct dependency on Guava. From my point of view, Guava is transitive. Both of them have 1 hop, it's just 1 hop away to find Guava, so they are the same distance. Juice depends on version 27 of Guava. And no, that will be 25. And truth depends on version 27. So which version is going to be selected? Is it going to be 25 coming from Juice? Is it going to be 27 coming from truth? Or again, this might be a build error. Well, it's not build error. And turns out that the version of Guava that is going to be selected will be the first one that is found in the graph. And that version happens to be 25. Don't believe me? We can run this as a demo. I think I have this in transitive, the first version. So I have a POM file here where we have both juice and truth. So this is exactly the same on the slides, right? So I can invoke this dependency. Let's do so. And what do we get? We get, oh no, let's not resolve that one. I want 3. This is the one that will show me how they were actually resolved. And here we go. So we got juice and we got Guava 25. Okay, so now let's switch them over. And you can see in the POM file that now truth is first and juice is second. I invoke the same command as before. No any changes. And now look at what happens. The version of Guava that is resolved now is 27 because that's the one that is found first in the graph. All right. And this is something that tricks many people. And that's definitely something that tripped me over when I was coming back to Maven. That turns out that Maven is not aware of what semantic versioning is. This is what Robert Schulte said 1 year ago when it comes to resolving versions in Maven, is that, yeah, whatever, we don't look at the version, we just look at the position of the dependency in the graph. Now, that was fine years ago. Maybe it's the time now to change this, or maybe add a new strategy for Maven, some sort of configurable strategy that will enforce that you're actually using semantic version or any other strategy. Now, that thing is not done yet, but there are a few ways that we can tell Maven to select one version over other instead of just looking in the graph. One of the ways is how Robert says, is that we can use the enforcer rules. I'm going to show that in a moment. But another way is using the dependency management block. Now, the dependency management block can be in anywhere in your POM hierarchy. Right now, we're dealing with just a simple POM file. Notice that what I'm doing in this dependency management block is kind of like a redefining again the gap coordinates of a particular dependency, Guava version 28. And then I go again and define two direct dependencies that will have Guava as a transitive. What happens when Maven sees this block is that when it goes through the resolution of truth, it will see that it requires Guava. And if there is a dependency management block, then it will look at any matches from the group ID and the artifact ID, and there is such thing, then the version that is right there is going to be the selected one. This means that even though truth depends on Guava 25, and truth depends on Guava 27, and juice depends on Guava 25, the selected version will be Guava 28. And I think I have an example of that. Here we go. Let's look at the POM file. So here's the dependency manager block. Now have version 29 because there's an update. I think that the latest version is 31. I remember truth depends on Guava 27 and juice on version 25. So I run the dependency tree command again, just like that. And notice what happens. The selected version of Guava is version 29. So we have effectively overridden the default version coming from the transitives and saying, whenever you encounter Guava, anywhere in the graph, it doesn't matter if it's direct, it doesn't matter if it's at as many hubs as you have it in the graph, as long as it's encountered and there is a match with the dependency management block says, then that particular version is going to be selected. So Robert said that the other thing that we could do is use the enforcer rules. There is a plugin called the enforcer plugin, which I kind of like this phrase, the loving iron fist of Maven. Because one thing is true. Once you configure the enforcer plugin and a few of its rules, I guarantee you your build is going to break. And that is a good thing, because that means that right now your build is probably having some issues, but we have not uncovered those issues. And what the Maven Enforcer does with its rules is to bring those issues to the surface. Now, you may decide if those issues that have been reported by Enforcer need to be fixed immediately or in some other way, or these may be some false positives, depending, again, on your use case. There may be times that even Enforcer is telling you, you should not be doing this. There may be no other way to do what you must accomplish. So I also asked a question last year, who uses the Maven Enforcer plugin? And it turns out that, well, it's a very unscientific Twitter poll. And well, not that many people apply the Enforcer. Those that do know what the Enforcer plugin is like, meh. Then you have a lot of people that said, what is the Enforcer plugin? And there's just 10% of people that say, I don't use Maven at all. And it could be any other build. What surprised me is that the percentage of respondents are like, yeah, I do some Enforcers. And someone's like, I don't even have a clue, or yeah, I don't think that this is necessary. So some of the answers on the quiz. Turns out we had around 509 people answering the questions, and only 7 of those answered the 14 questions correctly. I was not one of them. These are different sections. The answers based on, again, the first section is just a simple POM file. The second section is a parent POM file. And the third section is the BOM. You can see that the first section is like, yeah, the answers are okay. I mean, people know how to work around with a simple POM. The moment that you start to play around with the hierarchies, that things start to get a little bit less known. And once you add a BOM file, it's like, poof, okay, information overload, I don't know what it is. This tells me that not that many people know what the BOM file is and how it can work and what it can do for you. And finally, it turns out that none of the questions on this questionnaire could be answered with build error. Every single question worked correctly. And it's surprising that for the first question, remember when we had 2 duplicate direct dependencies, 35% of the people thought that having 2 definitions of the same dependency with different versions should be an error, but it's not. I already showed it's a warning. You can turn this into an error if you configure an enforcer rule that bans any duplicate dependencies. And if you're asking that maybe people thought this is an error because the IDE tells them it's an error, it does not. Eclipse doesn't show you a thing. VS Code doesn't show you an error. NetBeans has a marking on when you look at the POM file, it says this is duplicate. And IntelliJ also shows you a mark in the POM file that this is duplicate, but does not flag it. None of them flag it as an error. If you ever had any troubles with resolving class paths in Maven, what is known as the class path dependency help, well, I would certainly recommend you to have a look at this session from Robert Schulte again. He is the Apache Maven PMC chair, so he is sitting at, he's the one that's overseeing the project, and there's a lot of volunteers working on the project like himself. And he's a Java champion, and there's another Java champion, Ray Sang. Both of them are very good friends of ours. And the link here that you see in the screen has a link to the video and to the slides and to every other content that is related. So one of the things that we saw up to right now is covered on this video, but there are a few other things that can happen with dependency help, and that this is definitely really high recommended for you to have a look at. Okay.
So actually, sorry to interrupt. So actually, both Robert and Ray gave the same presentation in Jnation last year. So you should probably replace that link with the one linking to our own presentation. Just joking.
Yeah, no, I should have done my homework.
No worries. But I mean, probably people that already seen, like, if they were with us last year, maybe you remember Robert and Ray's session, or if not, you can just go to our YouTube and you can find it there and then the sessions from last year.
Definitely. Right, thank you, Roberto. So the next thing is something that Robert has been saying for years, but I kind of like turned it into my own flag. You might have seen the memes happening from last year. Don't do Maven clean stuff. And yes, I know I did Maven clean twice already in this session. We'll see about that. So what is the problem with Maven clean stuff? Well, if you are into the Maven Club, as you know, the first rule of the Maven Club is you do not invoke a Maven clean stuff. Don't. The second rule is definitely you do not invoke Maven clean stuff. The third rule is that you better be using Maven Verify. And if this is a very dark reference for you, let me give you some rainbows. Use Maven Verify. No, so what's going on here? Now, remember about Maven 2 and Maven 3, and Maven 3 came out in 2010. So in the time frame of Maven 2, which came out around 2003, it's between 2002 and 2003, so it's been a long time. So when that was the case, whenever we built something, the plugins and the core of Maven did not support incremental compilation. So if you switch branches, or if you created new artifacts depending on certain plugins, and you wanted to have another go at generating everything, you certainly did not want to have any intermediate results that may pollute or corrupt your artifacts. So what would you do? You will do a clean, and then another build or install or package, whatever it was necessary. So that's why if you look at net and on the network and look at every README that's out there, pretty much everybody tells you, clone this project, and the next thing you do is Maven clean stuff. No. Why? First, if you just clone the project, why would you do a clean? There's no point. There's nothing you need to be cleaned. You're just wasting time just running clean. And secondly, why do you need to do install? If I just want to test out the project, you just run the tests. If the project requires resolving dependencies from a local repository, then you might need to do install. But if the only thing that you need to do is create a jar or just run the test, just do test, do package, or do verify. if you look at the default life cycle of Maven, you see there are different phases. So there is the initialization phase, and there's a validation phase, and then at some point there is compile, and then goes test and package, verify, and install. That's right. Install comes after verify, and verify comes after package. So if you call verify, then everything that is needed to prepare the resources and compile code and package and test will happen. What does not happen with verify is to push artifacts to a local repository. That is the job of install. So if you do not need to push to a local repository, stay with verify. What will happen now when you do this? Supposedly, the incremental compilation will kick in whenever you keep just doing verify, and never clean, and your builds should be faster. There will be cases, though, where you need to invoke clean. We know for a fact that it's not the WAR, is the ER plugin. If anybody's still packaging applications using ERs with EGBs, clean does not work. If you are using any other plugin for which you must invoke clean, please let the Maven community know. Send a message to the mailing list telling them about your use case, because that is definitely a bug. And that's something that should be fixed, and the Maven community should be able to rally their resources so that we can fix this and have a much better experience with incremental compilation. Now, Robert has another great session, and sorry, Roberto, I believe this one is only available on DevOps, where he goes in great lengths explaining the history of what I just said and why clean install is not something that you should be using all the time, and that verify will be the preferred way. But I do recognize there are valid use cases where you must use clean and also where you must use install. But just invoking clean install all the way is, I have to say it very bluntly and very honestly, that is a cargo code coming from Maven 2. Maven 3 has changed the game and makes things a little bit better in that regard. But because we cling to the past, as I did when I completely let go what Maven 3 is, and I'm just thinking what Maven 2 is, I completely miss that Maven 3 has made a lot of improvements. Here's another thing that I like from Gradle. You have a multi-project build, and you want to invoke just one goal or one task in a specific subproject. But if you want to do this with Maven, it's possible, but it's a little bit more verbose than you may think of. And for this, we use these two flags, -am and -pl. So when you run a multi-project build, this is known as a reactor. Now, the name reactor comes from, again, from Maven 2. Maven 2 was designed to build just one project. There was a plugin that was created called the Maven Reactor plugin that gave us multi-project support. And that project was added to Maven 3. And for that historical reason, we continue to call this reactor instead of just regular multi-project build. Now, the reactor will execute all goals for all projects. So when you say Maven compile at the root of your project, you know that the compile phase is going to be invoked for every project in your build. But if you want just a subset of your build, then you can pass in the -pl parameter, and this PL stands for project list. So you may pass one name or as many names as you want. But if you do this, you may find that some of these projects may fail if any of them have interdependencies from one another. In order to fix this, you pass in a second parameter, a second flag, which is called a -am, that stands for also make. So what also make does is, given the list of projects that you have given as an input, it will look at all the dependencies within the reactor and say, I also need to make these other dependencies. Otherwise, the small set of project lists that you gave me will not work. So let me show you a demo of that in action. Let's go into the terminal, and I have this other project called partial one. Okay, let's do a clean so that we start from a fresh start. And what we have here is a root project and 4 children. The root project.
Sorry, Andres. Before you move on, can you clarify the clean and ER? This is
Yes. So what happens is that the way that the packaging for ER happens, if you were to be switching within branches and you have any additional resources coming from one branch that should not be available from another, or there is some resource, intermediate resource that should not be packaged in the ER, then you definitely need to do clean. If you don't do this, then the final artifact that is created may contain outdated classes, outdated resources, or files that should not be part of the package. And again, this is a known bug in the ER plugin.
Wonderful.
Great. So we're back here. Here's our root build that says I'm packaging as a POM and have 4 sub-projects. Good. We look at the first project, and it has just gap coordinates inheriting from a parent, nothing special. Project 2 saying gap coordinates and it has a dependency on project 1. Project 3, gap coordinates and has a dependency on project 2, which means it has a transitive dependency on project 1. And project 4, which is again just a regular project. Okay, so if I just want to build the project 4 like this, let's see what happens. Oh, I didn't say anything. What do I want to do? I just want to build it. And project 4, fine, it works. Why? Because it has no other dependencies. Let's see what happens when I do the same thing for 3, which remember depends on 2, which depends on 1. Let's do a build, and we have a failure. It says it could not resolve the jar file for project 2, because again, Maven resolves dependencies from repositories, for which you have 2 types, local repository and remote repository. But because we did not push project 2 into a repository, we got a failure. And then this is where people say, oh, I know how to fix this. I just call install, which will put project 2 and anything else in a local repository. And then I can compile project 2, right? But if I make changes to project 2 and I forget to do an install and expect those changes to be visible on project 3, then this is where the problem occurs, because I have outdated snapshot dependencies on a repository. Now, notice what happens when the only thing that I do here is add 1 flag, also make. That's the only thing that I do. There's nothing on my local repository. And now it works. And as a matter of fact, the reactor says, I'm going to build the root because you need it, because it's the parent of every other child. And I'm going to build project 1, 2, and 3. And you can see that it compiles the code and tries to run. There's no test cases for any of these projects. And then does the same thing for project 2, and then goes around for project 3. Yeah, it works, right? Okay, so I have another version of this thing, which is, let's do like this. Let's do a clean first, so that again, there's nothing. I have, again, 4 projects, but project 3 happens to be an executable project. Let's look at that. Yep. I should have done it with, hold on a second. I can do this. Here we go. So this has the execute Maven plugin. And there is a class that can be executed, com acme main. All right. Actually, this one is the fix. If I'm not mistaken, partial 1 has the same thing. Nope. This one doesn't have field. So this is what I'm going to do. We're back into the project that is basic. And I want to do the following thing, which is GM. I'm going to say project 3. Oh, we know that if we want to build project 3, then it also has to be -em, right? Now I'm going to execute the Java plugin. Now exec plugin I will have to pass in the gap coordinates for the plugin, right? But exec happens to be one of those well-known plugins that live under a specific group ID, which is the org module house group ID. There are also other plugins such as the compiler and Javadoc and jar that live under org Apache Maven plugins. So plugins that run into this particular group ID can be executed just by passing the short ID of the plugin. This is the reason why you could do this. This is the same reason why I could do dependency tree before, because this results to Maven dependency plugin into group ID org Maven Apache plugins into certain version that I did not need to specify. Okay, another thing that I need to do for exec Java is specify the main class, but we know that we can do this by passing parameters on the command line, right? So this is what I showed this before. And the command line, the parameter should be com acme main. Okay, just to be for good measure, I'm going to compile the code just in case. Let it rip. Oops, we got a failure. Let's see what the failure says. Well, the reactor is the subset that we want. That's good. And then notice what happened. Exec Maven plugin is being invoked on the root project. Hold on a second. I wanted this to be invoked on project 3. Why is it being called on the root? Well, because if you remember, I mentioned that every single goal that you define in command line in your build is going to be invoked for every single project inside the reactor. So exec Java will be invoked for the build for project 1, project 2, and project 3. None of them, except project 3, can be effectively executed. So we clearly have a problem now. How can we run project 3 without doing an install? Well, there are ways to do this. So the workaround that exists right now, this is something that the Maven team is looking at. It's probably something that might be fixed for sure in Maven 5. Hopefully we can get it earlier in Maven 4, but there are no guarantees yet. So what you can do for now is define the exec Maven plugin explicitly on the parent and disable it by default. And make sure that every subproject inherits this dependency or this definition, so that when you invoke it, it will simply say, oh, yes, I have it, but it's ignored, it's skipped, so I will do nothing. And for those projects where you definitely want that execution, then you will enable it. You will see that in some cases, you need to define some dummy values. In this case, the exec main class. So now I can certainly move into partial number 2, which you can see now the root has 2 properties defined by the exec plugin, exec skip and exec main class. Main class could be anything. It's just gibberish. You need a value. You don't need a specific value. And we also said a skip true, which means that if you invoke exec by default, it will say, no, I'm not going to do it. And then in plugin management, we say, I'm going to apply that plugin. The coordinates is fine. Inherited is default, so this shouldn't be here, but I mean, it's there. And it's one thing to say, I want this configuration. This is the universal possibilities. And this is where I actually apply the plugin from the root. And the children will inherit this. So in effect, every project now in my build will have the exec Maven plugin applied to it. And then just the rest of the modules. If we look quickly at project 1, no changes. Project 2, no changes. Project 4, no changes. And project 3, this is the one that changes, because I have already defined the plugin, well, might as well define the property right there in the POM file, because I know this is what I want to do. And what else? I think you could define exec skip equals false here, but you could also do it this way. When you explicitly define again the plugin, notice that we don't have to define the version. Why? Because it's coming from the plugin management block that is defined in my parent. But I do have to say skip false. This means that now the plugin can be executed. So with this information, now I can say -am, actually, let's look for that line of code that we have here. And we can remove this. Let's see what happens now. Notice that again, I'm only saying I want to run this on project 3. So we have a reactor and we got no failure. Perfect. And then let's inspect at the log. We see on the root file, there is the execution of Maven plugin, the exec Maven plugin, but it was skipped. Okay. Project 1 does compilation because it has sources, but exec was again skipped. Project 2 happens the same thing, compiles, but exec was again skipped. Again, this is the default configuration. And finally, for project 3, we got compilation and we got execution. This is what we want. So it's a little bit more verbose than what you can do with Gradle right now, but it's possible. Okay, we're almost there. The next thing is aggregating pumps, which is something that we kind of see already, but there is something that is very important to distinguish. Aggregating pump files are those that have a modus section, like the one that we see on our root build file here. But they do not have to be parent pumps. They typically are, because in parent pumps is where we define common behavior, common configuration that the children may inherit. And you can have a hierarchy of parent pumps. Even within your project, you can have multiple intermediate parents if you want to, as you go down into your project structure. But an aggregating pump does not have to be a parent, not necessarily. Also, the value of the module is not the project name, it's a project path. But because it's common custom to have project names, projects be adjacent to your root, or to be in a single what's in a single directory, then we tend to equate project names to project paths. So here's what we have. Let's say we have this structure where there's the root file right there, POM XML, and we have two children, base and BOM. Our root could be something like this, says BOM and base. And if we were to inspect the contents of this POM file from base or this content, you won't see the parent. Why would I want to do something like this? Let me change it a little bit. Say that this project base is your project, and you have a dependency on Apache Commons Lang, which is quite natural. Or let's put Guava, because it's easy to pick on Guava. Guava is broken. We know this, but there's a particular version that you're depending on that has a problem. There's a bug, and you can fix it, but you want to test it first. Now, typically what you do is clone the code and then fix it, and then push it to a Maven's local or to some repository, switch into your project and consume it and see if the fix works. If it didn't, then you go back to your clone, try to fix the problem, and go back, and you do this iteratively, and you know that you're just pushing files into an active file repository. But what if Guava, or your dependency that is broken, and your project were to be in the same multi-build project? Then you could simply do Maven test, Maven compile test, Maven verify, and that will run Maven test, compile, and verify on every member of your whole project, right? Which includes your original project and the broken dependency. This is the reason why you would like to have aggregating pumps that are not parents, because your broken dependency may have its own parent, and you leave it at that, and your own project may have its own parent, and you also want to keep it separate. But by putting an aggregate on top of all of them, they become part of the same build. And finally, BOM files. BOM files look like this. They have a dependency management block where you define, again, the gap coordinates of your dependencies. The idea is that a BOM file should define only a dependency management block and gap coordinates. And if you publish to Maven Central, any other element that is needed for publication to Maven Central. But you should not put a build section or a plugin section or something else. Unfortunately, there's no way to constrain this, because a BOM file is a valid POM file as well. Now, once you do this, you typically say, I have a bunch of dependencies that go together, and you put them in the dependency management block. Then your consumer will use your BOM file like this. You define a dependency management block again, put in the gap coordinates of the BOM, and two additional properties that are very important. One, the scope has to be import, and second, the type of the dependency must be POM, because if it's not, then Maven will try to resolve a jar file. And the packaging of a BOM file is typically POM. If you don't do this, you don't just add these two properties, then you're going to have a bad problem. And once we have do this, then we can, just like if the dependency is coming from the BOM were defined explicitly on your POM file, it turns out to be just like any other regular dependency management block and just works exactly the same. And I believe that this is pretty much what I have today. And so what I'm going to say is that I like Gradle, but I have another look at Maven, and I have found features that I didn't think existed. And I wish I knew before, because maybe I would have not spent so much time with Gradle. I have a few resources for you. There are some blog posts that tell you more about Maven. And if you're still stuck or you are using Gradle and you want some of the features that you find in Maven, well, the last link will tell you there is a set of plugins that gives you Maven-like capabilities on top of Gradle.
Wonderful. Thank you, Andres, for this wonderful presentation. We're pretty much really out of time, so we have to cut up and go for a break. So thank you so much for joining today, and hope we can see each other again soon.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I think I was very excited about the topic.
I know.
Just feel free to reach me anytime online. There's my Twitter handle, there's my blog, so you know I'm the Maven clean guy. So yeah, send your questions to me. I'm very, very happy to be here with you, Roberto. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. So we're gonna go for a break and see each other in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody.
You know all the places you've been. It's the unknown that drives you. The search for something new, for what's next. We followed the unfamiliar and started unraveling new paths. We are leading the way into the future, and the journey has been amazing. We are on the road of disruption towards success, never settling down. Volkswagen Digital Solutions, exploring new roads.
Volkswagen in 2021, it was one of the most important years for our company. We have been growing in a really fast rhythm. And one of the biggest achievements as a team, it was for sure the confirmation of the really good job and awesome delivery that our team is doing here in Portugal. We have really good professionals delivering top quality projects for the Volkswagen Group. And this confirmation of trust and continuous of growth has been one of our biggest achievements as a team. We already have a big spectrum and variety of projects, from support to development from scratch, and we aim to continue to grow even more. So wish us luck. Profiles that Volkswagen Digital Solutions is hiring, we basically want people with curiosity to learn. Of course, we have some limitations in terms of tech stacks, depending on the team, depending on the tech unit, depending on the department that the person will work for. But basically, we want people that are a match regarding our culture and that is eager to learn and develop itself to go to the next level. So we are quite open, and we have a really fun culture to be with. And we are proud of the people we have, and for sure we know that the people we will hire in the future will match our expectations. For recruitment process, we basically adapt depending on the department, depending on the team. So you can have a challenge, you can have an activity to do if you are applying for designer position, for a software development position. And we believe that like this, we can have a more suitable and customized experience for us and for the candidate. Volkswagen Group has been investing in the last couple of years in the digitalization of the company, in the several brands of the group, and not only in Germany, but also outside of Germany. Of course, Portugal was being evaluated, and in the end become one of the place to invest and to grow a team. And it's not only Volkswagen, but Portugal has a really good lifestyle and culture. It's easy to convince managers or engineering managers to move to Portugal to start and ramp up companies. We have a really international mindset. We have skilled people from junior talent to more senior. We have a really diverse IT community. We are economically attractive as a company, of course, and our geography, our location as a country is also really interesting. So all of these characteristics as a whole made us a good place to invest. And since 2019, the year we officially opened the Volkswagen Digital Solutions in Portugal, it has been proving all over the time that it has been a good place to be. Volkswagen Digital Solutions looks really promising. Like I said, our partners have been really happy with the work we have been developing in Portugal. When I say partners, Volkswagen Group. And we already have 26 teams developing projects in Portugal. And we have the confirmation, recently we even came out on the news about it, that this investment will continue to grow. We already have a really big challenge of growing 100 people in 2021. So looks promising, looks really challenging, but we are up to the challenge and we want this. So I'm sure we're going to double the number of projects in the next few years, and it will be fun.
You can write the best code in the world. You can run the most complex systems. But things get really complicated when you have dozens of different technologies and hundreds of processes. Fortunately, it's JFrog to the rescue. Firstly, you need universal tools that can integrate seamlessly with all the build technologies in your CI/CD stack and all major cloud platforms, so you can start speeding up software releases without delay. Second, you need to automate every part of your DevOps pipeline, end to end. This will eliminate repetitive, manual steps while letting you enjoy much faster feedback loops so you can get higher quality releases to customers faster. Next, you need a proven way of catching potential vulnerabilities and license compliance issues, wherever they may be hiding in the DevOps cycle, so you can stay out of the latest security disaster headlines. And of course, you need the flexibility of a cloud on-prem hybrid solution that offers high availability, disaster recovery, and is easily scalable and enterprise grade, from code right through to production. The good news is that you don't have to look very far to find this. JFrog offers you an end-to-end DevOps platform for creating, managing, and distributing trusted software releases fast to anywhere in the world. It's why 5 million developers already count on our universal DevOps tools to do their job better, faster, and more securely. So wherever you are in your DevOps journey, let JFrog smooth the ride, automating your software delivery process. Learn more or get started right away by visiting us at jfrog.com.
Okay, and we're back online. So thank you so much for joining us for the almost last session. So it's going to be like the second last session of the day after, I don't know, 10 or whatever number. I already lost the count. It's been like a long day. But my days become a little more joyful because I have here with me my good friend Mark. Hey Mark, how's it going?
Very well. How are you?
I am okay, just tired.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but it's Jnation. How can you not be excited, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I've been telling this to everyone that's joining that we will definitely love to have all of you here in Portugal. Unfortunately, that's not possible right now. Maybe next year we can make it possible. Let's see. So yes, so Mark's going to talk to us about spring. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, and
Yeah.
several aspects of it. So
Yeah. Are you okay to talk about spring right now?
yeah, yeah, I think so. I think that's fine, probably.
Okay. Just a little joke. Maybe people didn't understand, but that's fine. Uh, anyway, if anyone in the audience wants to send questions to Mark, feel free to relay them back to me over Slack or YouTube chat, and I'll happily put them back to Mark. Yeah, so Mark, without any further delay, I know that you have a lot of things to show, so please feel free to start. And good luck.
You know me too well, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will. Let me see if I can get this screen shared without any major mishaps. So let's find out. Oh, that looks good, right? You can see that?
Yes, definitely.
There we go. Okay. So, yeah, what Roberto was saying is that, yeah, I'm no longer on the Spring team. I'm no longer at VMware, but I made a small change in my situation. But I'm still working a lot with Spring. I'm still very excited about the Spring ecosystem, and I get to talk about it still. Nobody's told me I can't, so I guess it's okay. But I'm a huge fan. I really.
Hello, Mark. Can you hear me? I think we lost your sound. Hello? Luis, can you confirm that we have Mark's sound, please? It's strange. Luis, are you here? Okay, I think we're live again. Okay, really sorry about this because we have a sound issue, but I think it's fixed. So Mark, please, you can resume your session.
Okay. Well, everything good now?
Yeah, definitely. We can hear you perfectly.
All right. If anything doesn't go well, let me know. Jump
I'll
in.
let you know.
Okay. Thank you, my friend. All right. So welcome. Welcome to this evening, I guess, for you session, Spring Boot Omakase. It's early afternoon for me. And this is a chance for me to kind of share anything that I can or want to about Spring Boot that I think is cool. An omakase is a Japanese term for a chef's choice. So a lot of times if you go to a restaurant, if you like food as much as I do, you may go to a restaurant and you either don't know what you want or you just think, let's let the chef choose. And the chef gets to choose either some favorite items that he prepares that people or she prepares and people request and enjoy, or maybe it's just something that chef likes to try out, wants to try out on a new audience. It can be any number of things, but it's typically things that are, maybe just something that chef is proud of. And that's what I want to basically share today is just some things that I find very interesting, very exciting about Spring Boot at this point in time, which changes from time to time, right? Because there are so many cool things about it. But anyway, that's what we're in for today, as I call it, my scalability and deployability edition, although there are a couple other things thrown in there as well. I'm going to have to move pretty quickly because, well, there's a lot of stuff and not a lot of time. Oops, you know who's talking to me. Okay. So my name is Mark Heckler. I actually used to work with Spring at VMware, but I recently made a change over to Microsoft. I'm very grateful that had me, but I am a cloud advocate for Java and JVM languages at Microsoft. So if you think of something after the fact that you want to ask me, this invariably happens to me when I hear something. I think, oh, I need to ask that question, and I forget it, or I don't think of the question until 5 minutes after I leave the room. That's fine. If you think of it during the session, please do send them to Roberto. If you don't, that's cool. Reach out to me. Email works. There are a couple email addresses there, but Twitter is the best way. So if you have a question and you want to post it or comment or feedback or whatever, post it on Twitter. Or if you want to maybe ask me a question or make a comment that you don't want to share with the entire world, the Twitterverse, send me a direct message. My DMs are open at MKHeck. So anyway. Oh, yeah, I must be off to a great start. Okay, so who am I? Again, I'm an advocate for Java and JVM languages at Microsoft. I'm also an author. I have co-authored a couple of books. I have contributed content and code to several other books. And I've even done something else in 2020 that I said I would never do, which is solo author a book, which I'll get into momentarily. I am an architect and developer by trade, and as you might surmise from the next couple points where most of my expertise has been won, it's been in the JVM ecosystem, as well as what I'm doing now, right? I am a Java champion, a Java 1 rockstar, a Groundbreaker ambassador, a developer expert in Kotlin. So I love the JVM. I love Java and related languages. It's just a great place to be. I'm also a licensed pilot. People ask me, what do you do in your spare time? And then my first response is, what spare time? But atop that, I actually have always loved flying, and I am a licensed pilot. I don't fly big airplanes, just small ones, and I like it that way. So I can't necessarily fly to Europe myself in my plane, but someday maybe, who knows. But yeah, so I like to fly around and see things from several thousand feet up. That's kind of a different perspective. So again, new book. This is it's been out maybe 3 months now, 2-3 months. But yeah, 2020 was a momentous year for several reasons. One of which is, again, I did something I said I would never do, which is solo author a book. Because I just felt like, I maybe could add a different perspective. Again, perspectives are a thing for me, and I think all of us. But I just felt that it was something I could maybe plug some gaps that I saw, or that people would ask me questions, and I thought, oh, maybe that would be a different way to cover it. So if you're interested in checking it out, please do. It's at all of your favorite booksellers, or if you have an O'Reilly Safari Books Online subscription, you can get access to it. Or if you just want to peek into it, you can follow the link above, and you can follow that to O'Reilly's site and get like a sample membership for a week, 2 weeks, and just check it out. Or you can just follow it on Twitter and see when the book tweets. Okay, so today, I love this quote by Leonard Bernstein, famous composer and conductor of the New York Symphony. He once said, to achieve great things, 2 things are needed: a plan and not quite enough time. And I think we have both of those today: a plan and never enough time. So I'm going to roll right on in. So the plan for today, just for the brief time that we're together, and by the way, that's the thing about these sessions is they have a decent amount of time, but when it's compared to all the time afterward, it's minuscule, right? So I'm going to try to cover some highlights, some introductions, kind of get you thinking along maybe some paths and show you some things that I'm pretty excited about. But it's just the start. It's starting to pull that thread. And if you think of more things later or questions, or again, you want to explore different ways of doing things, that's great because we have much, much, much more time after the fact than we do here together right now. But we're going to be talking about, and I'm going to be coding some applications using Project Reactor. And Project Reactor is a reactive streams implementation. Now, why reactive streams? If you are developing Java applications, Spring Boot applications, and they're blocking, right? They're imperative Java applications, and you're not having scalability issues, you're fine. You're fine. However, there are many times that we run into issues in terms of scalability, in terms of low resource utilization, not efficient resource utilization. And what I mean by that is that in many cases, well, I guess I should back up and talk about how reactive streams kind of came into being. What is its reason for being in the first place? And what a lot of very intelligent people got together and decided and realized is that when you're talking about interactions between applications, that's really where the bottlenecks typically occur. And sometimes folks look at this and kind of mistakenly as a microservices only problem. However, even with monoliths, most monoliths aren't an island, right? They will reach out to other external systems and APIs, and they will query and interact with them in order to provide that complete set of data and capabilities to the end user. So even a monolith is not an island. So and if you look at microservices, you consider even more interactions. And for each of those interactions, you have a potential of a very big bottleneck. And what I mean by that is that if you have, let's say 100 consuming services that are pinging a backing service, a producing service for some kind of a response, they're asking for some kind of a calculation or a retrieval of some kind, then if you have, typically for each request, a service will spin up a thread to service that request. And up to that 100, let's say you have 100 threads, you have 100 requests coming in, everything's fine. Performance may be brilliant. But what happens when that 101st request comes in? What happens when the 110th or 150th or 500th request comes in? So you go from, in many cases, in a blocking set of interactions, from very good performance to very terrible performance, at least potentially so. And with reactive streams, you insert an ability to have an event loop to process those and to more fully utilize the resources in that producing service. Now, a lot of times when I get to this point, and I apologize for being very brief with this and kind of giving that high-level gloss over description, happy to discuss this more at length later. But at this point, a lot of people say, well, that sounds a lot like asynchronous interactions, right? And to some degree, that's true, because with an asynchronous interaction, it is more efficient. So if you have a consuming service that is making a request, it can go on and continue operating and not just wait, not just stop and wait for that request or response to come back. But what can happen with an asynchronous set of interactions is that it does nothing in terms of flow control. So for a requester, that consuming service, if it says, give me all of the locations within a 100-mile radius, that's fine, or 200-kilometer radius or whatever. When it gets a response back, it may be overwhelmed just by the sheer number of data points that come back to it. And there's no real way. Asynchronous handles some of the processing, but it doesn't handle any of the flow. So with reactive streams implementation, of course, you have in nearly all cases an asynchronous element, but you also have the ability to provide back pressure. So that consuming service, instead of saying, give me everything you have within X amount of distance, what it will say is, give me what you have within X amount of distance, but you only give me the first 10 values or 50 or 100. Because what you may have is a client application on a cell phone that is over a very low bandwidth connection. And if you try to send back hundreds of thousands of responses, or records, I should say, in a response, that can quickly overwhelm that less capable or less performant consuming service. So with reactive streams, you have both. You have asynchronicity, you have back pressure, you have several other features that make it very nice in terms of increasing that system-wide scalability. RSocket builds on top of that. So RSocket will actually increase scalability. It adds resilience, so you can have resumability if you change connections, let's say from that cell connection to a Wi-Fi connection. It also gives you the ability to use different protocols underneath transparently. It also gives you the ability to extend from a request response mode or some workaround thereof, which basically most things that we do are workarounds if we need to do something different, to different interaction models that are very extensible and very extensive, I should say. That give you a lot more flexibility as well. I'll show you those as we go. I want to also show you Actuator for providing production-ready insights and analysis. And then I want to talk about deployments, containers, some native code, and what have you. And again, time is going to be our enemy on this one today, but hopefully we'll get through at least a good chunk of this. So let's code. Let's get to the good stuff. Pardon me. All right, this is our friend Maurice Moss, and he's ready to go. So why shouldn't we be? All right, so let's go to our favorite place here for getting started building Spring Boot based applications, which is the Spring Initializer, sometimes referred to by its URL, start.spring.io. Now, you don't have to create Spring Boot based services or applications using the Spring Initializer, the website itself. Now, you can actually, well, you can actually write them by hand, custom bespoke artisanal code. However, it's not the best use of your time. Don't really recommend it, but you can. You can also curl this or HTTP this or access this via an IDE. However, they all go to the same place and they all produce the same deployable or the same artifact that you get back. So if your friend or colleague likes to use the command line, that's great. If you like to go here, that's great. It's all the same. So it's a consistency, which is absolutely essential. So let's get started. I'm going to just create a couple of services that will allow us to interact. Now, I should say with RSocket, one of the other things that is incredibly powerful about it is that in most cases, and I kind of alluded to this earlier, in most cases with the old request response or long polling and things like that, you have the requirement that you issue a request to get a response. So it's a very, very much client-driven, if you will, set of interactions. With RSocket, once an initial connection is made, now obviously you have to have one service that will sit and listen for requests, and then another service or services that will make those connection requests, to come in and then establish the connection. But once that connection is made, they're effectively peers. So any distinction between the two disappears. No pun intended. So at that point, you can have a meaningful conversation or even a meaningful dialogue or monologue between multiple services, which is super powerful. And I'm sure once you start seeing this, you'll see various different use cases that it opens up to you that aren't there in many other ways. So again, let's get started. I'm going to use Maven as a build system in Java, but again, you have choices here. I'm going to use a current version of Spring Boot, which is 2.5.1. I'm going to change the group to the Hecklers because I can, thehecklers.com. I'm going to, since this isn't, it starts off as a client and as a server, an RSocket server, an RSocket client, but they don't last that way long and then they're peers. So I'm just going to call these thing 1 and thing 2. I'm going to use the current version of Java, the current production version, long-term support version, which is 11, the current packaging, which is WAR, and then I'm going to add a few dependencies. So the first thing I want to do is reactive web. I want to bring in the Spring reactive web dependency, which again gets us Webflux built on Reactor and Netty. And then I'm going to also include RSocket, of course. I'm going to bring in Lombok because I'm a lazy developer, lazy good, not lazy bad. It just helps me make, when I'm using Java, use less boilerplate, create less boilerplate. Again, I want to show you some actuator capabilities. And then, of course, native, Spring Native, which this is, again, still experimental, but very, very robust even now. So that's kind of cool. All right, I'm going to generate the code. And yep, I'm just going to drop that on the desktop. And then I want to go back and just in the interest of time, I'm going to create thing 2. So we have thing 1, thing 2. Any Dr. Seuss fans here? All right, well, maybe not. Okay, so let's see. And that's interesting. Why did that come up over there? Gotta love the Mac. Mac keeps me hopping sometimes. I just got a new machine, so I'm still configuring it. So once in a while, things that normally would work don't, just because I haven't yet configured them, but such is life. All right. So let's unzip thing 2 project. And we'll open that up also. And I have these side by side so we can see them. And let's see if we've got enough space here. So let's go to our application properties. Yep, that looks pretty good in terms of size. And yeah, so hopefully we can see that. And then we'll close this out. Application properties and app. Okay. Now, before I get started, I do want to show what I'm working with in the back end. Now, again, I'm a pilot. I love aircraft. I love seeing, learning, doing with aircraft, anything basically. Each aircraft in the US and most other places, I believe, have what they call transponders. They have what they call ADS-B here, ADS-B out, which is automatic, let's see, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast out. So it's just a way that an aircraft will broadcast its position, a position report each minute, and just let air traffic control and the control centers know where that is, so they can deconflict and make sure that planes don't fly into other planes, which is generally a very good thing, right? So I actually have a box and an antenna that lets me tap into that as well, which is kind of cool, right? So anything within a small radius of my house, I can pick up. So that's, semi-interesting. So it provides quite a lot of information, like a call sign, the aircraft call sign, the squawk code, which is the transponder code for unique identification, the aircraft registration number, the flight number, if it's a commercial flight like Delta Airlines or Southwest or United or Lufthansa or what have you, the route that it's flying. So JFK Airport in New York City to LAX, for instance, the type of aircraft, the category. You'll see things like the altitude of the aircraft, the current altitude, and then selected altitude, the altitude that's targeted. So if it's currently is just taken off and it's at 5,000 feet, but it's heading to 30,000 feet, it'll show both of those in these two fields, the heading, the airspeed, the vertical rate, the rate of climb and descent, and so many other things, position, the latitude and longitude. So a lot of interesting stuff here. I actually have a couple of endpoints defined, and one is just your standard reactive streams endpoint with Project Reactor. I should say with reactive streams, for instance, you have 4 interfaces, and they're just interfaces, so you can have different implementations that define them, and then you can verify how interoperable, say that 3 times fast, they are with the test suite, of course. But a flux is reactor speak for a publisher that produces 0 to n values. So with reactive streams, you have a publisher, which is the thing that produces values, a subscriber, which is the thing that consumes values, a subscription, which is the contract entered into between the two, and then a processor, which actually incorporates both subscriber and publisher, because it will subscribe, receive values, manipulate them, and then pass them on and publish them to its subscribers. So a flux is a publisher, a kind of publisher, 0 to n. And if you think of this in terms of, let's say, return values in this case, you might return either a single value in typical blocking imperative Java, like an aircraft, or you might return an iterable of aircraft, right? Some kind of a collection, of sorts. So in this case, a flux is like a reactive collection, a reactive iterable. And then you can return a mono, which is Project Reactor's type to return 0 or 1 or for 0 or 1 value. So this allows you to be more specific and to still maintain that reactive endpoint. We also have here an RSocket endpoint, and we've mapped that to AC stream because it does produce a stream. And once again, it's a stream of a flux of aircraft, but it does so over an RSocket connection. So this is running, we're up and running here, and we're ready to start from there. So let's see. All right, I'm going to start with thing 2. And again, for a domain, I'm going to use Lombok to create a data class, and we'll call this class aircraft. And I'm just going to get a subset of data because that's all I really care about. And I actually should do a JSON ignore properties, ignore unknown true. So I want to grab a few key bits of information like the call sign, the registration number, the flight number, and the type. And then I also, I want to bring in, I want to have data values. I want to have member variables for things like the altitude, the heading, and the airspeed, right? And then I also want to make sure we track the position, so latitude and longitude. Now I'm just gonna, again, in the interest of time, I don't really like doing this ordinarily, but situations sometimes dictate. So there we go. Now we have our domain established. Now, On our RSocket server, I guess I should double back and do one thing before I forget it, which is define the server port, because Spring Boot applications, as you saw, default to 8080. Well, we're going to have multiples running, so we don't want to have a port conflict. That's usually a bad thing. So I'm also going to define my RSocket server port, and we'll say that's 9091. And that's enough to get us going. That between the dependency on the class path for RSocket and defining an RSocket server port is enough for Spring Boot's auto configuration to determine that yes, indeed, we do want to configure this as an RSocket server. So I'm going to create a controller class here. There we go. And we'll call this class, cleverly enough, thing2 controller. And I'm just going to come back to that here in a minute. I want to go back to my client class, or my client application. And just by having RSocket on the class path, what we have injected, Spring Boot's auto configuration will inject an RSocket request builder. So RSocket requester.builder, and we're going to take that builder and we're going to use the builder to create a connection over TCP. And TCP is one of the two transport protocols that are supported within Spring Boot's implementation of RSocket or use of RSocket. There are more, but I feel like this is the easiest, most powerful way to consume RSocket or use RSocket, leverage it in applications. So I'm going to point this to localhost, and we're going to, again, go to 9091, which is the port that we defined here as our RSocket server. So there we go. And now we can use that in our application. So I'm going to create a component here. We'll call this a thing1 component. And I want to inject our RSocket requester so we can use it here. Now I can use field injection, not a good idea, but I can use constructor injection. I like to, since I'm using Lombok anyway, let Lombok create my constructor for me. So it will create a constructor with a parameter for each of my member variables. In this case, we literally have one. So it will create my constructor for me and life goes merrily along. So with that, I'm going to just do a post construct method, and we're going to just create a method here that we can leverage to test out our endpoints. Now, to go ahead and let's go ahead and create those, shall we? So there are 4 interaction models, as I mentioned before. In RSocket, we have request, response, which you might expect. We're used to that, right? But we also have a more powerful request stream, meaning that with a request response, you can get back a response with one or multiple values. But with a request stream, you may get values over who knows, maybe an indeterminate amount of time, but the values just keep trickling in. And that's legit. That's a valid interaction model using RSocket and, of course, Reactor underneath. We also have the fire and forget model, which is powerful enough because in many cases, we want to send a value, but we don't care. We don't want a response. We don't need or care about a response. So that allows us to do exactly that. And then really cool, we also have a bi-directional channel, which, as you might imagine, it gets where things get really interesting. Now, I'm going to, since I'm going to be using an RSocket connection upstream from this to my Plane Finder application, I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to use the RSocket requester builder to build a connection there and return builder.tcp. And we're going to, now in this case, because of something I'm going to be doing down the road, I'm not just going to plug in localhost, I'm just going to plug in the IP address for localhost. And you'll see why here momentarily. And then upstream, it's 7635 is the port that it's exposing. And we're off and running. So once again, we're going to inject that here using Lombok to provide our constructor for us. And let's get started. So for a request response model, we want to provide a single response. So a mono of type aircraft is what we'll be sending back. And we'll call this method request response. We're going to get a mono of something. I actually like to, if I don't have anything else that I necessarily need or want to do, I like to provide a timestamp so I can see what's coming in here. So, or when it's coming in, when the request is coming in. But again, it doesn't really matter what you provide. You can provide any kind of data coming in as a mono, as a request. I just like this, so we're going to use that. So I'm going to do on next. And when we get our timestamp in, I'm just going to print that out. But I like to, I don't necessarily recommend you do this for production logs, but I kind of like to see this in demos because it makes things very clear. So I just like to print a little emoji in there so we can see what's happening. And then I need to return a single value, right? And then allows me to do that. So I'm going to take my requester, my RSocket client, and I'm going to point to a route. And again, that's AC stream, upstream. And I'm going to provide data. Once again, I'm just going to provide an instant. Nope. Let's see, back up. Typing too fast. Instant dot now. And then I want to retrieve a flux. I know that we may get back 0 to N values. I don't really know how many. It depends on how many planes are flying over at that point in time. But I want to return just a single aircraft. So I'm just going to grab the first one. Next. All right. Now, since I'm going to be interacting upstream with an RSocket connection and downstream with an RSocket connection, when we disconnect, things can sometimes get a little bit messy in terms of this, kind of output in our logs. So I'm just going to kind of clean that out with an on error dropped, and we'll take the error, and I'm just going to just print something like connection closed. And there we go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start that. And then while that's starting, I'm going to go over here and we will connect from our thing one. So requester dot route. And here, again, we've defined nothing. So I need to indicate the message mapping. We'll restart. And this we'll call request response. And we'll restart that so we actually have somebody listening on the other end. Request response. I'm going to send data again, just going to send an instant. Nope, not an instantiation error. Now, and we'll retrieve a mono. We know that we'll be getting back a single value. And then once again, as I mentioned, we need to subscribe to that publisher. Publishers can be hot publishers. They can be sitting out there producing values, and you can kind of dive into the brook as it passes you. And in some cases, that makes a lot of sense. But in most cases, you don't want a publisher consuming resources and producing a lot of values that no one is asking for, no one's requesting, no one's subscribed to. So most publishers are they're cold publishers. So you need to subscribe to them before you can actually have any work done. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here. I'm going to take the aircraft and just print this out. And voila, let's get that started. Oh, we're in good shape. 17 minutes to go and like a million things to do. So a plan and not quite enough time. All right. So as you can see, it worked. Things never go wrong in live demos, right? But we sent over a timestamp, an instant, the current time, and we got back a single aircraft. And this is an American Airlines flight 765. Here's the national registration number, 510 Uniform Whiskey. And the flight number, of course, again, is usually it aligns with the call sign. The type is an Airbus 320 or 321. I'm not quite sure. The Boeings, they merge into some weird amalgam. I'm not sure if the Airbuses, they do that as well. But the current altitude, as you can see, is 33,975 feet. The heading is 260, so almost west, almost straight west, 453 knots, and it's got a position. So nice, very nice. Now let's take this a step further. So we have the request response covered. Now, again, I don't like copy pasting, but in the interest of time, I'm going to today. Please don't tell anyone. Of course, I'm glad this isn't being recorded. Kidding. Okay, so I'm going to change the message mapping to rec stream. I'm going to change the method name to rec stream so we don't have any conflicts. And I'm going to return a flux. Flux, if I can type. There we go. Instead of returning one with then, I'm going to return a publisher, take a publisher, return a flux, so then many, and then I can just remove the next and return everything we get back. And that's really it. Oh, I didn't, as you can see, this is the ugliness that you get if you don't go in and just clean that up. So I'm going to clean that up here as well. So hooks dot on error dropped. And we'll just grab that and we'll just say connection closed by client or from client to client. How about that? All right, that's good enough. We can debate semantics later. All right, so I'm going to, since I've got the server set up here, let's see, we'll just go down and we'll extend this a little bit, their example, and we'll do a request stream. And we want to, again, have a requester route that in this case to request stream. We'll provide data once again. The current timestamp will retrieve flux in this case, once again, a flux of type aircraft, and we'll subscribe. In this case, we will print this out and we'll change things up a little bit here. So airplane, and we'll grab one of these and another one of these just so we can see some differences, some distinctions between the two. And let's restart. So this is the second interaction model that our socket supports. We send one thing over, we get one thing back. And again, that one thing can be a collection of things, but I like to distinguish this because I think it makes it very much more clear. So we get back a flux of values, which come back again as they come in. So this could be 0 to n. And in this case, it's quite a significant number, right? So we have a lot coming in. And you can see that not all data fields are populated, like the call sign. If this is a non-commercial flight, it won't have a call sign like Southwest Airlines or Delta Airlines or Envoy or whatever. But the data is all there. In this case, maybe not so much here. That looks rather odd, but is what it is. All right, so the next model is the interaction model, is fire and forget. And in this case, we could do something like this, but it is a bit more idiomatic just to return a mono void, which interestingly is a value of no value, right? So it's a single non-value value. Anyway, we'll go with that. So fire and forget, it is more idiomatic in terms of the reactive approach. So fire and forget, we're going to receive a value. In this case, I'm going to up the stakes a little bit. We'll return a weather or receive a weather value. Now, in order to do that, we probably should define what a weather value is. So at data, class weather, and for weather is very important for pilots because it dictates if they can fly, or if they fly, where they fly, the altitude, what direction, if they need to go around storms and things like that. So I want to indicate we have when the observation was taken, of course, and then the observation itself. And once again, in the interest of time, sad, I'm going to copy paste that. So we'll return, we'll take our weather mono and do on next, and we'll grab the weather, read out the weather observation itself. And boy, that's right in the way. I'm going to scoot that over. And then we'll just print, well, let's put a cloud in there. We'll say that, you know, the worst case. So weather, and then just return mono void, which is basically returning nothing, right? Once again, let's restart that. And then let's go over here. And I'm going to add our weather domain class here. So we'll also add that. And then let's go ahead and exercise our third interaction model, void. And this will be fire and forget. All right, requester dot route, and we'll point to, oh, I did not, once again, put a message mapping, fire and fire forget. Let's just keep it simple. All right. Fire forget, and let's send some data, right? So this, we need to, well, let's define a component. Let's define a weather generator. Sounds so official, right? If only, right? Okay, so what I want to do is create a list of observations that we can use here. Come on. There we go. And we'll call this our observation list of, and let's say we have skies clear, visibility 10 statute miles. That's pretty good. That's a nice nice observation. And then let's say we have broken at 080, so that's 8,000 feet, and visibility of 7 statute miles. Okay, and then let's also say we have one more reading, which is just overcast at 200 feet, which is just terrible, right? Visibility 1/2 statute mile, and then it's US. That's how we roll, I guess. So, all right, and then we have, I like to insert some randomness into things because random is fun. And so we need to now have a generator. So generate, and let's generate some weather. All right, so return new weather. And I'm just going to do an instant now for a timestamp. And then let's grab an observation off the list using our random to grab our random value to grab the a position. So we'll just do the next int based on the size of the list. In this case, it's 3, but we could expand that and it would still work just the same. And then we're going to inject that here, the same as our socket requester, private final weather generator. We'll call this wxgen. So now we can just generate a value. So wxgen.generate. And then for fire and forget, we just send this value and then we subscribe. And once again, we don't get anything back, so we don't have to care about it. So let's go ahead and run this. Okay, we just sent over a value and nothing came back. So that's, as expected, right? So now just to really make things interesting, let's go ahead and kick this off with a bidirectional channel. We're going to return a flux of aircraft. We're going to call this, again, cleverly enough, channel. We're going to get a flux of weather coming in, weather flux, and let's process this. So we have our weather flux and do on subscribe. And let's just, here's our sub, and we'll just say subscribed. And then on next, so we'll grab the weather value and we'll just print that out. And of course, this time it's all sunny. So we'll grab that plus WX, and then let's switch things up. We'll switch the map. So in each value coming in from our weather flux, we will then request values from our current positions. So we'll send data instant.now, and then we'll retrieve a flux of aircraft. And that should be sufficient. Let's go ahead and run that and quickly go over here and we will request this from the other side. So grab that. Oh, what did I do here? Oh, of course. That should be much happier. All right. So unless I fat fingered that, which is possible, guess we'll find out. Nope, looks like it's good. So void channel requester.route. We're going to point this to channel send data. And once again, we'll use what? Well, actually, let's go back. We want to send a flux of values. So we'll use an interval of 1 per second. We're going to just create a pulse, a flux.interval. We'll map that pulse, that long value, to a generated value. And then we'll take that and we'll retrieve a flux of aircraft. And then we'll subscribe to that. And we'll take each aircraft and just print that out. And let's see. So let's grab this and let's grab that. And let's run this. So this is where things get really interesting with RSocket, because you see this dialogue that happens and it's just a beautiful thing. It's over a multiplex connection. So you see, we're sending weather, we're getting back aircraft by the dozens or hundreds, and everything is working as you might expect. Now, very quickly, I want to do a native build on this. And in order to do this, I need to just do a couple of things. The big thing here, I'm going to kind of double up on time because we're short on time. So I'm going to provide a type hint. And so we have types. And the types that I want to include for domain classes are weather. Actually, I need to do this. Weather.class and aircraft.class. And I also want to have type names. I'm going to have to maximize that. So type names. So I'm going to grab my package name and bring that in dot weather. And once again, there we go, and dot aircraft. So this is a type hint that we are going to be using in our native application. So in order to do this, I can do this from the IDE, but I'm going to go ahead and kick this off here in the build. So let's see, desktop and thing 2. And let's see, so Maven actually, I'll just do this, Maven Spring Boot build image. So let's go ahead and build a native image, right? I'm going to scoot that over here and just let that run. And while that's running, unless I've, again, forgotten something else, I'm going to go over here and we're going to take a quick look at actuators. So let's pop this up. And of course, 8080 is where I've got the thing one running. So if we go to actuator, did I not include actuator here? Well, let's see, management, endpoints, web exposure, include star. Let's restart this. Oh, well, okay. So here is the interesting thing about actuator. This is something I don't do this at home, folks, right? So don't do this in prod. This is insecure because what I did is open up everything, all endpoints, which you don't necessarily want to do in a production application because you can go and check things like your environment. And in your environment, you can see a lot about your environment. This is exceedingly invaluable information for us, right, as developers and for the folks on the SRE side, but not very good to share with potential threats, right? The other thing that can do is if we go to config, let's see, what is, well, management dot what was it, endpoints, there we go. So it will tell you for each of the properties, which I only defined one at this point, but for each of the properties it will tell you exactly where it's pulling it, because you can pull and load properties from anywhere, a number of different places I should say, in your environment. In this case, we're getting this particular property from our application properties, line 1 and position 43, the value for it. And if you look there, position 43 is right there. So actuator gives you some really good information. Now you can also, and this is something that's extremely useful, it's only been around for a few months now, but you can also provide startup information. So if you're wanting to get a little more information about your startup, that's kind of nice. So new Spring application, and let's just grab this. Yep, that'll work. And then we'll do an app dot set application startup. And I want to do a new buffering application startup. We'll set this to, let's say 2048 in terms of size. And then let's do an app dot run. And of course, we want to pass in our args. And we restart this, then this will expose a startup endpoint via actuator that you can go and if not troubleshoot, you can certainly get some insights into your startup and the time it's taking for each of your startup things to occur. So let's see. Did I not refresh that? There we go. Startup. So this tells you, it gives you some great insights. Now, actuator is great to look at, right? So we can look through this manually, but it also is a great data feed for various different analysis tools and presentation tools in terms of graphs and perhaps some logic and AI that you can apply to this to get some very good insights into your application and how it's running. So let's see how we're doing on our build. Oh, I failed. What did I do here? So I must have, let me try that again. Oh, well, yeah, that would, let me stop this because Java-version, well, I am running Grail, so let's see. Or Graal, depending on your preference. So we'll let that run just a moment longer.
Yeah, you don't have much time left. Sorry, Mark.
Oh, well, it usually takes about 3 minutes to run. So yeah, we may run out of time on that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what I've done here, but yeah, somehow.
No worries. But we trust you that works. You know that sometimes we need to make sacrifices to the demo gods, and you probably forgot.
Yes. Oh well, that's why I actually have it still running over here. Oh man, I hate it when that happens. Okay. Well, yeah. So I'll go ahead and start this building. We probably won't have time to finish it. I will go back to the slides while this is building because we should get a clean build out of it. And let's wrap up here. So yeah. So any resources, the best resource, the best way to find resources that I share is just to follow me on Twitter, because I kind of live on Twitter. As you know, if you follow me, and if you don't, why do you not follow me? But check me out on Twitter at MKHack. I do share all kinds of stuff, usually mostly interesting stuff, I think, mostly tech, a few just oddball things. Also check out Spring Boot Book on Twitter or at the link. I will post the repo and video coming along soon on some more of these things and extending these. But that, I think, is probably going to do us for now. And then let's go back here. And of course, it's working now because I actually stopped the application running. So it will build properly. But any last minute questions here?
I don't think we do, but we really have to finish anyway. Sorry about that.
Well, let me just put it this way. When this finishes up in about 3.5 minutes, then I can run it. There are multiple ways to do this. You can do a local native build. I like to use cloud native build packs, and it does this, like I said, in about 3.5 minutes. It starts in about 0.08 seconds or 0.07 and 0.9, so less than 1/10 of a second. And it's just it's incredible the ease at which you can do this. If you've used other ways of building native images with Java, you will be blown away with how easy it is to make this happen with Spring Boot applications. So with that, I guess, since we're out of time, I bid you adieu. And if you have any questions, comments, or feedback, again, please do reach out to me on Twitter or email. Happy to discuss this at length. And Roberto, always a pleasure, my friend, always a pleasure.
I mean, the pleasure is all ours. I mean, thank you so much for joining us today. I know that you're a busy man, so really grateful that you were able to take 1 hour to be here with us.
I'm just really happy to be here. I mean, you and I have talked for the last couple or 3 years about coming to Jnation, and it's never worked until now. And of course,
well, I mean, now it's cheating, right? Because that's online. But we wanted you to be here in person.
But it works, and I'm just happy to be here. So hopefully next year, for reals.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, so great presentation as always. So thank you so much for joining, and we're gonna do a quick break to have our final session of the day and wrap up. Yeah.
Thanks all for coming, and hope to see you on Twitter and on the interwebs.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye all.
O Grupo Bosch é um fornecedor global de tecnologia e serviços. Nós temos atualmente cerca de 395 mil colaboradores em todo o mundo, sendo que são cerca de 73 mil em investigação e desenvolvimento. Nós fomos fundados há mais de 130 anos e, atualmente, aquilo que nós oferecemos aos nossos colaboradores é a oportunidade de moldar o futuro com inovações que vão tanto melhorar a qualidade de vida das pessoas como proteger o ambiente. E onde é que nós trabalhamos? Basicamente, são em 4 áreas de negócio: soluções de mobilidade, tecnologia industrial, bens de consumo e tecnologias de edifícios. E de referir também que em 2020 nós fomos a primeira empresa industrial em todo o mundo a atingir a neutralidade climática, o que para nós foi um grande achievement. Foi um ano atípico para todos e para a Bosch, assim como para outras empresas também. E cá em Portugal, nós acabamos por ter um resultado que foi melhor do que o esperado na altura da pandemia. Nós tivemos uma faturação de 1,6 mil milhões de euros, 10% abaixo do ano anterior, mas ainda assim melhor do que nós achávamos que ia correr. Como nós estamos cá muito dependentes do mercado automóvel, e o mercado automóvel está a sofrer com a escassez de chips, comprometeu um bocadinho, mas só para saber, só para ter uma noção, nós tivemos recorde de vendas numa das nossas unidades cá em Portugal, mesmo em ano de pandemia, por isso correu bastante bem, considerando o contexto. A maior novidade foi uma integração de dois conceitos, que é o conceito da internet das coisas com a inteligência artificial. Nós queremos combinar os dois para melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos e serviços, e chamamos isso do AIoT. Como diz o nosso CEO, é conectar as coisas que vai conduzir ao conhecimento sobre como as coisas são utilizadas. E isso, de alguma forma, vai nos permitir melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos. Nós, por exemplo, o ano passado tivemos um grande aumento das vendas na área dos bens de consumo, dos produtos para o lar, seja nas ferramentas elétricas, seja nos eletrodomésticos, e porque eles estão a ser habilitados para conectividade, ou seja, temos essa ligação com o AIoT, nós prevemos que vai haver uma duplicação das vendas esse ano ainda. E mesmo no campo da videovigilância, que é uma área que nós trabalhamos cá em Portugal, a análise de vídeo, por exemplo, com base em redes neurais, traz novas possibilidades para a Bosch. Esse aqui é só um exemplo do que nós estamos a fazer, mas a Bosch está a integrar em detectores de incêndio, por exemplo, novas câmeras e essas câmeras podem ser conectadas com dispositivos de inteligência artificial. Outro exemplo é um detector de tráfego, que inicialmente seria capaz de detectar e localizar só os veículos, mas que neste momento faz com precisão essa detecção em situações de tráfego intenso, mesmo em condições de iluminação mais complicada, por exemplo, durante a noite. Por isso, a utilização da inteligência artificial combinada com a internet das coisas é que é a nossa grande novidade, é a nossa grande aposta para os próximos anos. Nós pretendemos que 2022 seja um ano de regresso àquilo que era a nossa normalidade em termos de faturação, mas vai ser um ano de continuidade em termos de recrutamento em Portugal. Nós temos apostado muito fortemente na área da investigação e desenvolvimento, seja com parcerias de inovação, que nós estamos a reforçar com as principais universidades, alguma das principais universidades de Portugal, Aveiro, Minho e Porto. Estamos a reforçar, temos novos projetos com eles no âmbito das cidades e casas de inteligências e também no âmbito da mobilidade. E se hoje nós já chegamos aos 1.000 colaboradores dentro da área de investigação e desenvolvimento, nós, até o final do ano 2021, pretendemos chegar aos 1.100 e para o próximo ano continuar a recrutar nessa área, tanto para as localizações de Aveiro, como Braga, como também para Ovar. Ou seja, seria um ano de continuidade em termos do trabalho que já está a ser feito cá em Portugal, de consolidação através da investigação e desenvolvimento, de reforço das parcerias de inovação e de regresso à normalidade dentro da nossa expectativa de faturação. Por isso, eu diria que 2022 vai ser um ano positivo para a Bosch em Portugal. Que nos se apaixone pelo nosso propósito, porque a Bosch é uma empresa peculiar, porque é detida por uma fundação beneficente. Então, tudo aquilo que nós fazemos é realmente com o propósito de ajudar a melhorar a vida das pessoas e de trazer uma proteção adicional para o meio ambiente. Quem se apaixona por esse propósito, se apaixona pelas tecnologias que estamos a desenvolver, por exemplo, essas de monitorização, como eu disse, ou então da condução autônoma, ou tantas outras nas áreas nas quais nós estamos a trabalhar, certamente é uma pessoa que vai se enquadrar bem nas nossas vagas e nas nossas equipas. A Bosch, apesar de ter quase 6.000 pessoas em Portugal, é uma família, é uma grande família. E nós nos preocupamos com os colaboradores, queremos que eles se apaixonem pelos projetos, queremos que eles estejam bem e tenham esse equilíbrio do pessoal com o profissional. Se é isso que as pessoas estão à procura, de certeza que vão estar bem conosco. E podem visitar a nossa página de carreiras, o bosch.pt, e procurar as nossas vagas e serão muito bem-vindos na nossa empresa.
Okay, and we're live for the final session of Jnation 2021 online. So thank you so much for everyone that's been keeping with us for the full day, or even if you just joined now, it's also fine. We are quite tired, but I mean, one person that actually raised my spirit is actually Jonathan here, a good friend from the Barcelona jug. Hey, Jonathan, how's it going?
Yeah, fine, fine. I'm a bit tired too, but not in the same amount of, about you. But yeah, happy to be here.
Wonderful. We're really happy to have you here as well. So if you have any questions for Jonathan, please let me know on our Slack, on our YouTube chat, and I'll be happy to relay them back to Jonathan. And I know that Jonathan has a lot of ground to cover, so I'm just going to hand it over to him. He's actually going to present a very cool topic. It's one of my favorite technologies is test containers. So I'm really glad I'm going to hear a little bit more about it. So Jonathan, the stage is yours. Feel free to go.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. As you say, I hope to pronounce it correctly. Obrigado. To be here and share my little knowledge with this Jnation amazing attendance. Well, now I'm going to show you my experience working with test containers as a result of having this need of testing our whole application. And after searching and testing different things, test containers was the answer. So let's see how we can test as if we were in production with test containers. Let's rock. So table of contents. Well, first I will introduce myself for you to know who is talking to you. Then I will share which is the project that we were trying to test and the complexity of the project. After that, I will share which is, well, all the presentation should cover the why and the what. I mean, technical stuff is not the goal, is the result. So which was the, let's say, business problem or technical problem that we were wanting to solve, and what was the result is going to come later. Then I will, well, introduce a bit of what is test containers, as that was the technology chosen at that moment. And after that, well, we will see how we were using test containers in our project with the same architecture that I was presenting on the step 2. And after that, I also want to share my latest experiences with test containers. Let's say that the last year I've been working mainly with Quarkus, and I've created 2 different applications. And one of them has been using very, very intensively test containers. So I will show you how you can use test containers with Quarkus. It's a very easy, and it's very, very, very useful. Finally, I will share some references for you, well, to know more about test containers, or, well, the links to the GitHub projects where you can just check the code. So who am I? Well, I'm Java champion. I'm also co-leader at the Barcelona Java user group. I'm co-founder of JVC and Conf, a conference that we host every year in Barcelona. Now the next edition is going to be hosted virtually the next 23rd of July. And I'm also working as a software engineer at Red Hat in the application modernization and migration team, but that's only up to 1st of August that I will be joining the Keycloak team. Here on the left, you have my Twitter handle, my email, my blog, where you will find my posts, and also my GitHub account, where you will find the code for this presentation and others. And also, well, my work at Red Hat is there. And finally, that's my face. So I'm the guy that it is being used like canvas for I don't know, Miro or any other abstract painting. So let's see which is the project that we wanted to go a step further in terms of testing. Well, our project was called Xavier in English, Xavier in Catalan. You can call it as you want. In Spanish, it would be called Javier. So, well, you can call it as you wish. That application was a camel integration application that was in the middle of several layers and several other applications, and was like taking information coming from the user and then sending it to other applications and collecting the results, and in the end having, let's say, the sum of those results and put it in the database. So the flow was a user calls our application with a REST API, uploads a file. Our application sends this file to another service. It's a Red Hat application. It's also stored in GitHub. This application will do several things with this file, several validations, and then it will put this file in an S3 bucket. Okay. Also, it will send a Kafka message saying, okay, a new file has come to the system and it's valid. This message will be consumed by several applications, and one of them is our application. So let's say that we have the validation system delegated to an external application. Well, our application receives that message saying, okay, that file has been validated. Then it will call, or it will retrieve the file from an S3 bucket. It will process this file. It will break this file into smaller chunks, and it will store those chunks into the database. After that, it will store also this file into another S3 bucket and send these chunks to a key server, an external system that has several rules to do some calculations about this file. And then it will take this information and it will store it in the database. Also, we need to take into account that everything is controlled by a role-based access control application using Postgres, a Keycloak one. Well, in this case, it was Red Hat SSO, but well, it's the same. So now you have the idea of the whole system. So obviously, we can have unit tests. We have them. You can have integration tests. But if you don't go one step further, you don't have the confidence that everything is working until you deploy it in production. Or you have a pre-prod system where you deploy everything, and then you upload the new version and expect nobody is touching the system, and you run the tests, everything is fine. Other times it's not fine just because someone changed anything, or because your tests are not idempotent. So every time that you do your tests, you're leaving something behind. So probably what you need is something that you can create everything, test your application, do like the happy path or even performance paths, and check that everything works fine. So now we want to see, what do we want to test with this application? Well, mostly I have already told you, but in this case, specific points that we want to cover in our tests. Well, we want to cover client network connections. What I mean is, we are using Camel in order to connect to different endpoints. And we want to be sure that nothing has come into the camel routes in order of wrong params, I don't know, typos, or any other thing that in an integration test could be not affecting the connection because you are introducing a param that is not affecting really the endpoint. But in a production system, you will be affecting because you can mess with the index for the Kafka broker, or you can mess with the, I don't know, the user used for the S3 connection, or even with the PostgreSQL. If you are not connecting to a PostgreSQL and doing the test, you could be doing, I don't know, wrong query. So this is the first step that we want to test. Another one is testing external services version. So I want to be sure that, as if it is said that in production, these are the versions that are going to be running. So PostgreSQL 9.6 and Kia 7.3. It's not that if I test with a let's say not ephemeral system where I put my database 9.6, but in 2 weeks we decide that we are going to use a feature that it's introduced in PostgreSQL 10. What happens? Either we update the not ephemeral test environment, or we don't implement that feature just to stick with PostgreSQL 9.6. So what we want is that we can be fast testing even the versions of the layers that our application is depending on. As I said a bit before, we also want to check the timeouts patterns on the clients and listeners connecting to external layers are going fine. And also there's one, there are two processes that are running in background. So there's this inside ingress service and there's this Kia service. Those are running in background and doing some things. But I want to test my application with the real code of those two layers to see that the timeout that I'm applying to my connection in Camel to those external layers is not too big or too low, or those systems are sending a wrong response because, I don't know, anything can happen that I have configured wrongly the Kia server and it's returning something wrong. So we want to also test our application among the background async processes. And also the last one is that we want to test that our service is running correctly, considering a specific configuration on the external layer. So yes, this Kia server is going to run correctly, considering the configuration that it is specified for the production environment. So I want to check that everything works fine. Nothing is going to be broken in the future because of something in the configuration. But the most important point about all of this is that we want to test this, but not using a human and not using a complex system that has to be executed, triggered by a human, for instance. What I want is to have this for every pull request that anybody in the team creates for this project. This is going to take a while to do all those tests, as you can imagine. But to be honest, I don't care. In my team, we don't submit 20 pull requests per day to the same project. So as we don't do that, we can just submit a pull request. In this case, Travis CI will execute the pipeline, will boot up all the infrastructure with all the layers, with the configuration, with everything. and we'll run several tests: a happy path, a performance test, and a corner case test. This is exactly what we test here. As you can see here, well, we have in our CI, in our pull request, it says, well, this Travis CI pull request check has passed, so that's fine, we can merge it. And in the right, we have the screen from the Travis CI. So it took 47 minutes, so it takes a while, especially because we are creating all the elements for the infrastructure. And also, in this case, our tests are covering 2 super big files. So we are testing the happy path, and we are also testing wrong files, where we know exactly which are the issues included in those files. And also we are testing with big files to test the performance. You would say, what's the point of testing performance in a CI environment? And you're right. So the point here was that considering the resources that we have in Travis, the performance test needs to finish correctly in a certain amount of time. I know in production that time is not relevant, because in production is going to be far less than the time that it's taking in CI, hopefully. But in this case, we are running, as we are doing several things in parallel, uploading different files, we are testing that the super big file is not affecting others, because we have a thread pool where of 5, I think. So we are uploading several files, 6 files, checking that the first 5 are not affecting each other, but the 6th file is really put on hold until the smallest from the first bunch is finished. So we are checking several things, but every time, and with the real layers. So after checking several things, that could be Travis CI, start a container, install and do all the bash commands to install everything, to put the configuration files, we decided that probably that involves too much. So a nice thing was to consider everything as a container. But the most important thing is that those containers need to be connected somehow with our unit tests. So, well, JUnit tests. And this is where test containers came to the rescue. And I have to say that after trying test containers, I'm in love with it. And I totally encourage you to use it instead of using mocks and fakes. This is totally an amazing technology. So let's see, what is this thing called test containers? Well, basically it's a Java library that is supporting the JUnit lifecycle, and it's providing well, lightweight way to use Docker, well, containers. In this case, Docker containers. We can use several Docker containers that are coming out of the box with test containers, or we can create our own. So we will see in a minute. So basically, it's that your app is having a JUnit test that will have a test container module that will use Docker for Java, and in the end, it will have a Docker container. So basically, that's it. It comes with different and several flavors. We are using the Java version. This is the last one, but it comes in Python, Node.js, Go, JavaScript, .NET, Scala, and Rust. So you can have several different languages or flavors of test containers for your language. So what are those out-of-the-box modules? Well, test containers come with different, let's say, pre-configured, pre-optimized containers or modules in this case. So it has 18 DB modules. So, well, most of the databases are already present as a module for test containers. And an out-of-the-box module means you simply instantiate it, and it provides 2-3 different properties that you can configure. And it is abstracting you from really a Docker image file or any other particular infrastructure that you need to use to create this container. Also, it has, well, in this case, 12 tools that you can use. We are using local stack, and we will see in a minute, and Kafka, but you can have, well, several that you can use. It's very convenient and very easy to use these out-of-the-box modules. So the task that you can do with containers, with test containers, are, well, first you define which is the container that you are going to use. There are several ways of doing it, but basically, out-of-the-box module, a Docker image file, sorry, a Docker image or a Docker file. After that, you will start these containers. You can do it manually, and you can do it, let's say, automatically with a JUnit for rule. And in manual, you can run it in sequence, or you can run it in parallel, specifying dependency between the containers. Obviously, you need also to get the log for each container. Logs are like, I don't know, umbrellas. So unless it is really raining, you are not going to use it, but it's better to carry one. So in this case, logging, well, you will be interested to know what happened when something was wrong, and to see the logs for the different containers. After that, you have everything created, but then you need to connect your application to those containers, because your application needs to connect to the database or to Kafka. So you need to obtain the IP and the port for each container. And there are several things to consider here. In order to avoid port clashing between containers, so we can start 2 different PostgreSQL, and although the internal port is 5432, if we start 2 containers with that port, it's gonna clash. So to avoid that, test containers is always starting the containers using random ports. So for each container, each time you need to get and query which is the port. And also you can even create shared networks where those containers are going to be able to connect to between them using the name that you provide as an alias for that, let's say, private network. And finally, in the end, you need to finish those containers, or manually or automatically, we will say. So let's see the usage of those test containers in our project. So as you can see here, we are using almost everything real, except for one thing that, well, you will agree with me that it makes totally sense. So in this case, what we are not using as the real layer, but we are using something that it is, let's say, compatible with that layer, is Amazon. So as we don't want our tests to be coupled to a particular instance in Amazon that can fail, that the certificates can, I don't know, expire, that you don't have a connection at that moment, or even that you need to have that instance running all the time. So you have to pay for it. So in order to isolate our test, what we are going to do is use a substitute for Amazon. In this case, Minio for the S3 buckets, and also local stack that provides exactly the same. So this is the idea, to have everything real except those two modules that we are going to use something very similar but not exactly the same. So at the moment, to define a container in our code. So for an out-of-the-box module, it's very easy. As you can see here, we go to our unit test, and we simply instantiate, in this case, PostgreSQL container. This is a container class for the out-of-the-box modules that provide test containers. And in this case, we say, I want a PostgreSQL container with this database name, with this user, and this password. That's it. This will imply that test containers starts a container, and in this case, a particular version, unless I specified which version I want for the database. So it's totally abstracted from me, which is the real steps to get this PostgreSQL container. For those services that we have the Docker file, and we are going to create the image on the fly. So in this case, we are going to create a generic container, and we say, okay, create this generic container, but using this Docker file. And with these exposed ports in this private network, and with this log consumer, and with this prefix for the log consumer. We will see this in a moment. What test containers will do is, okay, it will take that Docker file, and it will do a build and start and run the container. And we do that with the Ingress service. That in our test, we download the archive from GitHub, and we create the image on the fly for our test. And the last option to define a test container is using the image from the Docker Hub. In this case, we are saying, okay, you create a container using Minio image from Docker Hub with these commands and these properties, and in this case, with these environment variables. So considering this is the real picture of our system. So we are going to use generic containers with the Docker Hub image for Minio, and for Kie, that's it. Then for Ingress and for the RBAC application, we are going to use a Docker file. And then for Kafka, local stack, and PostgreSQL, we are going to use the out-of-the-box module. Okay. So regarding the starting the containers, well, it's very obvious. So we use the instance created, and we call start. This is the manual version. Or we do manual, but in parallel. So in this case, as you can see, we are doing startables deep start, and we are specifying a list of different containers. And then we say, okay, join, so it will start. But on the definition of each container, we have specified on which other container my, in this case, create buckets depends on. So test containers will not start create buckets until Minio container is ready. We will talk about readiness in a moment. And there's another way that it is doing it automatically using rules, and then test containers will align the test lifecycle with the container lifecycle and will start and stop it for you. Regarding the logging, well, it's in this case, for each container, we specify which is the log consumer. We instantiate a new SLF4J log consumer, and we add a prefix. This prefix helps to split the information in the whole log that we will have in the output. As you can see here in the screen, we have several logs with AWS log or Kia log. Those are the prefixes that I've added here in the logging. And that's why you will have, well, the information, you will know from which container it is coming from. And connecting to a container, well, once you can connect containers to other containers using the name, as you can see here with this private network, and specifying the alias for the network. So in this case, it is using the same network as the ingress. So the ingress network that will be used by the ingress service also. And in this case, it's using the network alias Minio. So any other container in that same private network can connect to this Minio container using the name Minio without knowing the IP. So that's the way to connect between containers. But in order to your test to connect to those containers, as I said at the beginning, you need to get the IP address and the port. So in this case, for the Kafka one, well, we are getting the information from the Bootstrap servers, and we will take the information for our application to connect to Kafka. For PostgreSQL, well, with the PostgreSQL container instance, we get the first map port and the container IP address. And those properties are going to be put into these properties we will see now in a minute in order for your test to be able to connect to those containers. As I said a moment ago, there's this concept of dependency between containers and this readiness concept. So usually a container is ready if it is running. That's it. But you can specify the wait strategy. So a container will be ready when, in this case, waiting for a log message appear in the log, or waiting for an HTTP call returns a status code, or even for the health check function. So those are the three ways that our container can say, I'm ready because of this condition. If not, it's simply, if it is running, it is ready. Our application was a Spring Boot application. And obviously, we have all the properties configured in our properties file. So we need something to tell the context, the new properties, in order to be able to connect to the dynamic and ephemeral containers. For doing that, we were using context configuration annotation, where you can specify a Spring Boot initializer. And this application context initializer, what it does is simply, well, add to the context these properties. And we are going to do this after all the containers that were running as static instances are already available. So doing this, we will run all the containers, and after that, this class will get all the information from the different containers instances. And then the test will even not know that it is connecting to the containers on the test containers. And finally, to finish the containers, it's easy. Just simply call stop manually. Or as I said before, using the rule for JUnit 4, then they will be finalized by themselves. So this was mainly the presentation for the test containers with our application. But I wanted also to share with you the usage of test containers with Quarkus in my latest project that I also think it's very interesting, or at least it is for me. So with test containers, with Quarkus, everything is easier. And this is also true for test containers. Quarkus provides something called Quarkus Test Resource, and it also provides some out-of-the-box classes like H2 or others, but you can create your own. And basically, a test resource is a class with 3 different methods that are going to be aligned with the life cycle of the test. So in order to have PostgreSQL database in our test using Quarkus, simply specifying Quarkus test resource annotation and then PostgreSQL database test resource. And we are specifying a list of init args, so arguments that I'm going to pass to the test container. The same in this case with Keycloak. So we are booting a Keycloak instance, even specifying the realm JSON, and that's it. For our test, everything will be the same, and it will be connecting to that database. And this is the class that it is defining the PostgreSQL database test resource for Quarkus to use test containers. What it's doing, it's for the init method, it is defining the container. So it is using the properties that I passed with the init args. It is starting and it is returning a property with the value that we get from the PostgreSQL container. And this property is the one that it is used in our tests that is specified in the properties file. So this will overwrite the property in that file. And in the end, it's PostgreSQL container close, and this will be called when our test finishes. That's it. So that's been all for the presentation. And now I want to share with you some references that you can use to go further in this topic. The test containers website and the Twitter account. Also, if you want to know more about the Docker for Java that it is used for in test containers, you can use the GitHub project, Docker Java. Also here you have the repository used in the presentation for the test containers project with the 8 layers that I showed you in the beginning. This is the project. And the repository for the application that it is using Quarkus with test containers, where here you have the two repositories, and you would see that the code that it is very, very easy and very, very convenient. And that's been all. This has been all my presentation. I hope you enjoy it. If you have any doubt or I can help you using test containers, or I can share my little experience, please contact me at my Twitter handle, my email, or check my repositories in GitHub, or even my articles in my blog post. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hey, Jonathan. Yeah, man, great presentation. Thank you so much for bringing this to the Jnation this year. Yeah, so actually, I don't think we have any QA for you, but we do have an interesting comment saying that, yeah, the world needs a test compose functionality, which is quite funny. But other than that, I think we don't have anything else. We have a couple of smiles, so people I think enjoy the talk. So yes, so thank you so much for joining us today.
It's been my pleasure and being here for the first time, and I hope it's not the last time.
Well, I mean, as I've been saying to everyone through the day, is we have to meet in person next year. So, and
Yes.
especially you because you're super close to us. So you should definitely come over here if we are able to do these physically.
Yeah. I'm totally into it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So yes, I mean, this was our last presentation for the day. So I'm just gonna ask you to stay for a couple extra minutes. The rest of the team is actually going to join us. I mean, you can stay, you can leave, it's fine. I'm just talking to the audience. I'm just gonna ask the team to join us to say goodbye to everyone. And so you can also appreciate what the rest of the team have done for the entire day. So some of them are the hosts for the other sessions. Some of them were like in the green room that you, Jonathan, joined before coming over here. And also we have our editing and streaming team that have done an amazing job through the day, especially because there were so many hours going on, and they had to like manage like four separate tracks. They had like all these crazy hardware. So it was like a very good job they have done. So I'm really grateful for all of them. So let's wait for the rest of the crew to join. Ricardo, can you hear me? So please let everyone else joining the Zoom if they're trying to join. I think they are. Yeah, so we need to wait, and now I need to tell a couple of jokes or at least dance for you so we can entertain you. Well, there you go. Samuel is here. He can probably tell a few jokes.